By the time Yang Chun kills Duan Ling Tian and avenges his brother, I'll ask him for a favor, recommend me as the disciple of that martial emperor behind him. Yun Gang's eyes glimmered with brilliance as he wore a confident expression. He'd owe me a favor, so it'll hard for him to reject my request. The disciple of a martial emperor. This was the true intention of Yun Gang. Long before after he had witnessed Yang Hong being killed by Duan Ling Tian, this idea had popped up in his mind. He thought of using Yang Hong's death and Duan Ling Tian so that Yang Chun would not be able to reject this request of his. As for the part where he asked Duan Ling Tian to become the sect leader of the Yin Yang sect later, that was just a small part of his plan so that Duan Ling Tian would remain with the sect. If he had not made such a request, Duan Ling Tian would have never remained. By that time, it would be useless even if he went to look for Yang Chun. The Cloud Continent was so vast. It might not be possible for him to find Duan Ling Tian, who had already left the Yin Yang sect to avenge Yang Hong's death. If Yang Chun could not find Duan Ling Tian, he would not be able to avenge Yang Hong, and that would mean that he would no longer owe him any favors. This was not something he wanted to see. For this reason, he persuaded the Yu brothers to invite Duan Ling Tian to become the sect leader of the Yin Yang sect that one time, and make him understand that request with reason and emotion. At the end, when Duan Ling Tian wanted to rename the Yin Yang sect without batting so much as an eyelid, this was because he knew that Duan Ling Tian would not be able to live for long. As the group of Ling Tian sect disciples left Ling Tian Peak to search for Kuer and Li Fei, breaking news spread out from their mouths like a hurricane. The Yin Yang sect has already been renamed as the Ling Tian sect. The Yin Yang sect no longer exists in this world. Yang Hong, the peak master of the Yang Peak of the Yin Yang sect, has killed the former peak master of the Yin Peak who was in closed-door healing, causing his men to resent him intensely. In that critical moment, a young powerhouse made his appearance and killed Yang Hong. That young powerhouse was Duan Ling Tian, the current sect leader of the Ling Tian sect. For a moment, it seemed as if Ling Tian Peak was the eye of the storm and people were speaking about this matter everywhere. Now, everyone knew that the Yin Yang sect no longer existed. The Ling Tian sect was now unleashed into this world, and not only that, it had a young and powerful sect master. The news spread swiftly in every direction. Soon, it almost reached every corner of the area close to the Ruoshui River, near the southern area of the Innerland. A small city stood by the area close to the Ruoshui River, southward of the Innerland. Although it was small, it was extremely lively. This was especially so for the restaurants that were bustling with activity all day long. On that day, two unexpected guests made their appearance in the small city. They were two gentle and graceful women clad in white who had veiled faces. However, even by just looking at their exposed autumn eyes and penciled eyebrows, it was enough to see that they probably had exquisite, beautiful, and delicate faces that could topple even huge nations despite wearing veils. One of the women who had rather seductive eyes said to the other woman who looked slightly more naive judging by her eyes, "Younger sister Kur, let's take a break for lunch before we continue our journey." "All right." The latter nodded her head faintly and agreed without hesitation. The two women entered the city and found a restaurant before sitting by a table beside the window. It was also quite rare for women to appear in the city, let alone women who were as beautiful as flowers. The moment these two women looked around, they immediately attracted the attention of many customers in the restaurant. However, although these two veiled women attracted most of the customers, not many of them dared strike up a conversation with them at all. Nobody could guess if these two women possessed horrifying strength or not. If they did, they would most likely end up dead should they dare to act boldly. For this reason, nobody dared to make a move. Soon, the restaurant's atmosphere became lively once more. Although some were glaring at the two women like greedy tigers, they only dared to keep to their thoughts instead of making a move. "Hey, have you heard the news already? The Yin Yang sect no longer exists." A middle-aged man's loud voice suddenly went over everyone's chatter in the restaurant, attracting the attention of many people. "The Yin Yang sect is gone? Don't tell me it's been demolished?" Immediately, it caused the eyes of many to light up as they looked at the middle-aged customer. Ha! Right at this moment, even the two veiled women who were sitting by the window could not help but cast a side glance at the middle-aged customer before exchanging glances with each other. "Sister Fair, we just left the Yin Yang sect not long ago, but why did they say that it's already gone?" one asked the other. Don't take that news outside too seriously. The other woman shook her head in reply. These two women were none other than Kuer and Li Fei, who had just left the Yin-Yang sect not long ago. After they left, they began to cultivate as they headed north. Their destination was the Yuhan Valley, which was at the northern side of the Innerland. The Yin-Yang sect was a first-rate force. How could it have actually been annihilated so easily? The middle-aged customer continued. Then what happened? Exactly. Don't keep us guessing. Hurry up and tell us. Many customers egged him on. This story must have started from the time when the Peak Master and the Vice Peak Master of Yin Peak of the Yin-Yang sect went for closed-door healing. Rumor has it that Yang Hong, the Peak Master of Yang Peak of the Yin-Yang sect, went crazy and killed them when the two of them were in the midst of the closed-door healing. The middle-aged customer said slowly, to be honest, if the Peak Master and the Vice Peak Master of Yin Peak of the Yin-Yang sect were hurt, they wouldn't have feared Yang Hong at all. However, the two of them who were already injured were no match for Yang Hong at all. Gasp! 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 When the middle-aged customer reached this part of his story, the restaurant immediately was filled with a series of gasps. What the hell did that Peak Master of Yang Peak of the Yin-Yang sect want to do? Why did he kill the two powerhouses from his own sect? Or maybe this news was fake after all? Many people voiced out their doubts. I heard that Yang Hong, the Peak Master of Yang Peak of the Yin-Yang sect, wanted to become the sect master of the Yin-Yang sect himself, so he decided to seize the opportunity to wipe out these two huge obstacles in Yin Peak, the middle-aged customer continued. Well, this is possible. Long ago, I've heard that the person who wants to become sect leader of the Yin-Yang sect must possess a strength that can overpower everyone in the sect. Otherwise, the Yin-Yang sect can only be commanded together by the Peak Master of Yin Peak and the Peak Master of Yang Peak. Many people nodded their heads. I never expected this matter to spread, especially to this place. A flash of brilliance flashed across Li Fei's autumn eyes. The red lips beneath the veil moved slightly as she muttered in a voice that only Kuer could hear. Sister Feier, I miss Master and Senior Sister already. The autumn eyes beneath the naturally arched brows were gleaming brightly. Tears threatened to fall any time, making her appear pitiful, so much so that one would have an impulse to rush up to embrace her. I miss them too. Don't worry. We'll avenge them, Li Fei said solemnly. All right. Kuer nodded obediently. Then, in this case, that Peak Master of Yang Peak of the Yin-Yang sect must have become the sect leader of the Yin-Yang sect now. But why did you say that the Yin-Yang sect no longer exists? Don't tell me that because the Yin-Yang sect has now lost their two powerhouses. Were they demolished by the other rival forces? A voice resonated and attracted the attention of everybody, including Li Fei and Kuer. Immediately, everybody looked towards the middle-aged customer. Of course not. The middle-aged customer shook his head. There were a total of 4 mighty people in the Yin-Yang sect. Aside from the 2 from the Yin Peak, there were 2 more in the Yang Peak. As long as the 2 from the Yang Peak were still there, no other forces would dare to act recklessly. That's not all. According to the rumors, the Peak Master Yang Hong actually had quite an impressive background. As for how impressive it is, please don't ask me. I don't know much as well. I only heard all these from hearsay around me. Perhaps not many people in the Yin-Yang sect know about Peak Master Yang Hong's background as well, he added. What the hell? For a moment, many of them looked at the middle-aged customer in scorn. Some even showed him their middle finger. Quickly, get to the main point. Why did you say that the Yin-Yang sect no longer exists? Well, I still must start from the time when the Peak Master and the Vice Peak Master of Yin Peak of the Yin-Yang sect went for closed-door healing. I heard that the Vice Peak Master had 3 direct disciples who were as close as sisters. All of them are beauties who could topple an entire nation. The son of Yang Peak's Peak Master fell for one of them, and so, for the sake of his son, he, under Kuer and Li Fei's gaze, the middle-aged customer blurted out their stories. In the end, he reached the part where their senior sister Yang Shui died for their sake to help them escape and survive. Although they were already mentally prepared, Kuer and Li Fei's graceful and delicate bodies could not help but tremble a little as their autumn eyes watered the moment their suspicion about the death of their senior sister Yang Shui was confirmed. Senior sister. Kur gripped her little fists tightly. Her tears dripped down soundlessly but were soon evaporated from her origin energy. Brave beauties! Women should not lose to men. After the group of customers in the restaurant heard that Xianxia did not spare sacrificing her life to save her two junior sisters, each of them raised a thumbs and showered her with compliments. I heard that the moment Xianxia was killed, Yang Hong and his son immediately gave chase to her two junior sisters, and at this moment a gigantic five-colored sword ray appeared from the sky, piercing the center of the Yang Peak mountain, causing the lava within the Yang Peak to erupt. With that, it became an active volcano despite being originally dead. The middle-aged customer continued. Who's actually that daring? Many people were immediately stunned. Actually, almost every martial monarch who had sufficient strength could pierce through the Yang Peak with just a swing of their sword. However, it was one thing to be able to do it and another to have the guts to actually pull it off. Such an action would offend the Yin Yang sect, a formidable giant by itself. Unless one had almighty strength and was fearless toward the Yin Yang sect, one would definitely end up dead. Well, if we're going to talk about this person who launched the attack, we've to start the story from the two women who escaped from the grip of Yang Hong and his son. The middle-aged customer continued. What does this have to do with them? Quite a number of people frowned from being perplexed, their curiosities getting the better of them. For a moment, even the two women themselves, Kur and Li Fei, who sat by the window, temporarily suppressed their sadness at the bottom of their hearts as they looked at the middle-aged man in unison. The women he was gazing at were none other than the two of them. It's rumored that the powerhouse who destroyed Yang Peak was the fiancé of the two women, the middle-aged customer uttered in a single breath. Fiancé! The moment the words left the customer's mouth, the entire restaurant burst into an uproar. Young master! Kur's clear brown eyes lit up but soon dimmed again. She did not believe that her young master would have the ability to destroy Yang Peak. I can't believe that Yang Hong would actually spread such fake news to catch us. Does he really think that we'd fall for it? Li Fei's eyes gleamed brilliantly as she muttered. And then, the crowd gaped at the customer who spoke up in curiosity and asked further. Then, the young powerhouse empty-handedly snatched away the saber belonging to Yang Hong, the peak master of the Yin Yang sect's Yang Peak, which was cast out with his full strength. In doing so, he forced Yang Hong to retreat, and then, in just one blow, he killed Yang Hong and his son. The crowd burst into mayhem once again. Yang Hong, the peak master of the Yin Yang sect's Yang Peak, could be deemed as quite an infamous and influential person in the southern part of the inner land that was close to the Ruoshi River. Yet, such a mighty person had been killed in just one single blow. How strong exactly was that person's cultivation base? Looks like they really are spreading fake news deliberately. Kur sighed. Even though she was unwilling to believe that her young master had really come to the Yin Yang sect in the inner land at first, she could not help but still cling on to that feeble hope of denial. Listening to the middle-aged customer now, her hopes dissipated entirely. What he had just said was just too far-fetched. It was simply impossible. He empty-handedly snatched away Yang Hong's saber with which he unleashed his full strength. How strong would that person have to be then? Even her most admired and respected master might not be able to beat Yang Hong, who unleashed his full power if she were to use her spirit weapon and exert her full strength. If her young master really was that strong, then it meant that he would have far exceeded her master. She refused to believe it no matter what. She did not even dare to believe that an ounce of this was true at all, even if her young master's innate talent and comprehension level were so high that it was out of this world. I believe the story will continue to be even more far-fetched, Li Fei muttered. Just as the words left Li Fei's mouth, the middle-aged customer had already continued his story, and so, after the young powerhouse killed Yang Hong and his son, the three high officials of Yang Peak present were frightened out of their wits. In the end, all of them asked that young powerhouse to become the sect leader of the Yin Yang sect instead. Although the young powerhouse agreed to it, he voiced out one request, that the Yin Yang sect be renamed to become the Ling Tian sect from now on. The middle-aged customer swept a glance at the surroundings before unfolding the story. Ling Tian sect? Ling Tian. What a delirious name. Many people were dumbfounded. If all of these are true, even if he's delirious, he's worthy enough as he possesses such immense strength that allows him to be delirious. Tell me how many people have such a powerful technique like his? He actually killed the top-notch high officials of the Yin-Yang sect and became the sect leader of the sect. Somebody interjected. Without a doubt, the emergence of the Lingtian sect means that the Yin-Yang sect no longer exists in this world. So, now all of you understand why I said that just now, don't you? The middle-aged man asked them rhetorically. The crowds nodded their heads one by one. Since the Yin-Yang sect was now renamed as the Lingtian sect, it confirmed the end of its existence. Perhaps another several dozen years or even hundreds of years later, nobody would come to remember that there once was a first-rate force named the Yin-Yang sect which existed near the Ruoshui River at the southward of the Inner Land. This way, that young powerhouse has become the first sect leader of the Lingtian sect. The middle-aged customer concluded. Do you know what's the name of the sect master of the Lingtian sect? The people asked. I heard that his name is the same with the Lingtian sects. His full name is Duan Lingtian. The customer's eyes shone brightly as he revealed. Duan Lingtian. At once, the crowd learned this name by heart. The new powerhouse at the southern part of the inner land of the Cloud Continent that was near the Ruoshui River was the leader of the first-rate force, the Lingtian sect. On top of that, I heard that the sect master of the Lingtian sect has also issued an order. Any Lingtian sect disciple who can find his 2 fiancées will get a grade 1 spirit weapon and a bottle of grade 1 life recovery pills, he added. The moment the group of customers in the restaurant heard this, their eyes lit up right away. A grade 1 spirit weapon? The sect master of the Lingtian sect is really giving his all. Other than the grade 1 spirit weapon, there's another bottle of grade 1 life recovery pills. How fantastic if I could find his 2 fiancées. Who knows? I might be able to get those rewards instead. Many people piped up. Humph. Perhaps the rewards that he offers will only go to the Lingtian sect disciples. After all, as the saying goes, keep the good stuff within the family. You have a point. Many of them agreed the moment they heard this. You're wrong if you think so. The middle-aged customer shook his head and chimed in. I heard that not long after that, the Lingtian sect will release and spread the drawings of the sect leaders' fiancés without restraint. By that time, the rewards will be up for grabs for everybody. The moment these words left his mouth, the eyes of everybody in the restaurant lit up. Are you serious? If that's the case, it'd be a great opportunity for us. Even though it'd be like finding a needle in a haystack, but who knows? We might luck out and happen to find his 2 fiancées. Many people were tempted by the lure of the rewards. Not only that, I heard that whoever manages to find one of the 2 fiancées of the sect master of the Lingtian sect will be rewarded with a grade 1 spirit weapon and a bottle of grade 1 life recovery pills. If you find 2 of them, then you'll be rewarded 2 grade 1 spirit weapons and 2 bottles of grade 1 life recover pills. The middle-aged customer continued to drop his large bombs, making the entire restaurant buzz with excitement. 2 grade 1 spirit weapons. 2 bottles of grade 1 life recovery pills. It was enough to make them go into a frenzy. See, I was right. It really gets way more far-fetched in the end. Li Fei muttered as a glimmer flashed across her eyes. Sister Fair, I think it's best if we leave now. I keep having a feeling that it's not safe for us to be here. Dread rose in Kua eyes. All right. Li Fei nodded. They did not even have time to order any food yet. Standing up, she was prepared to leave with Kur. However, as fate would have it, even if they wanted to leave, it did not mean that they could. Yo, 2 beauties. Where are you guys going? A young man in his 30s strolled into the restaurant and another middle-aged man followed suit behind him. The former displayed a cynical attitude towards life whilst the latter was faithful and attentive to his duties. The young man was staring at Kur and Li Fei with a devilish smile on his face. Beauties, why don't you take your veils off right now? Who knows? I might make you my 7th and 8th wives if I take a fancy towards you. The young man leered up and down Kur and Li Fei without any restraint. It's the eldest son of the Ku clan, Kapai. Looks like they're out of luck now. Not many women to whom he takes a fancy can escape his devilish snare. What a pity. Many customers were alerted by the commotion. They glanced at Kur and Li Fei with pity as all of them felt that the 2 girls had struck a bad patch. From the edge of the veil, Li Fei's exposed eyes narrowed before sweeping a cold glance at Kapai. Her red lips spat out bluntly from behind the veil. Idiot! Without even waiting for Kapai to reply, She grabbed Kuer's hand and pulled her outside. Stop. Seeing the two girls ignore him and even call him an idiot, Kapai's face darkened immediately. In a flash, he immediately blocked the two girls. You bitches. I was nice to you, yet you're so ungrateful. Today, I'll bring you both back and turn you into my slaves. Kapai glared at Li Fei and Kuer as he hissed. You're just looking to die. Even a clay figurine had a temper, let alone Li Fei, who was short-tempered. As her eyes turned cold, she advanced towards Kapai as fast as lightning. Her slender, pale hand swept out without any mercy. Bam! 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 Li Fei thrust out a palm, setting off a series of detonations in succession. In just the blink of an eye, her hand had already reached Kapai. Kapai did not even realize what was happening at all. Humph! Almost at the same time, the middle-aged man behind Kapai snorted and charged in an attempt to block Li Fei's attack. Unfortunately, when he just made his move, Kuer had also reacted at Li Fei's side. Blocking him, she cast a palm to meet his. Bam! A loud sound reverberated in the air, followed by a series of ear-piercing explosions. Then, a series of hurricanes tore out from where the two palms met and swept across the entire restaurant. Many empty tables were all blown away. Those who had a lower cultivation base were forced to squint their eyes as a result of the strong wind. Boom! Before the wave of hurricanes subsided, another wave arose. As Kuer and the middle-aged man's palms met each other as equal matches, Li Fei's slender, pale hand also landed on Kupai's body. To be more precise, it landed on Kupai's dantian. With just a light bang, Li Fei sent Kapai flying backward. Origin energy gushed out of his dantian uncontrollably like a deflating balloon. Bam! Kapai crashed onto the ground violently. After smashing into a few tables and chairs, he finally came to a gradual stop. Ignoring his pain, he immediately checked his dantian. With just one check, the color drained from his face right away. And my dantian is crippled. Why, you're so ruthless. Ruthless. Looking at Li Fei, Kapai's eyes were filled with grief and anger as he continued to bellow. How dare you cripple my young master's dantian? Don't even think of escaping now. The moment the middle-aged man heard Kapai's bellow that was filled with grief and wrath, his face darkened. Instantly, he pounded towards Li Fei and Kuer, not even bothering to think about the fact that Kuer's strength alone was already an even match for his. At that very second, he only had one thought in his mind: kill these two women. Otherwise, he would face the consequences. Unfortunately, despite both parties having already unleashed their spirit weapons, in the face of Li Fei and Kuer's joined forces, it only took them one blow to kill him. The both of you, hurry up. Leave. The Cook clan is a big household, and it's also a second-rate force that takes firm root in the city. They're not somebody you two should easily offend. Somebody kindly reminded Li Fei and Kuer using voice transmission. The moment they heard the voice, they also started to realize the severity of the problem. With extremely grave expressions, they immediately left the restaurant and the small city. I can't believe that they're martial monarchs too. After Li Fei and Kuer left, many people gushed. It had never crossed their minds that these two fragile-looking women actually possessed such powerful strength. Earlier, many of them had harbored evil ideas towards these two girls. However, after they saw Kapai lying on the ground like a dead dog, they were overwhelmed with fear. This time, the Cook clan's eldest son is crippled and a martial monarch is dead. I believe that the Cook clan won't just leave the matter at that, somebody said with a dreadful expression. The rest of the people present agreed with him. The Cook clan was a second-rate force, and in the entire inner land of the Cloud Continent, it was deemed no one. However, locally, the Cook clan was an absolute tyrant in the small city that nobody dared to offend easily. Those who wanted to forge a relationship with the Cook clan proceeded to send Kapai, the eldest son of the Cook clan, whose dantian was crippled back. This scenario caused a commotion in the entire Cook clan. Then, 3 of the remaining 5 martial monarchs wanted to track down Li Fei and Kuer, who had crippled Kupai's dantian and killed the Cook clan's martial monarch. Any one of the 3 martial monarchs that the Cook clan dispatched was more powerful than the person whom Li Fei and Kuer had joined forces to kill. Among the 3, the strongest was on the 3rd-level martial monarch stage, while the weakest one was on the 2nd-level martial monarch stage. Unfortunately, after half a day of searching relentlessly, they still could not find Li Fei and Kur at all. Soon, the Ku clan released 2 drawings. In each of the drawings was a veiled woman, and other than the area that was covered, both of their eyebrows and eyes were drawn clearly. Although the 2 of them wore veils, whoever had seen the drawings before would be able to recognize them in just one glance the moment they saw their brows and eyes, because the drawings were so similar to the real women. Coincidentally enough, on the same day when the Ku clan disseminated the 2 drawings, one of the female disciples from the Ling Tian sect happened to pass by and see those 2 drawings. Its junior sister Li Fei and Kur. This female disciple was also the former female disciple of the Yin Peak from the Yin Yang sect. In just one glance, she could recognize that the drawings of the veiled women were of Li Fei and Kur. After inquiring, she began to understand the whole story. How dare he touch the fiancés of our sect master? The Ku clan is really seeking for death, she thought to herself. However, although she had those thoughts, she did not approach the Ku clan to settle the issue with them. She was clear about her own limitations, and she knew that she would not be able to inflict much damage on the Ku clan alone. At once, she flew back to the Ling Tian sect at full speed. By the time Duan Ling Tian learned about this news, a few days had passed. Instantly, he brought the gold thug to the small city that the Ku clan was situated in. The Ku clan. Standing above the Ku clan mansion, a sneer spread across Duan Ling Tian's mouth. Master, do you want me to annihilate this Ku clan? The gold thug asked. Not now. I want to see whether I'll be able to coax some information out of the Ku clan's eldest son first. Perhaps we'll find some clues that the 2 girls left behind. The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, he landed in the Ku clan grounds in a flash. Coincidentally, he landed in the large courtyard where Kupai, the eldest son of the Ku clan, stayed in. The gold thug followed behind Duan Ling Tian like a shadow. Who are you? Duan Ling Tian's appearance took many people by shock. Among them were Kupai himself and the few servants who were responsible for serving him. Are you Kupai? In the eyes of Kupai, who was sitting at the large courtyard sunbathing, the purple-clad young man in front suddenly disappeared the moment he raised this question before reappearing in front of him again. Who are you? Horror dawned on Kupai. At the same time, he hastily signaled to the servants beside him with his eyes. It was apparent that he wanted to ask them to call for help. This purple-clad young man gave him a solid sense of pressure. Right away, the few servants by his side immediately left the great courtyard hastily. Neither Duan Ling Tian nor the gold thug who was behind him proceeded to block their paths at all. It was as though they did not see them leaving at all. Of course, with Duan Lng Tian and the gold thug's abilities, it was no doubt impossible for them not to notice the few servants leaving. They just were not bothered by it. Tell me everything about the 2 girls that you saw a few days ago, Duan Ling Tian asked nonchalantly as he studied Kupai with a calm look. What girls? Kupai could not put the 2 and 2 together yet because of his rising anxiety. The 2 girls who crippled your Dantian, Duan Ling Tian reminded. Those 2 bitches. Just as Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, Kupai finally came back to his senses. Instantly, he recalled the 2 girls whom he had met a few days ago and was immediately overcome with wrath. Subconsciously, he cursed out loud. However, the moment the words left his mouth, he immediately came to regret it. It was apparent that the purple-clad young man was there for the sake of the 2 girls. Now that he had cursed the 2 girls out loud in front of him, the man might be pissed off. Just as Kupai thought about this, he could feel a gush of icy aura being emitted from this purple-clad young man. It soon pressed on his body in just a blink of an eye, so much so that he could hardly breathe. Ah! In the next instance, neither did he see any movement from the purple-clad young man and the golden-robed old man at all, nor did he hear anything, but he suddenly felt a heart-rending pain from his shoulder. It was so anguishing that he could not suppress the shrill shriek coming from his own mouth. When he finally realized what was happening, he noticed that one of his arms was already severed off. At once he was so shocked that the color drained from his face. It was so painful that he broke out into a cold sweat. Why you? He glared at the purple-clad young man in front with fury. Yet, he could not utter a sound at all, or to be more precise, he dared not utter a sound at all. What a joke! This guy could chop off his arm without any sound, which meant that he could also kill him quickly and soundlessly. No matter how enraged he did not dare to infuriate this guy any further anymore. Right then, he only wished that the servants who had already left would fetch help as soon as possible. Only then could he be saved. When my father gets here, I'll make him wish that he's better off dead. With the help of his concept, he pressed on his wound to stop the blood from flowing out rapidly. At the same time, there was a cold brilliance deep inside Kapai's gaze that was about to devour a certain somebody. I don't want to repeat what I said just now. Duanling Tian's tone was still very calm, as though he had not just crippled Kupai's arm. The words that appeared to be calm sounded like devilish words in Kupai's ears, causing the blood to drain from his face as he immediately replied hastily, I'll tell. I'll tell. Then, he told everything that had happened on that day out, not daring to omit or hide anything at all. After listening to Kupai's story, Duanling Tian did not get any clue from his words at all. Immediately, his gaze turned cold and he continued to glare at Kupai. This man dared to be so disrespectful towards his fiancées. Ivy answered you. Why you can't kill me? You can't kill me. After noticing the icy glare in Duanling Tian's eyes, Kupai anxiously pleaded. His eyes and face were filled with despair. Just as Duanling Tian was about to cast his move to kill Kupai, a boisterous voice resonated from outside the large courtyard, and it was getting nearer. Who are you? How dare you act so wantonly in our Cook clan? Whoosh, whoosh. Soon, 2 gushes of wind blew into the large courtyard. In the next instance, 2 men appeared beside Kupai. One was an aged, sturdy man, while the other was an old, skinny man. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next instance, another 3 men appeared by Kupai's side. There was a curly-bearded man, while the other 2 were middle-aged. Payer! After the curly-bearded man saw Kupai's severed arm, horror dawned on his face, and he proceeded to pick up the arm to attach it back to his son's body. Boom! Unfortunately, before he could pick up the severed arm, a gust of mighty energy gushed out and crushed the severed arm into powder within seconds. That was the work of the gold thug standing behind Duanling Tian. He had destroyed Kupai's severed arm swiftly. You're going to hell. Instantly, the face of the curly-bearded man turned grave and his origin energy soared out of his body. At the same time, his profundity and concepts followed like a shadow and instantly pounded towards the gold thug, unleashing all of his second-level martial monarch stage techniques. You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The gold thug snorted and took a stride forward. Nobody saw him making any other move at all, but without warning, a burst of energy skyrocketed from his body and charged out towards the man. Boom! In a second, the curly-bearded man was drowned and reduced into ashes, vanishing from this world forever. A second-level martial monarch stage martial artist had died just like that without even fully understanding why. The moment Kupai saw this, terror dawned on him as he cried out shrilly, Father! Clan leader! The color drained from the faces of the 2 middle-aged men who had appeared together with the curly-bearded men. It had never crossed their minds that this person who had been breathing just a moment ago beside them could turn into ashes in just a blink of an eye. There was not even a trace of a corpse or any bones left behind. Who the hell are you? Compared to the nervous energy from Kupai and the other 2. The 2 old men stared at Duanling Tian and the gold thug with serious expressions as they asked with dread in their eyes. You don't even know who my master is, yet you dare to offer a reward to chase and kill my 2 misses? What huge guts you guys have. The gold thug stared at the 2 old men with a curl in the corner of his mouth. The 2 of you. Is there any misunderstanding? The sturdy old man asked with a wry smile. Yes, perhaps it's only a misunderstanding. The skinny old man piped up too. Although the 2 of them were the strongest in the Cook clan, they were both on the 3rd-level martial monarch stage. They understood very well that even they could not kill their clan leader of the Cook clan, who was on the 2nd-level martial monarch stage, in just one blow. This golden-robed old man in front posed as a frightening threat to them. Misunderstanding, the gold thug snorted. With a raise of his hand, 2 drawings appeared in his palm, and he tossed them out casually. Are you trying to say that this is a misunderstanding? When they saw the 2 drawings of the veiled women, all 5 of the Cook clan members, including Kapai and the two old men, turned pale right away. Boom! The sturdy old man was the first to return to his senses. With a raise of his hand, he thrust a palm towards Kapai and killed him straight. Without a doubt, Kapai had been the initiator of this incident. After the sturdy old man killed Kapai, he told Duan Ling Tian and Gold Thug with an anxious look on his face, "Guys, everything regarding this is Kapai's fault. It's unrelated to our Ku clan. Now, the Ku clan has already put him to death, so this is our way of apologizing to you." Duan Ling Tian merely glanced at the Ku clan's people who were worried. He was not bothered about them at all, and he vanished without a trace before their eyes. A voice sounded in the air at the moment he disappeared. "Gold Thug, I don't want to see the Ku clan ever again." "Yes, master?" The Ku clan's people's faces changed drastically when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. On the contrary, the Gold Thug's eyes lit up. Bang! Before the four remaining martial monarch powerhouses from Ku clan could react, a raging milky flame rose from Gold Thug's body. 3 types of profundities trailed after it like shadows. He did not have an opportunity to fight ever since he followed Duan Ling Tian to the Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan to fight. He could not take it anymore. He felt excited now that he was presented with a chance to fight. Bang! 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 Gold Thug displayed his strength as a 6th-level martial monarch powerhouse. Those 4 people from Ku clan were just at the 3rd-level martial monarch stage. Gold Thug's strength overwhelmed them and turned them into ashes. Once Gold Thug killed the Ku clan's martial monarchs, it was easy for him to deal with the others from Ku clan. A terrifying energy rumbled with a casual stomp of his foot. Terrifying cracks appeared on the ground of the Ku clan's mansion. It looked like a spider web as it continued to spread, showing no signs of stopping. Bang! 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 The buildings in the Ku clan's estate collapsed one after another. It turned into a ruin in just a blink of an eye. What remained were the blood splatters on the ground and a few people who attempted to escape by flying. Naturally, it was impossible for these people to escape under Gold Thug's watch. In merely 15 minutes, apart from Gold Thug, there were no other living humans in the ruined Ku clan's estate. What happened to the Ku clan? Oh God! Who did this? This is crazy. The incident in Ku clan created a ruckus and was hard to ignore. Soon after, many people from the small city gathered there to see what was going on. All of them were shocked when they saw the Ku clan was ruined. Disbelief was written on their faces. "I just passed by the Ku clan's estate half an hour ago. Everything was fine when I passed by." The Ku clan fell into ruins without any survivors. Who did this? That person's ability is too terrifying. There was fear in the people's eyes as they discussed this among themselves. Everyone was still in shock about how the Ku clan was destroyed by someone in just half an hour when a loud and deep voice sounded from above, scaring them. "Whoever tries to harm my 2 fiancés, I Duan Ling Tian, will end their family. Ku clan's just the beginning." Duan Ling Tian? Is that the sect master who changed the name of Yin Yang sect to the Ling Tian sect? Someone regained his senses and looked at the sky. Soon after, people lifted their heads to look at the sky one after another. A purple silhouette appeared before their eyes. It was a handsome young man with straight eyebrows. He exuded an aura of elegance as his purple robe fluttered in the wind. It was as though he was one with heaven and earth. So he's Sect Master Duan Ling Tian from the Ling Tian sect? He's really as young as the rumor says. Many people exclaimed. In the next second, all they saw was a flash before the purple figure disappeared. A gold silhouette trailed after the purple silhouette like a shadow and disappeared before everyone's eyes as well. He's gone. Many people felt relieved. Although the purple-clad young man was standing far away from them high up in the sky, they felt waves of pressure. The pressure vanished along with the purple-clad young man's departure. "Whoever tries to harm my 2 fiancés, I Duan Ling Tian, will end their family. Ku clan's just the beginning." Soon after, the people present recalled Duan Ling Tian's words. Based on the sect master of Ling Tian sect's words, it seems like Ku clan did something to his 2 fiancés. Many of them speculated among themselves. Really? Is the Ku clan so daring? Most of them found it hard to believe. One must know that the news about the sect master of Lingtian, Duan Lingtian, looking for his two fiancées had spread to the city they lived in. They believed the Cook clan must have heard about the news too. Did the Cook clan really have the guts to go against Duan Lingtian and offend the Lingtian sect? Oh. Soon after, someone speculated. From what I know, the Ku clan conducted a big search a couple of days ago to look for the two veiled ladies who severed the Ku clan's young master's cultivation base. Do you think the two ladies are the sect master of Lingtian's sect's fiancés? Fwa. After that person spoke, the people broke into an uproar. That's possible. That can't be. I've seen the two veiled ladies at a restaurant before. If they're really the sect master of Lingtian sect's fiancés, they should know that the sect master of Lingtian sect is looking for them. Logically, they should have returned to the Lingtian sect. But Lingtian sect had just sent out the paintings today, so it's clear that the fiancés of the sect master of Lingtian sect have yet to return. Who has the paintings? Soon after, someone took out the two paintings from Lingtian sect. It was the paintings of two beautiful ladies. It's really them. Soon after, someone else took out another two paintings. It was the paintings that Ku clan sent out. Although the two ladies in the paintings had veils on their faces, their eyebrows and eyes looked exactly like the beautiful ladies in the paintings from Lingtian sect. That means they've yet to return to the Lingtian sect. The ladies must be throwing a tantrum since they're unwilling to return. Whether they're throwing a tantrum or not, since they've yet to return, that means we still have a chance of finding them. That's right. The people became excited as though they were injected with chicken's blood and rushed out of the city one after another. It was as though they could already see the Grade 1 spirit weapon and Grade 1 medicinal pill beckoning to them. The city was extra crowded today. On the other hand, the news about Duan Lingtian, the sect master of Lingtian sect, destroying the Cook clan for his women quickly spread out. Some people called Duan Lingtian cold-blooded and ruthless. Some of them said Duan Lingtian was honorable. He did not mind killing to avenge his women. No matter what, Duan Lingtian was famous now. Whoever tries to harm my two fiancés, Duan Lingtian, will end their family. Cook clan's just the beginning. Duan Lingtian's words became the topic of conversations. Suddenly, all the single ladies from the Ruoshui River area on the south of the inner land had their hearts set on Duan Lingtian, the sect master of Lingtian's sect, even though they have never met him. As a woman, I'll die without regrets if I can be the wife of the sect master of Lingtian's sect. As the news spread out, apart from those single virgins, even a group of sulky, married women had their hearts set on Duan Lingtian. That's a man. That's a real man. If anyone destroys a clan for me like the sect master of Lingtian sect, I'll definitely abandon my husband and marry him. It was proven that women's power was boundless. In just a short while, the women put Duan Lingtian in the limelight. He became the most desirable lover in the Ruoshui River area on the south of the inner land. I'll definitely marry the sect master of Lingtian sect if I were born 70 years earlier. Even some old ladies with a foot in the grave often said such words. The news spread like a tornado to the Lingtian sect. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard the news. These women are ridiculous. Duan Lingtian shook his head helplessly. He did not expect the words he said in anger would carry so much weight. What? Are the both of you taking pleasure from my misery? Duan Lingtian turned around quickly as though he had eyes on his back. He stared angrily at Xianxia and Gold Thug who were snickering behind him. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu stood at the side. Her eyes were reserved as she looked at Duan Lingtian. I wonder if he would do the same for me, Feng Tianwu thought to herself. Sect master. Someone at the door wants to see you. He claims to be your friend. A loud voice in the distance sounded suddenly. Xianxia and Gold Thug felt relieved. The man's arrival had gotten them out of trouble. My friend. Duan Lingtian shifted his attention to the incoming person. It was an old man. He was a 4th-level martial monarch and a Lingtian sect's elder. The old man was respectful when he met Duan Lingtian. He did not dare to be careless. Yes, that's what he said. The old man nodded respectfully. Did he say what his name is? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. He said he's Chen Xiaoshui. He said as soon as I tell Sect Master his name, Sect Master will. The old man continued to speak. However, he was interrupted by Duan Ling Tian before he could finish his sentence. Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man and asked solemnly, "Are you sure he said he's Chen Xiaoshui?" "Yes." The old man nodded. "Where's he now?" Duan Ling Tian asked urgently. Chen Xiaoshui was Sword Young Master, one of the 5 great young masters in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. During the competition among the young geniuses in the Darkstone Empire, Chen Xiaoshui did not get into the martial competition. Although he failed to get himself a place in the martial competition, he decided to explore the world on his own. Ever since then, Duan Ling Tian did not hear about him again. Crazy young Master Luozhan left with Sword Young Master Chen Xiaoshui back then. Since then, Duan Ling Tian did not hear about Luozhan as well. It was odd that someone would come uninvited and claim to be Chen Xiaoshui. Led by the Ling Tian sect's elder, Duan Ling Tian soon saw a silhouette standing in the distance. The silhouette stood as straight as a spear, emitting a haughty aura. The familiar face had turned more sorrowful now after years of not seeing each other. The man's frivolity was no longer there. It had been replaced by stability and maturity instead. He seemed like a new man now. "Why are you here?" Duan Ling Tian greeted the familiar silhouette in the distance with a warm and charming smile before he even arrived near him. The familiar silhouette before him was none other than Chen Xiaoshui. Back when they were still at the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he and Sword Young Master Chen Xiaoshui clicked and became friends. Duan Ling Tian was happy to see him again after so many years, even though he was a little surprised to see him here. This was the inner land on Cloud Continent. "Even you are here. So why can't I be here?" A fierce aura permeated the air. In a blink of an eye, Chen Xiaoshui disappeared from where he was standing and appeared before Duan Ling Tian. "Duan Ling Tian, it's been a while?" "Yes, it's been a while. I didn't think you'll be in the inner land since you didn't even secure a place in the martial competition. I'm sure your cultivation base is terrifying now," Duan Ling Tian spoke slowly. There was a hint of surprise on his face. "Some great encounters led me here. I was so happy because I thought a freak like you would be far behind me now. I didn't expect that you're still the same. You're still more powerful than I am." Chen Xiaoshui could not help but exclaim as he observed Duan Ling Tian. "Seems like you really did have some great encounters. You're already at the 3rd level martial monarch stage now," Duan Ling Tian said as he looked into Chen Xiaoshui's eyes. He had extended his spiritual energy out earlier and detected that Chen Xiaoshui's current cultivation base was at the 3rd level martial monarch stage. Duan Ling Tian was surprised when he found out. "You can see through my cultivation base in just a glance. You really live up to your name," Chen Xiaoshui exclaimed. He did not seem surprised. "But so what if I'm at the 3rd level martial monarch stage? I still can't compare to you. You're so great now. Not only did you become Prince Charming to all the women in the border, but you're also the sect master of Ling Tian's sect, a first-rate force. I heard you killed the old peak master of Yang sect from Yin Yang sect, Yang Hong. From what I know, Yang Hong was the best among all the 8th level martial monarchs." Chen Xiaoshui's gaze turned more and more complicated as he spoke. He remembered Duan Ling Tian was a total monster back when they were at the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. His journey was tough after they parted ways at the Darkstone Empire. He had some great encounters that allowed him to elevate his cultivation base. He was traveling before he crossed the Ruoshui River and arrived at the inner land, the central zone of Cloud Continent, where many powerhouses gather. Initially, he thought Duan Ling Tian would be far behind him now. However, the news he heard shocked him. Ling Tian sect. Duan Ling Tian. In the beginning, he thought the sect master of Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian, merely had the same name as the monster he knew back in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. However, his instinct told him there was a high possibility that this Duan Ling Tian was the monster he knew. That was the reason he came here. He wanted to dispel his doubts. The truth proved that his instinct was right. The sect master of Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian, was the same friend he knew back in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. "You're really up to date with the news." Duan Ling Tian smiled. He was in a good mood seeing his old friend again. "Do I really need to be up to date to hear about the news?" Chen Xiaoshui rolled his eyes at Duan Ling Tian. "You're a famous person in the border now. I heard many single virgins are planning to join your Ling Tian sect. I'm sure you know what their objectives are. The drinker's heart is not in the cup, Chen Xiaoshui said with a smirk. Oh right, you left with Luozhan back then. Did both of you part ways after that? Duan Ling Tian ignored Chen Xiaoshui's words completely and steered the topic in a different direction. Duan Ling Tian's harmless words made Chen Xiaoshui shudder. The expression on his face turned ugly. What's wrong? Duan Ling Tian turned solemn. An ominous feeling rose from within. Luozhan's dead. Chen Xiaoshui finally spoke. His voice was gloomy and subdued. Dead. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically as he narrowed his eyes. What happened? How did he die? Luozhan, or Crazy Young Master, was the leader of the 5 great young masters of Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom back then. They were close friends. He was the grandson of the guild master of the Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild in the Azure Forest Imperial. He had helped Duan Ling Tian a lot. It was difficult for him to imagine how agonizing it must be for the old man when he heard about Luozhan's death. It's my fault. Nobody knew when tears began to stream down Chen Xiaoshui's face as his body trembled. Luozhan and I were heading north at that time. We passed by the Darhan dynasty and Darming dynasty before eventually arriving at the northern desert land. We continued on with our journey after leaving the northern desert land. By fate, we came across the secret treasure left behind by a martial emperor. We managed to successfully enter the place. We found many treasures when we were in there, like spirit fruits, concept fragments, and profundity fragments. We obtained many of those things, but we also encountered at least 10 inscription formations. However, we activated the last inscription formation left behind by the martial emperor powerhouse just as we were leaving. It was a killing formation. Luozhan discovered the killing formation first and pushed me out of the range of the formation. He missed the opportunity to escape because of that and was killed by the killing formation. Chen Xiaoshui's face turned a little ferocious as he spoke to this point. If it wasn't for saving me, he wouldn't be dead. He would be alive. Luozhan. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and closed his eyes slowly. Based on Sword Young Master Chen Xiaoshui's words, if Luozhan was still alive, his current ability would not be inferior to Duan Ling Tian. Don't beat yourself up. Since Luozhan saved you, you have to live well for his sake, Duan Ling Tian said as he looked at Chen Xiaoshui, who was obviously in pain. I know. I'll live well and do the things he wanted to do but never had a chance to. Hopefully, he'll be able to rest in peace. Chen Xiaoshui nodded. His chaotic emotion calmed down because of this. So what do you plan to do now? Duan Ling Tian asked. I've no idea. I've just arrived in the inner land not too long ago. Chen Xiaoshui shook his head. Why don't you stay in my Ling Tian sect? I'll grant you the position of an elder, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. A Ling Tian sect's elder? Chen Xiaoshui's eyes lit up when he heard that. That's interesting. Sure. I'll stay at your Ling Tian sect for now. You can stay at Ling Tian sect, but I'll need you to make an oath. Duan Ling Tian said as he looked at Chen Xiaoshui cautiously. Back when they were in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he remembered Chen Xiaoshui would spend most of his time at brothels. He would not be satisfied without women. Half of Ling Tian's sect consisted of female disciples. Duan Ling Tian did not want Chen Xiaoshui to do anything humiliating in his Ling Tian sect. What oath should I make? Chen Xiaoshui was stunned. He forced a smile and rolled his eyes at Duan Ling Tian at the same time when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. I won't misbehave in Ling Tian's sect no matter how much I desire a lady. I'll have to take care of your reputation even if I don't care about mine. It's good that you think like that. Duan Ling Tian nodded with satisfaction. Let's go. I'll introduce you to some people, Duan Ling Tian said to Chen Xiaoshui before he brought him to meet Feng Tianwu, Xiangquan, and Gold Thug. It was worth mentioning that Chen Xiaoshui stared unabashedly at Feng Tianwu for 10 breaths' time when he met her. Feng Tianwu was just too stunning with her beautiful face. He only stopped staring at her after he discovered Feng Tianwu's eyes were on Duan Ling Tian all the time. So she's Duan Ling Tian's woman. Chen Xiaoshui was secretly envious. I'll bring him to see Luo Ping. Duan Ling Tian left with Chen Xiaoshui to look for Luo Ping after informing Feng Tianwu and the other two. Although Luo Ping was only one of Ling Tian's sect's 3 vice sect masters, she was undoubtedly Duan Ling Tian's most trustworthy vice sect master. She was responsible for all the daily major and minor matters in the Ling Tian sect. She was the only vice sect master who could represent Duan Ling Tian. After leaving Chen Xiaoshui with Luo Ping, Duan Ling Tian returned to Feng Tianwu and the other two. Both of you, spread the news. Tell people that Ling Tian sect is recruiting grade 1 weapons craftsmen and grade 1 alchemists. Yes, young master. Yes, master. Xiang Quan and Gold Thug left after they replied Duan Ling Tian. I'm afraid no grade 1 weapons craftsmen and grade 1 alchemists would be willing to come if you spread the news this way. Feng Tianwu said softly to Duan Ling Tian after Xiang Quan and Gold Thug left. The frost on her face had melted a little. I know. That's why we've something more important to handle, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Something more important? Feng Tianwu was happy when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words, even though she was a little skeptical. He wanted her to handle the most important thing. It proved that she held a high position in Duan Ling Tian's heart. You'll find out very soon. Duan Ling Tian smiled and left her in suspense. Soon after, he left the Ling Tian sect together with Feng Tianwu. He was bringing Feng Tianwu to deal with the most important thing now. There was a big and bustling city in an area close to the southern side of Ruoshui River in the inner land on Cloud Continent. The big city was called Ataraxia City. Everything seemed peaceful in this city. There were almost no fights at all. If somebody got into a fight, they would be carried away by a group of powerful law enforcers. Nobody knew what happened to those people who were brought away since they were never seen again. The group of law enforcers who brought those people away was from the Zhou clan in Ataraxia City. Zhou clan was the #1 clan in Ataraxia City. It was also a first-rate force. Not only did they guard Ataraxia City, but they also controlled half of the properties in Ataraxia City. The other half of the properties in Ataraxia City was controlled by a few first-rate forces. One of them was the old Yin Yang sect, currently known as the Ling Tian sect. Outside Ataraxia City, 2 silhouettes followed the crowd and entered the city. It was a young couple who looked like Romeo and Juliet. Very quickly, they became the center of attention. What a handsome young man. The lady next to him is so beautiful. She's a real beauty. Many people whispered among themselves. The 2 figures who had just entered Ataraxia City was Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu, who left Ling Tian's sect earlier in the morning. Although Duan Ling Tian was the sect master of Ling Tian sect and his name was known by everyone in the border, not many people have seen him before. Therefore, nobody recognized him in the crowded Ataraxia City street. You didn't find any useful clues when you went there previously? Feng Tianwu's question seemed random. However, Duan Ling Tian knew what she was asking about. They're careful. They didn't leave any trails behind. Feng Tianwu fell silent. After a while, she said, You'll definitely see them again. Duan Ling Tian nodded. There was a hint of concern in his eyes. Tianwu, do you know why are we here? Duan Ling Tian looked at Feng Tianwu and quickly changed the subject. Zhou clan, the big auction fair. Although Feng Tianwu was stingy with her words, she hit the nail on the head. Duan Ling Tian was stunned, and he could not help but force a smile on his face. How did you figure that out? Many people were talking about it when we were entering the city, Feng Tianwu said bluntly. She heard many people discussing the big auction fair happening at the Zhou clan's auction square today when they entered the city. That was why she suspected Duan Ling Tian's intention for this trip was to attend the big auction fair that was held every 3 months at the Zhou clan's auction square. I didn't expect you to be so attentive, Duan Ling Tian exclaimed. That's right. The Zhou clan's big auction fair is the purpose of our trip. I've been waiting for this day for many days now. There was only one auction fair in Ataraxia City. The auction fair was controlled by the Zhou clan. They would hold a big auction every 3 months. Meanwhile, they would have small auction fairs every day. After learning about the existence of Ataraxia City and the Zhou clan a couple of days ago, Duan Ling Tian had been waiting for this day to come when he found out about the big auction fair that Zhou clan organized every 3 months. The day finally came. Let's go. Let's head to the Zhou clan's auction square. The auction fair will start in an hour. Duanling Tian said to Feng Tianwu and headed straight after turning right. Although it was his first time in Ataraxia City, he seemed familiar with the roads. Even Feng Tianwu was stunned. Have you been here before? No, it's my first time here, Duanling Tian said honestly. He was familiar with the roads because Luoping had prepared a map of the entire Ataraxia City for him a couple of days ago. It marked the properties in Ataraxia City, including the one Ling Tian sect owned, as well as the location of the Zhou clan's auction square. Duanling Tian knew the layout of the place by heart. It was only natural that he knew the way to the Zhou clan's auction square like the back of his hand since he had memorized the route. Feng Tianwu nodded lightly after she heard Duanling Tian's words. I heard the Zhou clan's auction square is different from the usual auction space. It's an al fresco auction square, Duanling Tian said to Feng Tianwu along the way. Soon after, Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu arrived outside the Zhou clan's auction square. There was a crowd gathered there. Most of them were just there to watch while some of them were here to participate in the auction. We're going over there. Duanling Tian brought Feng Tianwu to the other side. At this moment, individual pavilions appeared before their eyes. A broad path made of limestone in the middle allowed people to walk freely. Soon after, Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu arrived before the limestone path's entrance. They saw two pretty ladies standing on each side of the entrance. They had a smile on their faces. Although their clothing was plain, they looked elegant. One of the ladies looked at Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu and asked with a smile, Sir and Madam, may I know if you're planning on auctioning anything? Her voice was as sweet as an oriole. I'm auctioning 2 items. Duanling Tian nodded. May I know what items you are auctioning? The auction fair's starting soon. You're not allowed to auction ordinary items now, the lady asked. She was undoubtedly implying that the Zhou clan's auction fair would not auction ordinary items. I would like to auction off a grade 1 spirit weapon and grade 1 life recovery pill, Duanling Tian said calmly. He seemed unaffected by the lady's words. Grade 1 spirit weapon. Grade 1 life recovery pill? I'm really sorry, sir. The Zhou clan's only auctioning items that are worthy of being in the finale, the lady said apologetically. In her opinion, although grade 1 spirit weapons were precious, it did not qualify as an item worthy of the auction fair that was held every 3 months at the Zhou clan's auction square. A grade 1 life recovery pill was even less qualified. It seemed like Duanling Tian had already expected the lady's reaction, since he was not surprised. He said calmly, what if it's a grade 1 spirit weapon that gives a 90% boost, and a grade 1 life recovery pill with more than 90% purity? Fwa! Duanling Tian's words reverberated in the air. The 2 ladies standing before him narrowed their eyes. They looked solemn now. Sir, can you bring out your grade 1 spirit weapon so that I can examine it? If it's really like you said, I'll bring you backstage to get someone to verify the grade 1 life recovery pill that you brought. One of the ladies did not really believe Duanling Tian's words. She said that to put Duanling Tian in his place so that he would leave. The boost a grade 1 spirit weapon granted could be tested by any martial artists with the origin energy in their bodies. However, the purity of grade 1 life recovery pills had to be verified by a professional alchemist. Of course, Duanling Tian knew very well that if he rejected the lady's request, they would think he was a fraud. It was unlikely the lady believed he had a grade 1 spirit weapon that granted a 90% boost. Therefore, he casually placed the grade 1 spirit weapon that he prepared in the lady's hand. It was a grade 1 spirit sword that Duanling Tian casually refined a few days back. It would grant the user a 90% boost in power. The lady thought she would be able to get rid of Duanling Tian. However, she was stunned when Duanling Tian took out the grade 1 spirit weapon. However, as a Zhou clan's auction square's personnel, she quickly regained her composure and took the grade 1 spirit weapon from Duanling Tian. Whoosh! When the lady swung the sword, it produced the crisp sound of sword whistling in the air. At this moment, a gust of origin energy came out of the lady's hand and merged with the grade 1 spirit sword. Fwa! Out of nowhere, 1,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared above the lady's head, displaying her cultivation base at the 7th level void transformation stage. Soon after, the heaven and earth phenomenon appeared next to the 1,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. There were another 900 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, not more and not less. 90% boost. The other lady's bright eyes turned serious. Shock was written all over her face as she witnessed the scene before her eyes. Meanwhile, the lady testing the Grade 1 spirit sword was dumbstruck. She did not think there really was a Grade 1 spirit weapon in the world that could grant a 90% boost. The ladies very quickly regained their composure. After exchanging a look, the lady who tested out the Grade 1 spirit sword returned the sword in her hand to Duan Ling Tian. Her attitude underwent a 180 degrees change. "Sir, madam, this way please." The lady led Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu along the limestone path after she spoke. There were many people sitting in the pavilions on both sides of the limestone path. It was obvious they were here for the auction fair at the Zhou clan's auction square today. Along the way, Duan Ling Tian was looking around curiously at the Zhou clan's auction square. The Zhou clan's auction fair looked lavish yet elegant. The ambience was not stifling. Instead, the ambience was quite cheerful. At the end of the limestone path was the Zhou clan's auction fair's high platform. It was the auction stage. At the back of the auction stage, two red cloths similar to curtains hung on a steel frame that was prepared beforehand. The backstage of the Zhou clan's auction fair lay beyond the red cloths. "This way, please." However, the lady who brought Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu in did not lead them backstage through the red cloths. They would undoubtedly draw everyone's attention if they did that. At that time, everyone at the square would know that Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu were here to auction their items. Just like the saying went, "Don't show your cards. Nothing good would come out of it." The lady led Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu around the stage. After taking a few hidden turns, they eventually entered a quiet tunnel and successfully arrived at the backstage of the auction square. However, it was only considered the outer ring of the auction square's backstage, as the space was isolated by a couple of red cloths on steel frames. It gave off a sense of mystery. This should be where they serve people who are auctioning their items, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian was proven right. "Sir and madam, please give me a moment." The lady who brought Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu here said to them before she parted the red cloths and walked in. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu were the only people left outside. They waited patiently. They even set up a soundproof inscription formation. Duan Ling Tian extended his spiritual energy out. He discovered the big shed made of steel frames and covered with red cloths had a simple inscription formation. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to discover it was an inscription formation to soundproof the place. It was bright in the big shed. One could see many silhouettes busy working here and there. The lady who had recently parted ways with Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu was stopped by a man as soon as she walked in. The man asked in his deep voice, "Why are you here? Do you not know the rules?" "Vice Manager Zhou." The lady bowed immediately when she saw the man. The man was one of the vice managers of the Zhou clan's auction fair. He was in charge of keeping the auction fair in order and dealing with troublemakers. "I'm asking you, why are you here at a time like this?" Zhou asked impatiently. "There are two guests here. They want to auction off 2 items at the auction fair today," the lady immediately said. "Oh!" Zhou's eyes lit up when he heard the lady's words. At this time, the Zhou clan's auction fair would only accept items that were worth being in the finale. Since the lady brought guests with items to auction at this time, it meant that the 2 items were outstanding. "Bring me to them," Zhou said to the lady. Yes. Although Zhou was not responsible for this part of the auction, the lady did not dare to reject his request. She brought him to them immediately. Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu, who were waiting outside, saw the lady come out after a while. A man followed behind her. "Sir and madam, this is the vice manager of our Zhou clan's auction fair, Zhou." The lady introduced Zhou to Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu as she looked at them. At this moment, Zhou's eyes were trained on Feng Tianwu. He could not take his eyes off her. It was his first time seeing such a beauty. Zhou only looked away when Feng Tianwu furrowed her beautiful eyebrows. He said with a smile, I wonder what items both of you are planning to auction off? She didn't tell you? Duan Ling Tian asked as he glanced at Zhou Li. Zhou Li looked at the lady next to him. Vice Manager Zhou Li. Both of them want to auction off a Grade 1 spirit weapon and a Grade 1 life recovery pill. So, before the lady could explain how extraordinary the items were, Zhou Li interrupted her in his deep voice. Grade 1 spirit weapon? Grade 1 life recovery pill. Zhou Li looked at the lady in anger. Is this your first day working at our Zhou clan's auction fair? Don't you know that the big auction fair that's only held once every 3 months? Don't accept any items that are not worthy of the finale right before the auction starts. Or do you think a Grade 1 spirit weapon and Grade 1 life recovery pill are items worthy of being in our big auction fair that only happens once every 3 months? Zhou Li questioned the lady again and again. His tone became more and more impolite as he went on. A Grade 1 spirit weapon and a Grade 1 life recovery pill. They were considered precious items, but some of the well-known forces in the Inner Land could obtain them as long as they were willing to pay more origin stones. Although it was more difficult to obtain Grade 1 spirit weapons than obtaining Grade 1 medicinal pills, it was not impossible to obtain them. Therefore, these two items were deemed unworthy of being in the Zhou clan's big auction fair that was held once every 3 months. Vice Manager Zhou Li, the Grade 1 spirit weapon they brought is different from the usual ones. Faced with Zhou Li's continuous questions, the lady did not have the chance to speak up. Her cheeks flushed. How different can they be? Zhou Li scoffed. The Grade 1 spirit weapon that this sir and madam brought is a Grade 1 spirit weapon that grants a 90% boost in power. The lady explained immediately. A Grade 1 spirit weapon that granted a 90% boost in power? She had already tested it out? Zhou Li's eyes widened a little when he heard the lady's words. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu immediately. His face that was previously somber had a charming smile. Sir and madam, I wonder if I can examine your Grade 1 spirit weapon? Zhou Li asked. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Zhou Li before he took out the Grade 1 spirit sword and passed it to Zhou Li casually. After obtaining the Grade 1 spirit sword, Zhou Li began to test it out. Eventually, he discovered the Grade 1 spirit weapon indeed granted a 90% boost in power. One must know that the usual Grade 1 spirit weapons that gave 87% power boost were considered good and Grade 1 spirit weapons that gave 88% power boost were rare. A Grade 1 spirit weapon with 89% power boost was considered a supreme grade while 90% power boost was the best of the best. Zhou Li's breath quickened when he looked at the Grade 1 spirit sword carefully. Best of the best. Zhou Li began to caress the Grade 1 spirit sword's body in his hands. It seemed as though he was caressing a lover instead of a cold object. Perhaps one would think a Grade 1 spirit weapon like this was similar to the regular ones since the boost in strength was just little more compared to regular Grade 1 spirit weapons. But the value of this Grade 1 spirit weapon was not entirely reliant on how much of a boost it could give to a martial artist. A Grade 1 spirit weapon that gave 90% power boost was rare. It was undoubtedly an extremely precious item, especially to some Grade 1 weapons craftsmen. It might even be possible for one to lure a Grade 1 weapons craftsman into making 100 Grade 1 spirit weapons with the spirit weapon that gave a 90% boost in power. A Grade 1 spirit weapon like that was definitely a treasure to Grade 1 weapons craftsmen. There was a chance they could learn to craft Grade 1 spirit weapons that gave a 90% boost if they could study it. If they were successful, their names would spread far and wide on Cloud Continent, and it would be remembered for an eternity. Grade 1 weapons craftsmen did not lack anything. The only thing they lacked was a moment to make a mark on history. They would be able to enjoy the glory, and many would remember them for hundreds and thousands of years at least before they were forgotten. They would have no regrets in their lives. Your vice manager Zhou Li, right? Is my Grade 1 spirit sword worthy of being in your Zhou clan's auction fair now? Duan Ling Tian asked as he glanced at Zhou Li. Yes, of course. Zhou Li nodded immediately. He looked at Duan Ling Tian with bright eyes as he asked, I heard that both of you are also auctioning a Grade 1 life recovery pill? Can you bring it out so I can verify it? After Zhou Li saw the Grade 1 spirit weapon that granted a 90% boost in power, he was eager to have a look at the Grade 1 life recovery pill. He had a strong feeling that the Grade 1 life recovery pill was just as extraordinary as the Grade 1 spirit weapon in his hands. It was unlikely that it was a regular Grade 1 life recovery pill. You? Duanling Tian shook his head after he looked at Zhou Li. It's better if you get an alchemist to do that. Sir, Vice Manager Zhou Li is an alchemist. The lady next to Zhou Li said. Zhou Li revealed a proud smile on his face. However, his smile froze soon after due to Duanling Tian's words. You're an alchemist? Which grade? Duanling Tian looked at Zhou Li. He frowned as he said, we'll need at least a Grade 2 alchemist to see the purity of a Grade 1 medicinal pill. Sir, I'm a Grade 3 alchemist. Although I can't see the purity of a Grade 1 medicinal pill, I can still get a rough feel of it, Zhou Li said after he took a deep breath. A Grade 3 alchemist? Duanling Tian frowned even harder now. After a while, he said calmly, Never mind then, I'll put up with it. Never mind? Put up with it? Zhou Li's lips twitched. He held back the rage rising from within and tried his best to force a smile on his face. Sir, please show me the medicinal pill so that I can verify it. Whoosh! Duanling Tian lifted his arm to toss the Grade 1 life recovery pill to Zhou Li. After grabbing the Grade 1 life recovery pill, Zhou Li began to examine the pill meticulously. His eyes changed from looking lost to shocked. All this happened in a blink of an eye. A Grade 1 life recovery pill with more than 90% purity. Zhou Li exclaimed out loud. The lady standing next to him was also shocked. A Grade 1 medicinal pill with more than 90% purity? Such Grade 1 medicinal pills really existed? Although the boost of the spirit weapon was significant compared to regular spirit weapons, the value of a Grade 1 spirit weapon that gave more than a 90% power boost lay more with the Grade 1 weapons craftsman's desire to obtain it. However, a Grade 1 life recovery pill with more than 90% purity did not only have the same value as the spirit weapon that could give a 90% boost. Its medicinal efficacy was a few folds more than regular Grade 1 life recovery pills. Such Grade 1 medicinal pills could save lives during critical moments. It could do what a regular Grade 1 life recovery pill could not do. In terms of value, this Grade 1 life recovery pill with more than 90% purity was far more valuable than the Grade 1 spirit weapon that granted a 90% boost in power. Sir, may I know where did you obtain this Grade 1 life recovery pill? Are there more pills? Zhou Li stared at Duanling Tian urgently. A hint of greed flashed in the depth of his eyes. Although the flash of greed in Zhou Li's eyes disappeared as soon as it appeared, Duanling Tian did not miss it since he was observant. No more. Duanling Tian shook his head at Zhou Li's question. I found these two items in a ruins. I looked everywhere back then but didn't find anything else. Do you mean you only have one spirit weapon and one medicinal pill? He asked Duanling Tian. He looked into his eyes while he thought about the Grade 1 spirit sword and Grade 1 life recovery pill in his hands. Yes. Duanling Tian nodded stiffly. However, there was a subtle smirk on the edge of his lips. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, a quaint copper mirror appeared in Zhou Li's hand. He immediately pointed it at Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu. Demon Revelation Mirror. Duanling Tian could tell with just a glance that the copper mirror in Zhou Li's hand was not a normal mirror. It was a mirror that showed a demon's true form. Soon after, Zhou Li looked at the copper mirror. A charming smile appeared on his face when he saw the human man and woman reflected in the mirror. They're not demons. He was finally certain the young couple before his eyes were not demons but humans. One of them was approximately 25 years old while the other was in her early 20s. Such humans would not have outstanding abilities no matter how talented and how powerful their comprehension was. Vice Manager Zhou Li. Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes when Zhou Li was putting the Demon Revelation Mirror away. His tone was much colder now. Don't you think it's impolite to point the Demon Revelation Mirror at someone? The Demon Revelation Mirror was not rare on Cloud Continent even though it was very useful. It could discern if someone was a demon or not. If a demon looked into the mirror would show its true form. No one would randomly point a Demon Revelation Mirror at someone else since it was considered rude. Impolite. Zhou Li was stunned when he heard Duanling Tian's words before a grin formed on his face. Do I need to be polite when talking to frauds like both of you? Frauds. Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes when he heard Zhou Li's words. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu, who stood next to Duanling Tian, was emitting a terrifyingly cold aura. Her beautiful face had also turned colder. Even the lady next to Zhou Li was surprised when Zhou Li lifted his arm and put the Grade 1 Spirit Sword and Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill in his hand away in his spatial ring. If both of you want to live, run as far as you can, Zhou Li shouted. His eyes revealed killing intent as he looked at Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu. It was obvious that Zhou Li was robbing Duanling Tian's Grade 1 Spirit Weapon and Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill in broad daylight. The reason he pointed the Demon Revelation Mirror at Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu earlier was to make sure both of them were not demons. Since they were not demons, they were harmless. Now he could openly steal the items they were planning to auction off as though it was a matter of course. Zhou Li ignored Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu after he was done speaking. He looked at the lady who was standing next to him and calmly said, "Follow me." The lady turned a little pale when she heard that, but she obediently followed Zhou Li into the auction fair's backstage. "I want him dead," Feng Tianwu said coldly and took a step forward. She was ready to chase after him. "You're no match for him." Duanling Tian extended his arm and grabbed Feng Tianwu's hand to stop her. "It's not difficult to make someone return something that belongs to me, Duanling Tian." Duanling Tian mumbled softly as his eyes gleamed. His voice was cold. Feng Tianwu turned around to look at him. Whoosh! Subsequently, Duanling Tian took the lead and entered the auction fair's backstage. Feng Tianwu followed behind him. At this time, both of them were instantly thrust into the limelight since it was obvious they were outsiders. They were strangers to the people at the Zhou clan's auction fair. "Who are you?" many people asked while frowning. "Who are we?" Duanling Tian smirked. His eyes were trained on Zhou Li, who was standing at the side, and he calmly said, "You'll have to ask Vice Manager Zhou Li about this." Whoosh! 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 Zhou Li instantly became the center of attention. Soon after, a dignified old man in silver robe took a step forward and looked at Zhou Li. He looked annoyed and asked Zhou Li with a frown, "What's happening, Zhou Li?" Manager Zhou Li did not dare to delay as he greeted the silver-robed old man respectfully. The silver-robed old man was the manager of the Zhou clan's auction fair. After greeting the silver-robed old man, Zhou Li looked at Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu calmly and said, "They're just frauds. I'll get rid of them right away." He did not seem surprised at Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu's appearance. Zhou Li stared at them coldly and said slowly, "I wanted to let both of you go. Since you're asking for death, I'll fulfill your wish." His voice revealed a hint of killing intent. "Deal with this quickly. The auction will begin in half an hour. Don't complicate the situation," the silver-robed old man said as he glanced at Zhou Li. "Yes," Zhou Li responded immediately and looked at Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "If the Zhou clan doesn't hand over my things today and give me a reasonable answer, don't even think about having this auction ever again at the Zhou clan's auction square." Duanling Tian looked calm as he faced a ferocious-looking Zhou Li. However, his voice was filled with arrogance, and he did not bother to tone it down at all. Fwa! Duanling Tian's words reverberated in the air. The faces of everyone in the auction fair's backstage, including silver-robed old man, changed immediately. They were glaring furiously at Duanling Tian. The threat. That was a naked threat. This purple-clad young man was threatening their Zhou clan's auction fair and their Zhou clan. "You're dead, brat." Zhou Li's face turned somber as the killing intent in his eyes intensified. He was getting ready to attack Duanling Tian as he moved. Whoosh! However, a silhouette appeared out of thin air before Duanling Tian and blocked Zhou Li's way. He stopped moving immediately. "Manager, what are you doing?" A silver silhouette was standing before Duanling Tian at the moment. It was the Zhou clan's auction fair's manager, the silver-robed old man. He looked at Duanling Tian and questioned in his deep voice, "Are you threatening our Zhou clan?" "You can say that," Duanling Tian casually replied the silver-robed old man. He did not seem worried about what the Zhou clan might do to him. "You're very daring," the silver-robed old man said. "I don't think I'm daring. I'm trying to be reasonable. I believe the Zhou clan is a righteous clan and will not harbor a parasite in the clan." Duanling Tian said as he looked pointedly at Zhou. It was obvious who he was talking about. What nonsense are you spewing? Zhou looked at Duanling Tian. A hint of panic flashed in his eyes, and he was enraged. How dare you say you're trying to be reasonable when you're trying to cheat our Zhou clan's auction fair? Zhou looked at the silver-robed old man again as he said, Manager, you should get ready for the auction. Let me handle this small matter. I'll get rid of them right away. Zhou said as he looked at Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu. It was as though he was looking at two dead people. There's no rush. I want to know what happened exactly, the silver-robed old man said as he looked at Zhou. Zhou heard his words and looked at a lady standing in the distance. It was the lady who brought Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu in. You, come over here. Tell the manager what happened. The lady's expression changed slightly when she heard Zhou's words. However, she quickly unclenched her teeth and walked toward him. The silver-robed old man frowned. He did not understand what was happening. Manager, she's the one who brought them in. It's better if I let her tell you about the details of what happened, Zhou explained. The silver-robed old man nodded and looked at the lady before him. Tell me. Yes, manager. It was obvious that the lady felt a little uneasy facing the old man. She said slowly, Manager, these two guests said they have 2 items that they would like to auction off earlier. I told them unless they have something that's worthy of being in the finale, we don't allow anyone to enter our Zhou clan's auction fairs backstage. The lady looked at the man and woman who were coldly staring at her when she spoke. There was a sense of guilt and helplessness in the depth of her eyes. At that same time, the lady spoke to Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu via voice transmission. I'm sorry, sir and madam, there's nothing else I can do. Vice Manager Zhou Lu said if I don't do as I'm told, not only will he kill me, but he'll kill my family as well. Feng Tianwu's face turned somber. The killing intent in her eyes intensified when she looked at Zhou Li again. Although Duanling Tian remained calm outwardly, a hint of coldness flashed in the depth of his eyes. Not only did Zhou Li rob him of his things, but he even threatened a weak lady using such a dirty tactic. He had already sentenced Zhou Li to death in his heart. He would not be able to let this go if Zhou Li did not die. These 2 guests said the items they want to put up for auction are treasures that are worthy of being in the finale. So I brought them to the auction area and got Vice Manager Zhou Li to verify it. The lady continued to speak. When Vice Manager Zhou Li met them and asked them to bring out the items they want to put up for auction, they hesitated and didn't bring out anything in the end. Vice Manager Zhou Li was furious because of that. He condemned them and said they're trying to cheat our Zhou clan's auction fair and asked them to leave. Who knew they would turn around and accuse Vice Manager Zhou Li of taking their things and chased after him backstage. The moment the words left the lady's mouth, chaos erupted in the backstage of the Zhou clan's auction fair. Trying to cheat our Zhou clan's auction fair means that you're trying to cheat our Zhou clan. Vice Manager Zhou Li was being humane when he told you guys to scram. Yet, you still dare to accuse him of taking your things. You deserve to die. This is my first time seeing such shameless people in my entire life. The group of Zhou clan people was filled with righteous indignation. Their words were impolite and blunt as they glared furiously at Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu. After the silver-robed old man, the manager of the Zhou clan's auction fair, heard the lady's words, his face turned glum. He looked at Duanling Tian before he asked in a deep voice, Is there anything else you want to say? Duanling Tian glanced nonchalantly at that silver-robed old man and asked, There's no need for you to care whether I have anything else to say or not. Right now, will you believe me even I say anything? From the very beginning until the end. His face remained calm as though he did not notice the imminent danger. Or perhaps he did not classify this as a danger at all. Manager, why are you still talking nonsense with him? Get rid of them. It's time for us to prepare for our auction fair. Zhou Li chimed in. Am I right? Zhou Li turned to look at the other people present in the backstage of the auction fair. That's right. Kill them. They defamed Vice Manager Zhou Li and looked down on our Zhou clan. They deserve to die. Indeed. They deserve to die. Zhou Li's words were like the blasting fuse that fully ignited the atmosphere of the auction fair's backstage. Each and every one of the Zhou clan's member was itching to flay Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu alive. It was only when the silver-robed old man raised his hand that the auction fair's backstage fell silent again. "I'd really like to hear your explanation regarding this," the old man said at a speed that was neither too fast nor too slow as he looked at Duanling Tian. "Manager, there's no need to waste your time on these liars." The moment Zhou Li heard the old man's words, his eyes turned sharp as he chimed in my opinion, we should just kill him. Then he strode out and stood beside the old man. He was about to attack Duanling Tian, but the old man raised a hand to block him. "What? Vice Manager Zhou Li, are you afraid that you'll be found out, huh?" Duanling Tian flashed a smile at Zhou Li that caused him to panic. His face turned grave, but he snorted loudly. "What's there for me to be afraid of? Don't tell me that I, Zhou Li, really took your things?" "Well, you don't have the final say on whether you took my things or not." Duanling Tian's smile remained on his face. "Of course I know I don't have the final say. Didn't you hear what the people said? You're all liars. You just want to create a disturbance at our Zhou clan's auction fair." Zhou Li snorted. "Oh, really?" Duanling Tian took a good look at Zhou Li before raising his hand. A sword and a pill appeared in his hands. "Didn't you ask me if I have the same spirit weapon and pill with me? I'm sorry, I forgot that I do indeed have them in my spatial ring." The moment Zhou Li saw Duanling Tian taking out the spirit sword and pill, his face turned pale immediately. His eyes narrowed when he heard Duanling Tian's words. "You're the manager of this Zhou clan's auction square, right?" Duanling Tian looked at the silver-robed old man before he casually passed the sword and pill in his hand to him. "Earlier, this subordinate of yours, Zhou Li, pocketed my grade 1 spirit sword and life recovery pill." "How ridiculous!" Before the old man could say anything, Zhou Li snorted. "Do you think our Zhou clan are lacking in grade 1 spirit swords and life recovery pills? Why would I need yours?" "Well, I don't know if Zhou clan is lacking in that or not. However, I can see that you're definitely lacking," Duanling Tian replied nonchalantly. You're looking for death." Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Zhou Li could no longer hold it back anymore. He was infuriated. Zhou Li seized the opportunity when the old man reached out to take the grade 1 spirit sword and life recovery pill that Duanling Tian passed to him. His origin energy skyrocketed from his body. Profundities followed closely like shadows as his entire being transformed into a cannonball that shot toward Duanling Tian. Zhou Li, the silver-robed old man who had just taken the spirit sword and pill, did not expect Zhou Li to attack Duanling Tian after he had dissuaded him. For a moment, his face turned grave since he felt as though his prestige had been challenged. However, even if he wanted to save the purple-clad young man, it was already too late now. Zhou Li's attack was just too sudden. It was so sudden that he still did not regain his senses. Boom! Soon after, a loud explosion resonated. Everyone from the Zhou clan thought the purple-clad young man had already been killed by Zhou Li. However, along with the series of explosions, a flurry of hurricanes swept through. They were shocked by the scene before their eyes. Dear Lord, what did they just witness? The purple-clad young man stood there unharmed while Zhou Li was curled up on the ground. He was rolling frantically on the floor as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Zhou Li was holding his lower abdomen in pain while he rolled in a frenzy on the floor. At the same time, he pointed a trembling finger at Duanling Tian as he screamed, "Why you crippled my Danton? How ruthless of you. You're so ruthless." Silence. The entire scene fell silent. The Zhou clan's members were very clear about Zhou Li's background. Zhou Li was an elder of their Zhou clan. He was only in his 50s and yet, he was already at the 4th level martial monarch stage. His strength was extremely astounding. However, today, his Dantian was crippled in one blow by a young man who looked as though he was only 25 years old. Sir. Isn't this a little too much?" The silver-robed old man, who was the manager of the Zhou clan's auction fair, glared coldly at Duanling Tian. "Too much," Duanling Tian smiled. "He robbed me of my grade 1 spirit weapon and pill, but he still wanted to kill me. I've only crippled his cultivation base, and you think that it's too much? We still haven't reached a conclusion yet regarding this matter. The silver-robed old man looked at Duanling Tian with dread on his face as he said in a deep voice, I've worked with this Zhou for many years now, so I know him pretty well. Just a mere grade 1 spirit weapon and life recovery pill are not enough to rouse his greed. That's right. I think so too. Many Zhou clan's members nodded their heads in agreement. Each and every one of them was glaring at Duanling Tian, but none of them dared to make a move. Like the silver-robed old man, they were surprised by Duanling Tian's strength. He crippled Zhou Li's Dantian with just a blow. Even the silver-robed old man, the manager of the Zhou clan's auction fair, feared Duanling Tian's strength now. Zhou Li, who was in so much pain that he almost felt numb, finally stopped rolling on the floor. He looked at the silver-robed man. He was covered in cold sweat as he urged in bleak voice, Manager Zhou Ji, kill him and avenge me. Avenge me. The silver-robed old man, the manager of the Zhou clan's auction fair, was named Zhou Ji. In the face of Zhou Ji's query, Duanling Tian's expression remained unchanged. He said calmly, if it's just an ordinary grade 1 spirit weapon and life recovery pill, it would not have roused his greed. However, do you really think that my grade 1 spirit weapon and life recovery pill that are qualified to be the finale items in your auction fair are only ordinary items? The moment Zhou Li heard Duanling Tian's words, terror could be seen in his eyes. However, all Zhou clan's members, including Zhou Ji, shifted their eyes to the grade 1 spirit sword and life recovery pill in Zhou Ji's hands. Aren't they just a grade 1 spirit weapon and a grade 1 life recovery pill? What difference could it have? Many people were skeptical. Swish! Zhou Ji raised his hand. A gust of pure origin energy gushed out of his hand and entered the grade 1 spirit sword he was holding. For a moment, the sound of sword whistling resonated in the air. It was crisp and pleasant to the ears. Just from the sound, they could tell it was a good sword. Swish! Soon after, a silhouette of an ancient black dragon appeared above Zhou Ji's head, displaying his cultivation base at the 7th level martial monarch stage. In the next instant, the heaven and earth phenomenon appeared next to the ancient black dragon's silhouette. A total of 9,000 ancient horned dragon's silhouettes appeared before everyone's eyes. When most of the people were carefully studying the ancient horned dragons and trying to count them, Zhou Ji regained his senses and cried out, a 90% boost. A 90% boost? The crowd burst into an uproar. They had never seen nor heard about any grade 1 spirit weapon that could give a 90% boost before. However, one had appeared right before their eyes today. Many people gulped and asked with slight difficulty, Sir Manager, this grade 1 spirit sword really gives a 90% boost? What? Are you doubting my words now? Zhou Ji glared at these people who were speechless before he turned to look at Duanling Tian with a shocked expression. Slightly awestruck, he asked, May I ask you, sir, who's the maker of this grade 1 spirit sword? This is casually made by one of the grade 1 weapons craftsmen in my sect. What do you think? Can it be the final item in the auction fair held by your Zhou clan today? Duanling Tian answered indifferently and bluntly. Of course. Zhou Ji immediately nodded his head before shifting his gaze toward the grade 1 life recovery pill in his hand again. Zhouan, you're a grade 2 alchemist. Take a look at this grade 1 life recovery pill. When the crowd was still taken aback by the boost of the grade 1 spirit sword in Zhou Ji's hand, Zhou Ji looked at an old man with white hair and casually threw the grade 1 life recovery pill in his hand to him. The old man, whose name was Zhou, and began to examine the life recovery pill. After just a glance, his body began to tremble violently. What's wrong with Elder Zhouan? Could it be the grade 1 life recovery pill is special or something? It must be so. With the grade 1 spirit sword serving as an example, the Zhou clan's members present did not dare to look down on the purple-clad young man's grade 1 life recovery pill. After a moment, Zhou finally returned to his senses. His body trembled uncontrollably, and he yelled excitedly, 9 to 91% purity. This is grade 1 life recovery pill, has a purity of 91%. The moment the words left Zhou's mouth, the entire scene fell silent again. A grade 1 life recovery pill with 91% purity? Oh God! How terrifying the medicinal efficacy must be. When the Zhou clan's members at the backstage of the auction fair were still shocked by the Grade 1 life recovery pill with 91% purity, a nonchalant voice resonated in the air and attracted everybody's attention. Trying to escape? Duanling Tian raised his hand, and an invisible force grabbed Zhou Li, who was trying to escape from the auction fair's backstage. His hand in the air seemed as though it was gripping a throat. As for Zhou Li, his throat was gripped by an invisible force that seemed to have transformed into an invisible hand. His face was flushed as he was lifted into midair. His eyes were bulging, and he could not make a sound at all. "Sir, please have mercy," Zhou Ji hastily pleaded as he looked at Duanling Tian. "Have mercy?" Duanling Tian cast a glance at Zhou Ji nonchalantly and asked in reply, "Do you think that's possible?" "Sir, Zhou Li is the only son of a Zhou clan's Grand Elder. If you kill him, you'll only be inviting harm to yourself." Zhou Ji knew that a soft method would not work on him, so he switched to a harsher method instead. It was as though he was afraid Duanling Tian did not know how powerful their Zhou clan's Grand Elder was. He continued to say, "Our Zhou clan's Grand Elder is one of the best in our Zhou clan. He's at the 8th level martial monarch stage. Although I'm a 7th level martial monarch stage martial artist, I'd most likely die in just a blow if I fight with our Zhou clan's Grand Elder." Zhou Ji continued to play up their Zhou clan's Grand Elder's power. Zhou clan's Grand Elder? 8th level martial monarch stage. However, Duanling Tian did not take Zhou Ji's bait at all. He looked at Zhou Ji indifferently before his hand that looked as though it was gripping a neck suddenly tightened. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking resonated in the air. Although the sound was not particularly loud, it had taken everyone, except for Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu, by surprise. It made their hearts leap. Everyone from the Zhou clan, including Zhou Ji, turned pale immediately. Bam! Zhou Ji, whose neck was broken by Duanling Tian, fell to the floor. The profundity fragment in his body and his spatial ring were in Duanling Tian's hand now. "Why you?" "You?" Zhou Ji looked at Duanling Tian, speechless. He was shocked by Duanling Tian's action. He actually dared to kill the only son of the Zhou clan's Grand Elder. In his opinion, this young man was doomed. Many other Zhou clan's members shared the same thought with Zhou Ji. However, there was a small group of Zhou clan's members who thought otherwise. Ever since he entered the backstage of our auction square, his face remained calm. There was no trace of panic on his face at all. At first, I thought he was just putting on a show, but I finally understand that he thinks nothing of us at all. There's still no trace of panic on his face even after he killed Zhou Li, the Zhou clan's Grand Elder's only son. It seems like he's not afraid of the Grand Elder at all. He's not afraid of the Grand Elder at all? How strong is he exactly? Earlier, he said the Grade 1 spirit weapon that could grant a 90% boost is made by a Grade 1 weapons craftsman from his sect. A sect that has such an extraordinary Grade 1 weapons craftsman must not be an ordinary sect. Perhaps he's a disciple of a first-rate sect in the center area of the Inner Land. A small group of Zhou clan's members whispered among themselves. The Inner Land could be considered as the center of Cloud Continent. There were many powerhouses who were gathered there. The center area of the Inner Land, on the other hand, was the core center of Cloud Continent. There were more powerhouses there who were even more powerful. The moment they heard the whispering of the small group of Zhou clan's members, most of the other Zhou clan's members, including Zhou Ji, felt that they had a point. Their faces immediately turned grave in unison. Indeed, a Grade 1 weapons craftsman who could make a Grade 1 spirit weapon that could grant a 90% boost would not have joined an ordinary sect. Although their Zhou clan was a first-rate force as well, it was ranked in the last few places among the first-rate forces in the Inner Land. It was a first-rate force that was ranked at the bottom on Cloud Continent. The closer it was to the center area of the Inner Land, the stronger the first-rate force was. Zhou Ji took a deep breath and looked at Duanling Tian before he asked, "May I know which sect you are from, sir?" "You'll find out which sect I'm from in no time. In case the Zhou clan claims that I framed him, please take my things out from Zhou Li's spatial ring." Duanling Tian replied nonchalantly to Zhou Ji's query. He raised his hand and threw Zhou Li's spatial ring to Zhou Ji. Zhou Ji cast a complicated glance at Duan Lingtian before performing a blood ownership claim on Zhou Li's spatial ring. Soon after, he took out a spirit sword and a pill. Although they were already mentally prepared, they still burst into an uproar the moment they saw Zhou Ji took out the stolen goods from Zhou Li's spatial ring. Each of them looked at Zhou Li's body in contempt. What a disgrace to our Zhou clan. Moreover, he was the son of our Grand Elder. He really brought shame to our Zhou clan. Although Zhou Li had turned into a corpse, there were still many people who sneered at him. Put the sword and pill back before you remove the blood ownership claim on the spatial ring and give it back to me. As for the previous sword and pill, if your Zhou clan's auction fair is willing to auction it for me, I'll hand them to you. If you're unwilling, I'll take them with me and leave. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly as he looked at Zhou Ji. Of course we're willing, Zhou Ji replied without any hesitation. Moreover, the Zhou clan's auction square will help you auction these 2 items for free, sir. While Zhou Ji spoke, he put the sword and pill back into the spatial ring that Zhou Li left behind before he removed the blood ownership claim on the spatial ring and returned it to Duan Lingtian. In that case, thank you, Manager Zhou Ji, Duan Lingtian replied after he took a good look at Zhou Ji. You're welcome. In the face of the young man who seemed to not fear their Zhou clan's Grand Elder, Zhou Ji did not dare to be negligent in fear of offending someone he was not supposed to offend, since he did not know the young man's background. Soon after, Zhou Ji looked at the lady standing by the side who was shaking in fear and asked Duan Lingtian, then how do you want to deal with her, sir? Smack. When Zhou Ji's words left his mouth, the lady kneeled down in front of Duan Lingtian and smacked her head on the ground loudly as she bowed. See, customer, I know that I'm wrong. It's ALR right if you want to take my L life. However, after I die, I hope you'll have mercy and let go my family go. The lady knocked her head on the ground. She begged for mercy, not for her life, but for her family's lives. She was afraid Duan Lingtian would vent his anger on her family. Seeing as you tried explaining to me via voice transmission earlier, I won't make a fuss about this, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Thank you, customer. Thank you, customer. The lady quickly thanked Duan Lingtian. The customer is not making a fuss, but you still don't want to get up? The auction fair is about to begin. Why are you still not bringing him to the VIP area? You better serve the customer properly. Otherwise, you don't have to come here anymore. Zhou Ji frowned when he saw the lady was still kneeling on the ground. Yes. Yes. Upon hearing this, the lady returned to her senses. She hastily stood up before looking at Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Please follow me. She proceeded to lead Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, who was following her from behind. After Duan Lingtian left, the backstage of the Zhou clan's auction square fell silent again. You. Send Zhou Li's body back to the clan. Apart from that, tell the clan leader about everything that has transpired here today. Before he finds out the young man's identity, it's better not to alert the Grand Elder who's still in closed-door cultivation. Moreover, don't take the initiative to attack at all. Zhou Ji looked at one of the Zhou clan's disciples. When he reached the end of his order, he remarked with a cautious expression, I have a feeling he's not that simple. The moment the Zhou clan's disciple heard his order, he responded respectfully, yes. He lifted Zhou Li's body before he left. Okay. Everybody. Get ready. The auction fair is about to begin. Zhou Ji told the others. Yes, the crowd of people replied one after another. At another side, under the lady's guidance, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu finally arrived at an area that was closest to the auction stage. There were rows and rows of standalone pergolas as well. Some pergolas only housed one person while some housed a group of 3 to 5 people who were animatedly chatting with each other. It was apparent they came here in a group. Oh? There are people who wear masks here too. Soon after, Duan Lingtian noticed there were many people in the VIP area who were wearing masks. It seemed as though they were afraid other people would recognize them. Duan Lingtian could faintly guess their intentions. It was precisely because they were worried they would attract attention when they placed their bid during the auction. With the masks, nobody would know who was bidding for the items. After that, they could just take off their masks and walk away as though nothing had happened. Customer, this way please. The lady led Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu to an empty pergola. There were a stone table and stone stools in the pergola. Apart from that, there were also good wine, dainty dishes, and fresh fruits placed on the stone table. After Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu sat down, the lady kept watch in the front of the pergola after telling the two of them, "Customers, just call me if you need anything." After she finished saying this, she continued to keep watch in front of the pergola. There were many pergolas in the VIP area. However, the only pergola that had somebody from the Zhou clan's auction square keeping watch was none other than the one that housed Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu. The pergola instantly stood out like a stork in a flock of fowls. It attracted many people's attention. Who is so arrogant? They actually have a specially assigned servant to serve them. Many people were curious. A young man who was dressed luxuriously sat in a pergola near Duan Ling Tian's pergola. An old man stood behind that young man like a shadow. I'd love to see who's this person that the Zhou clan treats so well. Even I don't have anyone serving me. The luxuriously dressed young man heard the commotion in the surroundings and saw a lady standing outside a pergola. His face instantly turned grave. In the next second, he stood up and brought the old man over to that pergola. "Dear customers, there's someone here." When the luxuriously dressed young man brought the old man over and was about to enter Duan Ling Tian's pergola, the lady who was standing outside quickly stopped them and smiled. "Please find another place to sit, dear customers." Scram! When the luxuriously dressed young man saw the lady blocking his way, the young man who was originally unhappy became angry. He raised his hand and thrust a palm out as fast as lightning. Boom! A loud explosion reverberated in the air. The lady was instantly killed by him. Blood splattered inside the pergola. A loud sound reverberated in the air when the woman was killed, instantly taking Duan Ling Tian by surprise. Nobody saw when Duan Ling Tian made a move, but a layer of invisible light shield rose and blocked the blood that splattered toward him and Tianwu. In the next instant, Duan Ling Tian looked at the assailant who was slowly walking into the pergola. His face turned grave immediately. What a beautiful woman! When the luxuriously dressed young man brought the old man in, his gaze instantly landed on Feng Tianwu. He completely ignored Duan Ling Tian. His breathing quickened when he saw Feng Tianwu's extremely beautiful face. When had he ever seen such a beauty? "Lady, I'm called Wuxia. I'm the son of the sect leader of True Martial Sect. I wonder what's your name, miss?" The luxuriously dressed young man arrived before Feng Tianwu. A warm smile appeared on that fairly handsome face. However, there were lust and desire in the depth of his eyes. The desire to obtain this almost perfect woman before him. At the moment when Wu Jie greeted Feng Tianwu in a refined and courteous manner, Feng Tianwu replied with a cold and icy word, "Scram!" Wu Jie was struck dumb for a moment. From the moment Wu Jie killed the woman standing outside the pergola, the commotion had caught many people's attention. Due to this reason, Wu Jie's failure in chatting up Feng Tianwu and her rebuke to him was seen by everyone. The son of the sect leader of True Martial Sect? When most of them discovered Wu Jie's identity, they did not dare to say anything at all. However, their eyes were filled with scorn when they looked at him. The True Martial Sect was also a first-rate force similar to the Zhou clan in Ataraxia City and the former Yin-Yang sect. Wu Jie felt extremely embarrassed when he noticed the scorn from the people in the surroundings. He tried to suppress the wrath rising in his heart. He looked at Feng Tianwu again before he repeated, I said I'm the son of the sect leader of True Martial Sect. The young sect leader of True Martial Sect. However, the reply that Feng Tianwu gave him was also the same word she had given him earlier. Scram! Scram! Wu Jie's body trembled slightly, and his expression began to turn wretched. When had he ever been ignored like that in front of a crowd? There was no difference to being humiliated. The group of people watching the scene burst into an uproar. While they sneered at Wu Jie, they were looking at Feng Tianwu in shock. They did not expect this woman to have the balls to treat the son of the sect leader of True Martial Sect in such a way. Although the sect leader of True Martial Sect had two sons, the one he doted on the most was none other than his youngest son, whom he obtained in his old age. He almost regarded him as his life. Bitch! I was nice to you. How dare you act so ungrateful? Finally, Wuxia could no longer suppress the flames of fury in his heart and completely erupted. He took a stride forward and raised both hands to grab Feng Tianwu. Are you arrogant? From today onward, I'll make you my slave. Wuxia was the son of the sect leader of true martial sect. He had just entered his 30s, and his cultivation base was at the peak of the void. However, he was like an ant in front of Feng Tianwu. Whoosh! Young master! The sound of sword whistling in the air disappeared as soon as it appeared. It was accompanied by a loud scream. As it turned out, Feng Tianwu had casually drawn her sword and took the life of Wuxia, who was venting his anger on her. The owner of the loud scream was none other than the old man standing behind Wuxia. He did not expect the harmless-looking red-clad woman could kill young master without him noticing. His young master was dead. How was he going to explain this to the sect leader? Silence descended on the surroundings. The gazes that landed on Wuxia, who was lying in a pool of blood, were a little stunned. As she killed the youngest son of the sect leader of true martial sect? She just invited a huge calamity. The true martial sect will never let her go. I can't believe she possessed the strength to kill the youngest son of the sect leader of true martial sect, even though she only appears to be in her 20s. Although there was no heaven and earth energy that gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon when they attacked earlier, I heard the youngest son of the sect leader of true martial sect was at the peak of the void already. He was killed in just a blow. She must be a martial monarch then. The onlookers discussed among themselves as they stared at this woman who possessed unrivaled beauty in astonishment. Well, it was just like the saying, women are troubles. If it was not for the fact that the son of the sect leader of true martial sect harbored evil intention toward this woman, he would not have ended up like that. However, what they did not know was the son of the sect leader of true martial sect had been sentenced to death by the purple-clad young man standing next to the woman when he killed the woman standing outside the pergola. Why you? How dare you kill my young master? Do you know who he is? The old man was so infuriated that his body began to tremble when he saw Wuxia lying on the ground. He glared at Feng Tianwu intently. It seemed as though he had not recovered from his shock yet. What does it have to do with me, whoever he is? Feng Tianwu lifted her head and looked at the old man indifferently. Her question almost made the old man throw up blood. This woman first killed his young master, and then she actually had the audacity to ask what did it have to do with her who his young master was. You're looking for death. The old man could no longer hold back. With a loud roar, origin energy rose from his body and transformed into a thunderstorm in just a blink of an eye before it twined around his body. It made him look like a thunder god. Apart from that, there were also revolving wind energy and dancing flames around the thunderstorm. With a flash, the old man charged out. A series of explosions sounded in his wake as he charged out. Invisible airwave rolled out and turned into a flurry of hurricanes that swept through the place. Swish! In the next instant, a sword suddenly appeared in the old man's hands. The sword sliced toward Feng Tianwu powerfully as though it had divine help. The strength that the old man demonstrated was not only more powerful than Wuxia. It far surpassed Feng Tianwu too. However, Feng Tianwu's expression remained calm in the face of the old man's hurricane-like attack. It seemed as though she had no intention of moving at all. Has she gone crazy? It looks like she's wishing for death now. Many people thought to themselves as they watched the scene unfolding before their eyes. Just when everybody thought Feng Tianwu was about to die, a scene far beyond their imagination suddenly unfolded. Their eyes instantly became as wide as saucers. Dear Lord, what did they just witness? The purple-clad young man who was sitting motionlessly next to the red-clad woman suddenly made his move like a thunder when the old man's sword that contained the strength of 2 ancient black dragons and several thousand ancient horned dragons was slicing down at the red-clad woman. Swoosh! With just one finger, he blocked the sword that the old man wielded with all his might. The finger and the sword met. They were momentarily locked in a stalemate. Rolling airwaves began to spread out from the meeting point of the finger and the sword before it transformed into a flurry of hurricanes that made the onlookers' robes flutter. Some people with a lower cultivation base had to squint their eyes. However, their eyes did not leave the purple-clad young man standing nearby. His strength shocked all of them. Crack! 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 Right at this moment, the old man's face flushed as his body trembled ever so slightly. A series of fine cracks began to appear from the place where he stood. The cracks continued to spread out, appearing like a giant spider web. Humph! In comparison to the old man's lack of energy to carry on, Duan Tian appeared calm and collected. However, he soon snorted as the finger blocking at the tip of the old man's sword gave a little flick. A vast energy surged out of Duan Tian's finger and entered the spirit sword in the old man's hand easily, like crushing dried leaves before it entered old man's body as well. Boom! In just a blink of an eye, the tyrannical energy destroyed the old man's internal organs, killing him imperceptibly. The old man collapsed to the ground. His eyes turned lifeless when he stopped breathing. Silence. The entire scene fell silent. True martial sect? Duan Tian swept a cold glance at the two bodies. A hint of disdain could be seen on the corner of his mouth. According to Luo Ping, the true martial sect was originally one of Yin Yang sect's mortal enemies. Tian Wu, let's go there. Duan Tian took the spatial rings, profundity, and concept fragments from the two bodies before he led Feng Tianwu to an unoccupied pergola to sit. Meanwhile, everyone's eyes followed them when they moved. Who is this purple-clad young man? He's really strong. Judging by the heaven and earth phenomenon he mobilized, that old man from the true martial sect should be at the 5th or 6th level martial monarch stage at least. However, he was killed with just a finger. He's just too powerful. I guess he must be a powerful demon. It's quite unlikely for a human martial artist to be so powerful at such a young age. A group of people whispered among themselves. The eyes that were looking at Duan Tian were filled with dread. Duan Tian and Feng Tianwu sat down in another pergola. Soon after, the Zhou clan's auction square's staff came to clean the previous pergola they were sitting in. While they were cleaning, it was apparent that they were slightly trembling. After all, the body they were cleaning up belonged to the dearest youngest son of the sect leader of true martial sect. At the backstage of the Zhou clan's auction square. Manager, the two of them are real troublemakers. Before this, they've already killed Zhou, and now they even killed the dearest youngest son of the sect leader of true martial sect and the elder of true martial sect. One of the Zhou clan's disciples reported as he looked at Zhou Ji. There was a wry smile on his face. Looks like our Zhou clan's auction square is destined to be stormy today. Zhou Ji sighed. Soon after, somebody entered and reported, Manager, I've done as you said. I've already asked someone to send the two bodies to the true martial sect's industrial property in Ataraxia City. Manager, it's going to begin soon. Someone reminded at this moment. Follow the orders. It must be chaotic outside right now. Let me go out and calm them down. Zhou Ji ordered before he walked out of the backstage to the auction stage. Standing on the auction stage, he could clearly see the pergolas in front of his eyes and the customers sitting inside them. These customers were all here to participate in the large-scale auction fair at the Zhou clan's auction square today. Everyone, I'd like to announce that the large-scale auction fair that's held every 3 months by the Zhou clan's auction square has now begun, Zhou Ji announced in a lively manner. As Zhou Ji announced the start of the auction fair, the attention of all the customers in Zhou clan's auction square had also shifted from Duan Tian and Feng Tianwu to the auction stage. Soon after, someone brought out the first auction item that attracted everyone's attention, including Duan Tian. However, Duan Tian's interest vanished after just a glance at the item. The first auction item was a bottle of grade 1 pill. Although the pill was contained in a pill bottle, Duan Tian's spiritual energy easily detected the pill's attributes. It was a grade 1 pill with less than 70% purity. In Duan Tian's eyes, this was basically trash. However, what Duan Tian perceived as trash might not be perceived as trash by the others. Moreover, in the eyes of the people, it was a treasure they could only obtain by spending a lot of high-grade origin stones. I'll offer 20 high-grade origin stones. 30. 50. That bottle of grade 1 pill that Duan Tian regarded as trash was successfully sold to someone at the cost of 120 high-grade origin stones. It caused Duan Tian to sigh a little. Let alone 120 high-grade origin stones, he was not even willing to spend 1 high-grade origin stone on a trash like that. Pills were different from spirit weapons. A low-grade spirit weapon could still be refined in the furnace, but it was not the case for pills. The auction fair continued to go on like a raging fire. However, it was not tranquil at all in the Zhou clan's mansion in Ataraxia City. The entire Zhou clan was in an uproar from the body that was sent into the Zhou clan's mansion. All of the senior officials of Zhou clan, who were at home at the moment and not in closed-door cultivation, had gathered together. An old man wearing a green robe inlaid with gold sat on the highest seat in the Zhou clan's main hall. The old man appeared to be in good shape, and the prestige that came from the calmness in his eyes subtly revealed an aura of supremacy. This old man was none other than the current clan leader of Ataraxia City's Zhou clan, Zhou Zheng. The people sitting below were a group of people who had gathered there. Among them were old and middle-aged men. All of them were the Zhou clan's elders. At this moment, they were gathered around a body lying on the ground. They were no stranger to the body at all. Zhou Li was a Zhou clan's elder and also the son of the Zhou clan's grand elder. One of the middle-aged elders of the Zhou clan looked at Zhou Zheng sitting on the highest seat with a pair of huge eyes as he asked in disbelief, "Clan leader, who did this?" It was very hard for him to imagine someone who had the balls to do something like that. How dare he killed the only son of their Zhou clan's grand elder? For a moment, all of the Zhou clan's elders looked at Zhou Zheng. They were curious about this as well. Their Zhou clan's grand elder was a powerhouse who was well known in Ataraxia City and its surrounding region. In their opinion, being so bold as to slaughter the only son of their Zhou clan's grand elder was just bringing about one's own destruction. Under the curious eyes of the Zhou clan's elders, Zhou Zheng shook his head instead. "I have no idea yet." "No idea?" Zhou Zheng's words left the Zhou clan's elders completely bewildered. "Clan leader, what do you mean by this?" "See, could it be that we don't even know who killed Zhou Li?" one of the Zhou clan's elders asked with a frown. "In that case, doesn't this mean Grand Elder won't be able to find the killer if he wants to avenge Zhou Li? If the Grand Elder comes out of his closed-door cultivation, he definitely won't be able to accept this." Before Zhou Zheng could reply, the rest of the Zhou clan's elders already fell into a discussion among themselves. "The killer's still in our Zhou clan's auction square." With this one remark from Zhou Zheng, the entire scene fell silent. In the next second, a Zhou clan's elder regained his senses first. His eyes gleamed coldly. "Clan leader, the Grand Elder has sacrificed his entire life for the sake of our Zhou clan. Right now, his only son was killed while he's in the midst of closed-door cultivation to make a breakthrough. We should capture the killer now and deal with him later when the Grand Elder finally comes out." This suggestion from the Zhou clan's elder was supported by the other Zhou clan's elders. "If this issue is as simple as that, do you think I'll still ask all of you to come?" Zhou Zheng asked as he swept an indifferent glance at the Zhou clan's elders. For a moment, the Zhou clan elders were rendered speechless. "Clan leader, don't tell me there's a problem?" an astute Zhou clan's elder asked. "That's right." Zhou Zheng nodded before he continued to say, "Zhou Li is killed at the backstage of our Zhou clan's auction square. When he died, Zhou Ji was present at the scene too." Zhou Ji, the manager of the Zhou clan's auction square. He was also a Zhou clan's elder that possessed great strength. This was a matter of course. If his strength was not powerful, how could he possibly assume the post of manager at the Zhou clan's auction square that was greatly important to the Zhou clan? Elder Zhou Ji was at the scene too? Yet, the killer was still able to kill Zhou Li. Many Zhou clan's elders gasped. Their eyes narrowed instantly. Zhou Ji was a 7th-level martial monarch. His strength was among the top 10 in Zhou clan. According to Zhou Ji's words, he could not even react in time when that guy made his move. His strength is in no way inferior to Zhou Ji. In fact, it must be a lot stronger too. Zhou Zheng replied in a deep voice. "Our Zhou clan, including the clan leader and the Grand Elder, still has another 3 supreme elders who are stronger than Elder Zhou Ji. Won't it be easy for us to fight him?" Many Zhou clan elders asked confidently. "Of course, I know this," Zhu Zheng replied. "However, the identity of the person who killed Zhou Li is not simple as well." "Oh!" The moment Zhou Zheng's words left his mouth, it undoubtedly caught the Zhou clan's elders' attention. "His identity is not simple?" According to the clan's disciple who sent Zhou Li's body back, the person who killed Zhou Li is a customer who has entrusted items to be auctioned off in our Zhou clan's auction square, Zhu Zheng replied slowly. He stopped when he reached this part of his sentence. Customer. Since he's a customer, why would he kill Zhou Li? Or could it be Zhou Li was the one who provoked him first? The group of Zhou clan elders asked curiously. Today, there are 2 customers who came to put items up for auction in our Zhou clan's auction square. In the face of the Zhou clan elders' doubts, Zhou Zheng told them the ins and outs of the story, including the fact that the customer who had killed Zhou Li actually entrusted a grade 1 spirit weapon that gave a 90% boost in strength and grade 1 pill that had more than 90% purity. Naturally, he did not leave out the story of how Zhou Li, consumed by greed, decided to pocket the items that the customer entrusted to be auctioned off for himself. The moment Zhou Zheng finished his story, a commotion broke out in the Zhou clan's main hall. Many of the Zhou clan elders' faces turned grave instantly. Some even became flushed as though they were embarrassed. What a shame! What a shame! Not only was Zhou Li utterly shameless, he even brought disgrace to our Zhou clan. If that customer spreads the story, who would dare to put their items up for auction at our Zhou clan's auction square? Although I respect the Grand Elder a lot, I must say that Zhou Li's death is not enough to atone for his crime. That's right. Even his death could not atone for his crime. After the Zhou clan elders learned about the ins and outs of the matter, many of them cast the blame on the dead Zhou Li and were filled with righteous indignation. Silence! Zhou Zheng's cold voice returned the tranquility to the Zhou clan's main hall again. Although Zhou Li was the one at fault, he had already paid for it with his life. Due to this reason, I hope that nobody will blame him anymore, Zhou Zheng said as he cast a glance at his surroundings. For a moment, the group of Zhou clan's elders fell silent. Clan leader, earlier you said that this customer has entrusted us with a grade 1 spirit weapon that could give a 90% boost in strength. Is it refined by a grade 1 weapon craftsman from his sect? One of the Zhou clan's elder asked as he looked at Zhou Zheng. That's right. Zhou Zheng nodded. The clan's disciple that Zhou Ji sent back said so. On top of that, Zhou Ji suspects the grade 1 life recovery pill that has more than 91% purity also came from a grade 1 alchemist in his sect. The moment these words left Zhou Zheng's mouth, it was like a stone had set off 1,000 ripples. It caused the expressions of the Zhou clan's elders to change drastically. If that's true, then, doesn't this mean there are one extraordinary weapon craftsman and alchemist in the sect that he belongs to? Goodness! How powerful is this sect? Many Zhou clan's elders exclaimed. Due to this reason, before we discover his identity, the Zhou clan cannot offend him. Even if the Grand Elder comes out of his closed-door cultivation, we must not let him look for trouble with that guy at all. Dread could be seen on Zheng Zhou's face when he reached the end of his sentence. The group of Zhou clan's elders agreed with him wholeheartedly. Clan leader! Clan leader! At this moment, a hurried voice rang from outside, gasping heavily for breath. It was obvious this man had rushed his way back to the Zhou clan. Ha! Zhou Zheng raised his brows and responded, Come in! In the next moment, a Zhou clan's disciple hurried into the hall. When he saw the group of Zhou clan's elders present on the scene, it was inevitable that his expression became a little uncomfortable. Zhou Zheng recognized this person as the clan's disciple who was in charge at the Zhou clan's auction square, so he asked, Look at you and hurry to find me. Has something happened at the auction square? Auction square? The moment Zhou Zheng opened his mouth, all of the Zhou clan's elders looked at the newcomer with curiosity in their eyes. They wondered why he rushed back in a hurry to look for the clan leader. Yes, the Zhou clan's disciple who rushed back hastily nodded. Tell me, Zhou Zheng ordered. Clan leader, the customer and the woman beside him who killed Elder Zhou Li also killed the young sect leader of True Martial Sect and his follower in our Zhou clan's auction square. The Zhou clan disciple finished his sentence in a go. The reason he came back was to report this news. The moment the words left his mouth, the entire scene fell silent. The young sect leader of True Martial Sect? As the clan leader of Zhou clan, Zhou Zheng was one of the top powerhouses in Zhou clan. He regained his senses immediately and asked, Which young sect leader? Is it Wu Jian, the the young sect leader who's responsible for the true martial sect's industrial property in our Ataraxia city. Wu Jian was the eldest son of the sect leader of true martial sect. He was usually in Ataraxia city handling the true martial sect's industrial matter. He was quite powerful and was not inferior to Zhou Ji, the manager of Zhou clan's auction square. No, the Zhou clan's disciple shook his head and smiled wryly. It's Wu Jie, the youngest son of the sect leader of true martial sect. Manager Zhou Ji has already asked someone to send Wu Jie's body to the true martial sect's industrial property in Ataraxia city. I think Wu Jian must have seen his brother's body by now, the Zhou clan's disciple added. Wu Jie. Zhou Zheng's eyes gleamed as he muttered, looks like it's destined to be stormy in our Ataraxia city today. Half of the industrial property in Ataraxia city belonged to the Zhou clan. The other half was controlled by a few other first-rate forces, including the true martial sect. Today, the true martial sect's industrial property in Ataraxia city was not tranquil at all. When the two bodies were sent there, they closed the shops. The atmosphere inside one of the shops was extremely tensed. A sturdy middle-aged man looked at the person who sent the bodies over. His eyes gleamed with iciness as he asked in a deep voice, "Who did this?" That person broke out in cold sweat when the middle-aged man glared at him. He quickly answered, "Young sect leader, I'm from the Zhou clan's auction square. Your brother and this true martial sect's elder were killed by two of our customers in our Zhou clan's auction square." Judging from his words, one would be able to figure out that the sturdy middle-aged man was none other than Wu Jian, the other young sect leader of true martial sect. He was also Wu Jie's blood brother. "You killed my brother and an elder from the true martial sect. I, Wu Jian, will kill you in return." Wu Jian's eyes gleamed murderously, and his body emitted a tyrannical aura that made it seem as though he wanted to devour a certain someone. Wu Jian looked at the young man lying on the ground with red eyes before he enunciated each word slowly in his deep voice. "Brother, rest assured. I'll chop off the head of the person who killed you and bring it back as an offering to you." At the Zhou clan's auction square, only a short while had passed, but 5 items had already been auctioned off. However, those items were useless to Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, 3 out of the 5 items were no different from trash in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. The 6th item being auctioned off today in our Zhou clan's auction square is an extremely rare material. According to the record in the ancient book, this is called the mysterious silver. On the auction stage, Zhou Ji introduced the auction item in his hand. It was an irregular round ball that was as big as an adult's fist. It appeared rough and uneven. It was extremely ugly. Mysterious silver? When Zhou Ji's words left his mouth, Duan Ling Tian, whose eyes were originally closed, was shocked. He immediately opened his eyes. His burning gaze instantly focused on Zhou Ji's hand. There was finally something he was interested in. Moreover, this thing held quite a significant meaning to him. What is mysterious silver? Exactly. Hurry and introduce it to us. Otherwise, we won't even know what it is if we bid for it and bring it back. Many people asked Zhou Ji to introduce the mysterious silver. Zhou Ji smiled before he continued to say, "The mysterious silver is an extremely valuable inscription material. As for its function, well, one can use the mysterious silver to communicate and give orders to the puppet that's made from a combination of inscription formations and other materials. As you all know, although it's not difficult to create a puppet, these puppets usually do not take orders well. This includes the orders of its maker, the inscription master himself. The puppet is not sentient. It only moves according to the inscription formation the inscription master left behind on its body." Zhou Ji continued, "However, if you have this mysterious silver, everything will be different. Once the puppet is merged with the mysterious silver, it'll coordinate with a corresponding inscription formation and allow you to give it direct orders and control it." The instant Zhou Ji's words left his mouth, the entire scene burst into an uproar. "We can control a puppet through this thing?" Many people's eyes brightened up instantly. "Wait a minute. If the puppet is merged with this mysterious silver, will I be the only one who's able to control it, or can anyone control it as well?" "If everybody can control it, then it's pretty much useless," someone voiced out the worry in his heart soon after that. "That's right. If everybody can control it, isn't that like doing all the work for someone else?" Many people voiced out their agreement as well. Soon after, these words spread in the entire Zhou clan's auction square and became the general consensus. Even Zhou Ji, who was standing on the auction stage, could hear the words. All of you, there's no need for you to worry. The mysterious silver can only be used to control the puppet when it's coordinated with the inscription and inscription formation. Unless the inscription master commands it, only specific people can give orders and control the puppet, Zhou Ji explained carefully. The moment everyone heard Zhou Ji's words, their eyes brightened instantly. If that's the case, this mysterious silver is indeed great. If it's not expensive, I'll buy it and bring it back for a try. There were many inscription masters among the group of customers in the Zhou clan's auction square. All of them were staring at the mysterious silver in Zhou Ji's hand with bright eyes. If it was not for the fact that they were not confident they could snatch the mysterious silver away, they would have gone on stage to snatch it away. The mysterious silver could be considered as a treasure to inscription masters. Although the puppet they made was not as powerful as them and not very helpful, their hearts began to long for the mysterious silver the moment they imagined a puppet following them around and carrying out their orders unconditionally with just a command. Similar to them, Duanling Tian also longed for the mysterious silver. With this mysterious silver, I'll be able to put the inscription formation that I obtained from Qingfeng Palace previously to use. Duanling Tian's thought immediately went to the gigantic wooden puppet he encountered in Qingfeng Palace that was left behind by Martial Emperor Qingfeng in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. With the stone platform that was inscribed with a bizarre inscription formation at the core, the gigantic wooden puppet could mobilize the shattered woods on the floor and turn them into a powerful force. Initially, Duanling Tian had taken the odd stone platform away with him since he really wanted the inscription formation on it. After that, Duanling Tian tried to use the inscription formation to gather the origin energies of a group of people and turn it into a powerful force. As the saying went, use a large force to defeat a small one and defeat the strong by using a weak force. Unfortunately, imagination was always beautiful and reality was harsh. The impure origin energies from human bodies could not be gathered by the inscription formation. Only pure origin energies inside origin stones could be gathered using this kind of inscription formation. In the past, Duanling Tian had also thought about making a huge number of puppets and gather these puppets' strength through that kind of inscription formation so that he could obtain a powerful force. However, a puppet was still a puppet. Even if he was the person who created it, he still could not order or control it. Due to this reason, he had abandoned this idea. Perhaps that inscription formation will only be useful if I obtain the mysterious silver. This was the idea that Duanling Tian had last time. At that time, he had ransacked the rebirth Martial Emperor's memory and discovered that if the mysterious silver was merged with a puppet, just a tiny bit would do. He would be able to use a corresponding inscription formation to order and control the puppet. The corresponding inscription formation was a simple inscription formation. Most of the famous inscription masters on Cloud Continent were able to inscribe and set it up. However, although the inscription formation was easy to set up, the mysterious silver was extremely rare. At the very least, the rebirth Martial Emperor did not encounter any in his 2 lives. I can't believe that I, Duanling Tian, actually encountered the thing the rebirth Martial Emperor had never seen before in his 2 reincarnations. It looks like my trip to Ataraxia City this time is not in vain. Duanling Tian's eyes shone as he looked at the mysterious silver in Zhou Ji's hand. I must obtain this mysterious silver. An ordinary inscription master might want the mysterious silver so that he could bring the puppet out and show off, but Duanling Tian wanted it because he wanted to build a huge and powerful puppet. Even if an ordinary puppet was set to move by a supreme-grade origin stones that were much superior to high-grade origin stones, the power it could unleash was still limited. It could only be compared to an ordinary void transformation stage martial artist at the most. However, with the inscription formation that Duanling Tian obtained in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure left behind by Martial Emperor Qingfeng, it would gather the strength of a group of puppets to form a greater strength. Even a puppet with origin energy comparable to a martial monarch could be created using the kind of inscription formation. At that time, the puppet would possess strength that's comparable to a martial monarch after it has corresponded with the profundity fragment that I put in it. It'll be like a man-made martial monarch. The moment Duanling Tian thought of this, he could not help but feel excited. Although it was difficult for 99% of the inscription masters on Cloud Continent to put a profundity fragment in the puppet so that it would be able to cast the corresponding profundity, it was not a problem at all for Duan Lingtian, who had the rebirth Martial Emperor's memory. Currently, I have many profundity fragments that I've collected, and I can definitely build a puppet with strength comparable to a martial monarch. However, I still need to get my hands on the mysterious silver first before I can do all this. Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with longing. From the beginning until the end, his eyes did not leave the mysterious silver in Zhou Ji's hand at all. If there was no mysterious silver, it would be absolutely useless even if he built a super powerful puppet. It would not obey his order, and he could not control it. Dear customers, think about it. If you bring a puppet who obeys your orders out, how will other people look at you? They'll be envious, of course. They'll definitely look at you with eyes filled with envy. Holding on to the mysterious silver, Zhou Ji played the item up. He praised it and described it with a colorful description. I must get my hands on this mysterious silver. Humph. Well then, let's see who has more origin stones. I don't lack origin stones at all. Try competing with me if you dare. As proven by facts, Zhou Ji's exaggeration was indeed rather fruitful. After a short period of time, people were already arguing with each other. Although the commotion by his ears proved that the mysterious silver was in high demand, Duan Lingtian was not bothered at all. Put aside the fact that he had managed to obtain a huge number of high-grade origin stones from the pirates led by Gold Thug before he went to the Yinyang sect. After he had become the sect leader of Lingtian sect and took over everything in the Yinyang sect, the high-grade origin stones in his hands had already accumulated to several 100,000 pieces. Moreover, there were many supreme-grade origin stones as well. The supreme-grade origin stones were produced by the high-grade origin stone vein that used to be controlled by the Yinyang sect, currently known as the Lingtian sect. Naturally, the production number was not high, but he had collected all of them. The value of one supreme-grade origin stone was equal to 100 high-grade origin stones. With so many origin stones in his hand, Duan Lingtian did not feel any pressure at all to compete in the auction. The opening price for the mysterious silver will begin at 100 high-grade origin stones. Soon after, Zhou Ji stood at the stage and announced loudly as he began the auction for the mysterious silver in his hands. 100 high-grade origin stones. Someone began to bid as soon as Zhou Ji's words left his mouth. 200 high-grade origin stones. As soon as the former's words left his mouth, another person followed suit. The functions of the mysterious silver clearly piqued many people's interest. 300 high-grade origin stones. 400 high-grade origin stones. People began to shout when they placed their bids. Soon after, the price of the mysterious silver had already reached 1,000 high-grade origin stones. However, the people joining in to bid did not lessen. In fact, it was equally as many as before. 1,100 high-grade origin stones. 1,200 high-grade origin stones. 2,100 high-grade origin stones. 2,200 high-grade origin stones. The sounds of people bidding reverberated in the air. Each time a bid was placed, the price would rise by 100 high-grade origin stones. Initially, Duan Lingtian could still endure. However, in the end, Duan Lingtian began to feel agitated. When somebody shouted 3,200 high-grade origin stones, Duan Lingtian could no longer remain calm and placed his bid. 10,000 high-grade origin stones. Although Duan Lingtian's voice was not particularly loud, it still drowned out the commotion in Zhou Clan's auction square. 10,000 high-grade origin stones. The moment Duan Lingtian placed his bid, he attracted everyone's attention. Everyone's eyes immediately shifted to him. It's him. Soon after, many people began to recognize him. The woman beside him killed the young sect leader of true martial sect earlier. He killed the old man beside the young sect leader of true martial sect. Judging by the heaven and earth phenomenon gathered by the heaven and earth energy mobilized by the old man beside the young sect leader of true martial sect, the old man must be at the 5th or 6th level martial monarch stage at least. Yet, the sword wielded by him was blocked with just one finger. That man's strength must be at the 7th level martial monarch stage or above. Many people were whispering among themselves. Their eyes were filled with dread when they looked at Duan Lingtian. For a moment, nobody dared to place a bid. Perhaps it was because they were shocked by Duan Lingtian's high bid, or it could be they were scared of Duan Lingtian's strength that they did not dare to bid any further. After Zhou Ji counted down to 3, Duan Lingtian successfully obtained the mysterious silver. Duan Lingtian took out 10,000 high-grade origin stones and successfully exchanged it for the mysterious silver. Zhou Ji, the manager of the Zhou clan's auction square, even personally delivered the item to his hand. How arrogant! If you're that powerful, you can also be that arrogant. Many of the people sighed in agreement as they watched this scene. Congratulations, sir. After Zhou Ji passed the mysterious silver to Duan Lingtian, he smiled and congratulated him before he curiously asked, Sir, we can be considered as acquaintances now. I wonder what's your name, sir? Duan Lingtian raised his head and looked at the sky in the distance, as though he had noticed something before he casually replied, You'll find out very soon. The moment Zhou Ji heard this, he left awkwardly. He thought Duan Lingtian was unwilling to tell him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next instant, the sound of wind whistling reverberated in the air. The source of that noise came from the place where Duan Lingtian was staring at. They're here slower than I expected, Duan Lingtian muttered. On the other hand, everyone else, including Zhou Ji, were on their guards for all possible dangers. It was as though they were confronted by their enemy. Each of them had hints of dread on their faces when they heard that noise. Soon after, 5 figures appeared. A middle-aged man stood at the lead while the 4 old men who looked as though they were over 70 years old and approaching death soon. Wu Jian. Zhou Ji's face instantly turned grave when he saw the middle-aged man leading the group. He did not seem surprised by their appearance. It's Wu Jian, the young sect leader of true martial sect. Soon after, one of the customers in the Zhou clan's auction square also recognized the leader of the group of 5. The young sect leader of true martial sect? Wasn't he killed earlier? Many people were confused. The one who was killed earlier was the other young sect leader of true martial sect. The current sect leader of true martial sect has 2 sons. The one who was killed was the youngest son. This one's the eldest son. Ah, I see. However, this other young sect leader of true martial sect came pretty fast, didn't he? I heard this young sect leader of true martial sect is made a manager, and he's fully in charge of the true martial sect's industrial property in Ataraxia City. It's not strange that he made it here so quickly. Perhaps the lady in red who killed his brother has limited strength, but that purple-clad young man next to that lady in red is a powerhouse at the 7th level martial monarch stage or above. I'm afraid it's a little rash of him to come here with his own men instead of waiting for reinforcement from the other powerhouses in true martial sect. Rash? I guess you don't really know much, do you? This young sect leader of true martial sect is a monstrous genius in the martial Dao. He has already made a breakthrough to the 7th level martial monarch stage 2 years ago. Ah, really? Then I suppose we can look forward to watching a good show today. The entire Zhou clan's auction square burst into a commotion. The customers were not bidding anymore. Their gazes kept shifting between the 5 men descending from the sky and the pair of man and woman in the pergola nearby. They were the protagonists of the day. Wu Jian, the young sect leader of true martial sect. After listening to the discussion in his surroundings, Duan Lingtian discovered the identities of the newcomers. For a moment, he could not help but mutter under his breath, I wonder what expression that sect leader of true martial sect would make when he finds out both of his sons died by my hands. Soon after, Wu Jian, who was hovering in the air, glanced around the place. His eyes instantly landed on Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu before he asked in a deep voice, Are both of you the ones who killed my brother and the elder from my true martial sect? However, both of them did not seem bothered by him. Tianwu, stay here. Let me deal with him, Duan Lingtian said to Tianwu. After he received Tianwu's reply, he rose up from his seat at a speed that was neither fast nor slow and walked out of the pergola slowly. What? You want to abandon her and escape on your own? Wu Jian snorted when he saw this. Although she's the one who killed my brother, she would have been killed by the elder from my sect if you did not kill him. So don't even think of fleeing. Wu Jian's gaze was piercing when he looked at Duanling Tian. Flee? Upon hearing Wu Jian's words, Duanling Tian, who had just walked out of the pergola, was slightly stunned. This Wu Jian thought he wanted to flee? Yoji, who was standing on the auction stage, had a complicated expression on his face. Isn't Wu Jian underestimating his opponent a little? He was extremely clear about the purple-clad young man's strength. It was in no way inferior to his. In fact, it was much stronger than his strength. However, he did not plan to remind Wu Jian at all. Duanling Tian did not leave as Wu Jian had expected. Instead, he walked out of the pergola and rose up into the air. In just a blink of an eye, he was already hovering in the air, locked in a stalemate with Wu Jian. He asked calmly, "You're the brother of that good-for-nothing man?" "Humph." Wu Jian snorted. The air in his surroundings seemed to have turned colder. One could see how infuriated he really was. "Do you really think just you alone would be enough to make me flee?" Duanling Tian sized Wu Jian up and revealed a faint smile on his face. The expression on his face was still calm. He did not even bat an eyelid at this calamity before him. Judging from his words, it seemed like he thought nothing of Wu Jian. "You're seeking death." The moment Wu Jian heard Duanling Tian's mockery, his eyes turned even colder as his body emitted a blood-curdling and cold aura. He, Wu Jian, was the son of the sect leader of True Martial Sect. He was an especially privileged person. Since he was young, he had already demonstrated an extremely monstrous innate talent and comprehension. Since then, he rose rapidly on the social ladder. When he was in his 40s, he made a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage and became a martial monarch. Currently, more than 10 years had passed, and he was already at the 7th level martial monarch stage. He had already become one of the main pillars in the true martial sect. Today, he was here to seek revenge for his beloved younger brother. However, he was humiliated by his enemy, and this caused the flame of fury in his heart to burn so intensely that he could no longer suppress it. It was on the verge of exploding. Boom! The origin energy on Wu Jian's body skyrocketed and transformed into milky white flames in just a blink of an eye, mobilizing the heaven and earth energy above his head that soon whirled and gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon. The silhouette of one ancient black dragon appeared, vivid and lively. That ancient black dragon's enormous body gave a shocking visual impact to the onlookers. In the next second, the milky white flames changed and merged with a few profundities. When Wu Jian raised his hand, a 7-foot-long spear appeared in his hand. With a flick of that long spear, a sharp ray shot out like a dragon bursting out from its lair. The heaven and earth energy above his head whirled again immediately and finally gathered into the strength of 3 ancient black dragons and 1,000 ancient horned dragons. Die! Without any warning, Wu Jian bellowed and charged toward Duanling Tian with his spear. It was as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed across the sky. Boom! 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 A series of explosions resonated in Wu Jian's wake. Rolling energy caused the air current in the air to tremble. It set off gusts of invisible airwaves that transformed into flurries of hurricanes and swept through the entire Zhou clan's auction square. Dust rose up in the air as the hurricanes swept through the auction square. However, none of the customers in the auction square left. Their gazes were fixed on the purple figure hovering in the sky. They knew they were about to witness a once-in-a-lifetime show soon. Wu Jian, who was at the 7th level martial monarch stage, fighting the purple-clad young man who was also at the 7th level martial monarch stage. Young sect leader. The speed of Wu Jian's attack was so fast that the 4 old men behind him could not even react in time. By the time they regained their senses, their young sect leader had already made his move. At this moment, they had no choice but to brace themselves and follow suit, even though they did not feel very confident. In terms of strength, none of them was stronger than Wu Jian. However, who asked them to be the true martial sect's elders? Since the young sect leader had already made his move, how could they possibly stand idly at the side and watch? Whoosh! When Wu Jian and the 4 old men unleashed their attacks and charged toward Duanling Tian suddenly disappeared before their eyes without any warning. It caused all their attacks to miss. How fast! An uproar immediately erupted among the customers in Zhou clan's auction square. Whoosh! As though a breeze had blown past, the purple figure was surrounded by Wu Jian and the other four. However, he disappeared and reappeared again above Wu Jian and the others. He's there. That's incredibly fast. Even the young sect leader of true martial sect, an almighty 7th-level martial monarch, could not react in time. I'm afraid his cultivation base may be higher than the 7th-level martial monarch stage. I'm not sure about his cultivation base, but the fact that he could disappear under Wu Jian's nose means that Wu Jian is unable to keep up with his pace. His strength is much stronger than Wu Jian. The customers in Zhou Clan's auction square shifted their eyes to the space above Wu Jian and the others. The purple-clad young man standing there was none other than Duanling Tian. By the time Wu Jian and the other four realized what was happening, they lifted their heads to look at the purple figure above. Horror dawned on their faces one by one. Why is his speed so fast? Colors drained from Wu Jian's face. As a 7th-level martial monarch, naturally, he knew what such fast speed indicated. It indicated that this person's strength was far stronger than his because speed came from strength. The moment he recalled how fast this person's speed was, so fast that he could hardly capture it, a sense of helplessness rose in his heart. Young sect leader, I'm afraid we're no match for him. It's better if we retreat first. We'll decide what to do next after we notify the sect leader. That's right, young sect leader. As the saying goes, when there is life, there is still hope. There's no need for us to forfeit our lives in a momentary burst of anger. Young sect leader. The sect leader will definitely get revenge for little young sect leader's death. At this moment, the four old men by Wu Jian's side tried to persuade him one by one. They knew if he continued to persist, he would not die alone. The four of them would have to die together with him too. For martial monarchs like them, nobody knew better than them just how difficult it was to obtain their cultivation base. Due to this reason, they valued their lives even more. Ah! When Wu Jian heard of the four old men's voice transmissions, his expression instantly changed. In the end, he threw his head back and let out a roar. It was as though he was venting out his frustration. In the next instant, he sneered, "Let's go." Upon finished saying that, he proceeded to bring the four old men to leave with him. "Did I say you can go?" Suddenly, a question sounded in the air, caused Wu Jian and the other four to come to a halt. Colors drained from their faces when they looked at the source of the voice above their heads. The owner of the voice was none other than Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian hovered in the air as his robe fluttered lightly in the wind. He appeared extremely dashing. Along with that almost perfect handsome face, he attracted the love-struck gazes of many women in the Zhou clan's auction square. "What? You still want to kill us?" Wu Jian looked at Duanling Tian and snorted. "Our strength is not comparable to yours. However, if you dare to touch us, you'll be making an enemy out of the entire true martial sect. The true martial sect will never let you go. Young man, although your strength is quite remarkable, it's still far from being comparable to the powerhouses in our true martial sect. Listen to this old man's advice. Don't endanger your life and others' lives." Another old man next to Wu Jian also chimed in. Arrogance could be heard in his voice. "True martial sect? Don't endanger my life and others' lives." Upon hearing Wu Jian and the old man's words, Duanling Tian laughed hysterically, sending chills running up Wu Jian and the other's spine. What's he laughing at? Duanling Tian undoubtedly attracted everyone's eyes in the Zhou clan's auction square. His laughter gave them goosebumps and chills. Do you all think he dares to kill Wu Jian and the others? Perhaps not. Just Wu Jie's death alone is already enough to make the sect leader of true martial sect blow his top. If Wu Jian dies as well, the sect leader of true martial sect will be without kin and he'll most likely go insane. Moreover, I've long heard that Wu Jian, who's already at the 7th level martial monarch stage in his 50s, has long been regarded as the next successor of the sect leader of true martial sect. If he dies, not only the sect leader of true martial sect will be infuriated, all the senior officials of true martial sect will be furious too. Among all the strong powerhouses in true martial sect, only the sect leader of true martial sect will make a move if he kills Wu Jie. However, if he kills Wu Jian, the strongest powerhouses in true martial sect will be enraged and attack him as well. Yeah. Due to this reason, I believe he doesn't have the guts to kill Wu Jian. At most, he'll just scare Wu Jian a little. I think so too. A discussion erupted in the Zhou clan's auction square. Many people felt the reason Duan Lingtian told Wu Jian and the others to stay was just to give them a good scare. Only 2 people did not think so. One of them was none other than Feng Tianwu. The other person was Zhou Ji. Although Zhou Ji only had one dealing with Duan Lingtian, that one time was enough to show him the young man's fearlessness. His arrogance knew no fear. That's right. It's easy for you to kill us. However, if you do, the consequences are not something you can bear. The other old man behind Wu Jian chimed in. The young sect leader is the successor of the next sect leader of our true martial sect. If you dare to kill him, you'll set yourself against the entire true martial sect. At that time, you'll be hunted down by the entire true martial sect. Another old man added. Hunted down by the true martial sect? Duan Lingtian's smile remained on his face as he muttered to himself. That sounds interesting. Well, in that case, to make the true martial sect hunt me down, I guess I have no choice but to sacrifice all of you. Duan Lingtian instantly looked at Wu Jian and the other 4 with a murderous glint in his eyes. The chill that his body emitted was like a cold wind that sent chills running up everyone's spines. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, he raised his hand and a 3-foot-long blade that was solidified by a 5-color energy appeared and hovered next to him. In the next instant, as the air current around him trembled, another 8 3-foot-long blades that were formed by the 5-color energy appeared. A total of 9 3-foot-long blades appeared and hovered next to him. Shit! Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, horror dawned on Wu Jian and the other 4. Flee! This was the only thought left in their minds. Whoosh! 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 Wu Jian rushed forward ahead of the others, wanting to flee first. The other 4 old men charged in different directions, struggling desperately to flee. Fleeing! Duan Lingtian smiled. In the next instant, his eyes turned cold as he spat 5 words out slowly. 9 Tribulation Sword Control Technique. The moment the word technique left his mouth, the 9 3-foot-long blades made by the 5-color energy from his body vanished without a trace before most people's eyes. Naturally, they did not really vanish. It was just that their speed was so fast that most people could not react in time. How fast? On the auction stage, Zhou Ji could roughly see a trace of Duan Lingtian's 9 swords that charged out in unison. The speed of the 9 swords was so fast that it took him by surprise, so much so that he broke out in cold sweat. His strength is really stronger than mine. This was the first thought that rose up in Zhou Ji's mind. If I attack him earlier when he killed Zhou Li, I would have ended up like Zhou Li. He was absolutely certain about this. This purple-clad young man certainly possessed the strength to do so. Today, if those people present on the Zhou clan's auction square had lifted their heads, they would have been able to witness an unforgettable scene. As the 9 3-foot-long blades solidified from the 5-color energy vanished without a trace from the purple-clad young man's surroundings, Wu Jian and the other 4 who tried to escape suddenly came to a halt. KSSST. 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 In the next instant, 5 blood mist shot out from their bodies each. It was extremely eye-catching, as though they had transformed into 5 magnificent flames. In the next moment, the bodies of Wu Jian and the other 4 fell. After being dragged by the force of inertia, they smashed onto the ground violently in a bloody mess. Duan Lingtian hovered in the air as he watched the scene unfolding before his eyes calmly. As for the 9 3-foot-long blades next to his body that disappeared into thin air, they did not appear again. On the other hand, before the heaven and earth energy whirling above his head could gather into the heaven and earth phenomenon, it had already dissipated as though it was never there at all. Silence. The entire Zhou clan's auction square was so silent that it was blood-curdling. If a needle fell on the ground right now, the sound would most likely be clearly heard. Everybody's eyes shifted toward the purple figure in the air. At this moment, the purple figure that entered their sights seemed larger than life. It looks like I've underestimated him. The corner of Zhou Ji's mouth twitched violently. Earlier, he could tell the purple-clad young man was stronger than him when he escaped Wu Jian and the other 4's attacks. However, He thought this young man was only slightly better than him, and there was not much of a difference between their strength. Right now, after he had witnessed how the purple-clad young man killed Wu Jian and the other four in just a blink of an eye, he truly realized the gap between him and the young man. I'm afraid it'll only take a second if he really wants to kill me. Shouji's heart jolted. When he recalled the incident that had taken place at the backstage of the auction square, he still felt a sense of lingering fear. It was fortunate that he did not make any move at that time. Otherwise, he would not be standing here right now. Outside of the Zhou clan's auction square, two old men stood above an inconspicuous building. One of the old men asked, "He's the one who killed Zhou Li? His strength is at least at the 8th level martial monarch stage, possibly even stronger. However, I really must commend him for his courage. He actually dared to kill both of Wu Lai's sons. I wonder how furious will Wu Lai be if he finds out about this," another old man muttered under his breath before he turned toward the old man by his side. "Second elder, your speed is fast. Make a trip to the True Martial Sect and tell Wu Lai about this." Wu Lai was the current sect leader of True Martial Sect. He was also the father of Wu Jie and Wu Jian, who had been killed by Feng Tian Wu and Duan Ling Tian one after another. "Yes, clan leader." The moment the old man heard this, he replied before vanishing on the spot. It's a good thing the Grand Elder has not come out of his closed-door cultivation. Otherwise, with his temper, he won't be able to hold back from making a move. I wonder where did this young man come from? The remaining old man was none other than Zhou Zheng, the clan leader of Zhou clan. His eyebrows were knitted together as he stared at the purple figure in the distance. Under everyone's eyes, Duan Ling Tian descended and returned to Feng Tian Wu in the pergola after killing Wu Jian and the other four as though nothing happened. He acted as though he had no hand in what happened earlier. Meanwhile, everyone present felt numb in their scalp. Who is he? He really killed Wu Jian. The sect leader of True Martial Sect lost two sons at once. I'm sure he'll be furious when he finds out about this and leave the True Martial Sect's estate for Ataraxia City. Apart from the sect leader of True Martial Sect, the few old fellows who are the strongest in True Martial Sect won't let this go as well when they find out about Wu Jian's death. Many of them whispered among themselves they were curious about Duan Ling Tian's outcome. However, looking at Duan Ling Tian, who was sitting calmly in the pergola, it seemed as though everyone was too quick to react. Just as the saying went, the eunuch is worried before the emperor is worried. After Zhou Ji saw things had come to an end, he regained his senses and said loudly, "We'll carry on with the auction." Meanwhile, the people from Zhou clan's auction square took care of the 5 bodies that were scattered on the ground. At this time, everyone at the Zhou clan's auction square shifted their eyes away from Duan Ling Tian to Zhou Ji, the host of the auction. The auction went on. However, many of them would look at Duan Ling Tian every now and then during the bidding of items. It seemed like they wanted to see if Duan Ling Tian was interested in the auction items. They were afraid they would irritate that mysterious powerhouse if they were to bid higher than him and brought death upon themselves. They had to be cautious on Cloud Continent where the powerhouses ruled. Duan Ling Tian would be rendered speechless if he knew what they thought. He was here for the auction, not to be a robber. Furthermore, did he look like a robber? When the customers saw Duan Ling Tian had closed his eyes to conserve energy after a long time and did not show any interest in the auction items, they felt relieved and began to bid as they pleased. Time passed by silently. The auction items were sold at a high price one after another. This grade 1 spirit saber in my hand is the first item in today's grand finale, Zhou Ji said from the auction stage. A discussion filled with disapproval immediately erupted among the guests. Grade 1 Spirit Saber? Grand Finale? You must be joking, Manager Zhou Ji. Many of them mocked Zhou Ji when he finished speaking. That's right, Manager Zhou Ji. It's just a Grade 1 Spirit Saber. How's it worthy of being in the grand finale of this big auction fair, held by the Zhou clan once every 3 months? It's better if you just auction it off now. I agree. Although a Grade 1 Spirit Saber's precious, it's nothing when it comes to an auction like this. Many of them laughed as they spoke. Naturally, there were people who disagreed with what was said earlier. Don't forget that Manager Zhou Ji auctioned off 2 Grade 1 spirit weapons before the grand finale. Do you think a Grade 1 Spirit Saber that the Zhou clan deemed worthy to be in the grand finale would be a normal Grade 1 spirit weapon? Someone said after thinking the matter through. 2 Grade 1 spirit weapons had already been auctioned off earlier. The Grade 1 Spirit Saber currently in Zhouji's hands was the 3rd Grade 1 spirit weapon. There must be something extraordinary about the Grade 1 Spirit Saber since Zhouji told them it would be in the grand finale of the auction. Manager Zhouji, is that the truth? Many of them asked the same question. That's right. Zhouji nodded when he saw all the eyes that were trained on him. This Grade 1 Spirit Saber in my hands is the best grade among all Grade 1 spirit weapons. I guess you understand why it is worthy of being in the grand finale of today's auction fair. The crowd went silent as soon as Zhouji was done speaking. Only the sound of breathing could be heard. The best grade among Grade 1 spirit weapons. They knew what it was naturally. Only Grade 1 spirit weapons that could grant an 89% boost in power were worthy of being called the best among all Grade 1 spirit weapons. With that said, the Grade 1 Spirit Saber in Manager Zhouji's hand had to be a Grade 1 Spirit Saber that gave an 89% power boost. The difference between a Grade 1 spirit weapon that gave an 89% boost and an 88% boost was insignificant. Such a difference in power could be made up for with battle experience and martial skill techniques. However, to Grade 1 weapons craftsmen, a Grade 1 spirit weapon like that was a rare treasure since they could study it and use it to improve their personal weapons crafting skills. That was why Grade 1 spirit weapons like that was extremely valuable. Naturally, being able to possess a Grade 1 spirit weapon like that was something worth boasting about since it was extremely rare on Cloud Continent. Just like the saying when the fruit is scarce, its taste is the sweetest. Grade 1 spirit weapon that gives an 89% power boost? At this moment, even Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes. He looked interested as he observed the Grade 1 Spirit Saber in Zhouji's hands. As someone who had inherited the Rebirth Martial Emperor's life memory as well as his weapons crafting techniques and experience, Duan Ling Tian naturally knew how difficult it was to craft a Grade 1 weapon that granted an 89% boost. I can't believe there's someone who can refine a Grade 1 spirit weapon like this, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. When Duan Ling Tian was looking at the Grade 1 Spirit Saber in Zhouji's hand, the people who were sitting in the VIP area shifted their attention from the Grade 1 Spirit Saber to Duan Ling Tian. They were eager to bid for the Grade 1 Spirit Saber. However, they looked at Duan Ling Tian when they recalled what a fiend Duan Ling Tian was. They wanted to know if Duan Ling Tian was interested in the Grade 1 Spirit Saber like they were. He's looking at the Grade 1 Spirit Saber. Could he be interested in the Grade 1 Spirit Saber too? Isn't it obvious that he is? Who would dare to fight him over something that he desires? Aren't you wearing a mask? Why are you afraid? Do you think a mask would matter to a powerhouse at such a level like him? He could kill me after he obtains the Grade 1 Spirit Saber from the bidding. That's true. The people in the VIP area discussed among themselves. Those without a mask had a bitter expression on their faces. Meanwhile, nobody could see the expression of those hiding under their masks, but they were shaking their heads as they sighed. Duan Ling Tian heard their discussion clearly. It made him speechless. He could not help but frown as he said, "All of you, are you treating me like a robber? My interest in this stupid saber aside, even if I'm interested, I wouldn't use such a dirty tactic to obtain it. Moreover, if I'm really robbing this thing, the Zhou clan's auction fair can just close up for the day because I might as well rob everything here," Duan Ling Tian said. The crowd was a little embarrassed by Duan Ling Tian's words. However, they were certain of something from his words. Duan Ling Tian was not interested in the Grade 1 Spirit Saber. He even called it a stupid saber. "Don't worry. This sir is not interested in this Grade 1 Spirit Saber in my hand." Zhouji spoke at that moment. He knew the reason like the back of his hand. There were 2 items that replaced the Grade 1 Spirit Saber in his hands to be the grand finale's item. One of the items was a Grade 1 spirit weapon that was even more perfect than this Grade 1 Spirit Saber. The purple-clad young man was the one who put that Grade 1 spirit weapon up for auction. Naturally, the purple-clad young man would not be interested in the Grade 1 Spirit Saber. After listening to Duan Ling Tian and Zhouji's words, the people nodded one after another. They were no longer worried as they looked at the Grade 1 Spirit Saber in Zhou Ji's hands desperately. We'll start the bidding for the Grade 1 Spirit Saber that gives an 89% power boost at the price of 3,000 high-grade Origin Stones. 3,000 high-grade Origin Stones. Duanling Tian's jaw dropped when he heard what Zhou Ji said. One must know that crafting a Grade 1 spirit weapon would only cost approximately 100 high-grade Origin Stones with all the materials included. Naturally, that was only the cost of the materials. Seems like the Grade 1 spirit sword that I'm putting up for auction will have a higher opening bid than this one, Duanling Tian thought to himself. When Duanling Tian was lost in his thoughts, the bid for the Grade 1 Spirit Saber in Zhou Ji's hand was at 10,000 high-grade Origin Stones. Moreover, the price was going up. 30,000 high-grade Origin Stones? 40,000 high-grade Origin Stones. Currently, those who were bidding were guests at the VIP area. The guests from the non-VIP area remained silent. It's crazy that these people are willing to hand out so many high-grade Origin Stones just like that. Duanling Tian looked around the VIP area and glanced at each and every one of them. It crossed his mind that he would be able to make a fortune if he killed everyone there. Naturally, it was just a thought. He was not lacking in high-grade Origin Stones at the moment. The Ling Tian sect he took charge of would mine high-grade Origin Stones from the high-grade Origin Stone vein every year under his watch. They would obtain tens of thousands and even hundreds of thousands of Origin Stones each year. If he wanted to, he could get more Ling Tian sect's disciples to mine for more high-grade Origin Stones. Eventually, the Grade 1 Spirit Saber that gave an 89% power boost was sold to a person at 110,000 high-grade Origin Stones. Haha. I'm sorry, everyone. The Grade 1 Spirit Saber was sold to an old man with white hair and a mask on his face. After he chuckled, he took out a spatial ring containing 110,000 high-grade Origin Stones to exchange for the Grade 1 Spirit Saber. What a great saber! The old man was happy when he obtained the Spirit Saber. 110,000 high-grade Origin Stones? Just for that stupid saber. Duanling Tian could not believe a Grade 1 Spirit Saber that gave an 89% power boost could be sold at such a high price. I wonder, will the Grade 1 Spirit Sword I put up for auction fetch an even higher price? Duanling Tian began to feel a little excited. Meanwhile, the people in the Zhou clan's auction square were talking about the final item of the grand finale. The items even replaced that Grade 1 spirit weapon. Seems like the final item of the Zhou clan's auction fair isn't something ordinary. I'm curious what's able to replace the Grade 1 Spirit Saber that costs 110,000 high-grade Origin Stones. This is exciting. The people looked at Zhou Ji in anticipation. Some of them could not help but say, Manager Zhou Ji, bring out the final item for the auction fair already. That's right. Stop keeping us in suspense. We're waiting. Many of them urged Zhou Ji. Please be patient. Everyone, we'll definitely bring out the Zhou clan's auction fair's final items. I'm just thinking which one should we auction off first, Zhou Ji said. Which one to auction off first? Many of them were stunned after they heard Zhou Ji's words. Some, on the other hand, reacted instantly and exclaimed, Manager Zhou Ji, are you saying there's more than one item for today's auction fair's finale? More than one item in the finale. At this moment, everyone, apart from Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu, was shocked. That's right. There are 2 items for today's auction fair's finale. Zhou Ji responded with a smile on his face. 2 items. As soon as Zhou Ji finished speaking, gasps echoed in the venue. Since it's the final items, the items must be even better than the Grade 1 Spirit Saber that gives an 89% power boost. It seems like the Zhou clan's auction fair will be bringing out 2 great items today. 2 items that are even better than the best Grade 1 spirit weapon. This is too exciting. Thinking about it excites me. At this moment, many of them were trembling in excitement. All right, I've made up my mind. Among the 2 final items, we'll put the Grade 1 spirit weapon up for auction first, Zhou Ji said. He stood on the stage as all eyes were glued on him. Grade 1 spirit weapon. The crowd fell silent as soon as Zhou Ji spoke. Another Grade 1 spirit weapon? Manager Zhou Ji, is this a mistake? That's right. The final item has to be better than the Grade 1 Spirit Saber that was auctioned off earlier, right? Many people began to voice out their doubts. In their opinion, the Grade 1 Spirit Saber that was considered the best among Grade 1 spirit weapons was already considered the ultimate king among Grade 1 spirit weapons. It was sold at the high price of 110,000 high-grade origin stones. Now that they heard Zhou said one of the two final items that replaced the Grade 1 Spirit Saber was also a Grade 1 spirit weapon, it was only natural that they thought he made a mistake. Perhaps it never occurred to them that Grade 1 spirit weapons that surpassed the Grade 1 Spirit Saber existed. Please be patient, everyone. You can ask questions if you have any doubts after I'm done introducing this Grade 1 spirit weapon. After calming the people down, Zhou lifted his arm and brought out a sword. It was the Grade 1 spirit sword that Duanling Tian put up for auction. Meanwhile, everyone in the Zhou clan's auction square had their eyes glued on the Grade 1 spirit sword in Zhou hand. They all looked at it skeptically. I can't tell what's so special about this Grade 1 spirit sword. Many of them whispered to one another. Everyone, this Grade 1 spirit sword in my hand replaced that Grade 1 spirit saber earlier and became one of the final items. Zhou paused as he spoke to this point. He kept the people in suspense for a moment before he continued to say, because it gives a 90% power boost. Zhou turned serious as he spoke. 90%. The crowd fell silent as soon as Zhou was done speaking. Gulp, gulp. At that moment, clear gulping noises, as well as gasps, could be heard among the crowd. Grade 1 spirit weapon that gives a 90% power boost? Manager Zhou, are you sure you're not joking? A middle-aged man in the VIP area asked seriously. Sir, I'm sure you trust our Zhou clan's auction fair's reputation. That's why you're willing to pay the price to get yourself a seat at the VIP area. Do you think the Zhou clan's auction fair would deceive you? Zhou smiled in the face of all the doubts. Manager Zhou, that's not what I mean. I just find it unbelievable, the middle-aged man said, embarrassed. Sir, if you have any doubts, you're welcome to try it out, Zhou said. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up when he heard what Zhou said. He then looked at a much younger-looking man seated next to him. Junior brother, go try it. The young man nodded. He left the pergola immediately and walked to the auction stage. As the senior brother, the middle-aged man spoke on behalf of the young man who went up to the stage. My junior brother's cultivation base is at the 7th level void transformation stage. He can mobilize 1,000 ancient horned dragon strength with his origin energy alone. If the sword in Manager Zhou's hand can really give a 90% power boost, that means he'll gain an additional 900 ancient horned dragon strength. At this moment, everyone looked at the young man in anticipation. Duanling Tian remained calm as he watched the scene unfolding before his eyes. When the young man tested out the Grade 1 spirit weapon in Zhou's hand, 900 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared next to the 1,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above the young man's head. Meanwhile, an uproar erupted among the crowd as expected. The Grade 1 spirit weapon that gave a 90% power boost shocked everyone. Everyone was going crazy over it. Duanling Tian was happy to see the people going crazy over it since it meant those people would fight for his Grade 1 spirit sword. However, his face turned gloomy instantly. He realized a lot of people at the VIP area were looking at him again. They seemed like they wanted to know if he was interested in the Grade 1 spirit weapon. It seemed like they felt apprehensive. Apprehensive? I must get rid of that apprehension immediately. What kind of joke was that? He was the one who put the Grade 1 spirit sword up for auction at the Zhou clan's auction fair. If nobody was bidding, nobody other than him would have to bear the great loss. Why are you looking at me? I'm not interested in the stupid saber and sword, Duanling Tian said impatiently. He did not bother to say that he would not rob the auction items. Stupid saber? Stupid sword? Many people's lips twitched when they heard Duanling Tian's words. They could not tell whether he was telling the truth or lying at this moment. A Grade 1 spirit saber that gave an 89% power boost, the best among Grade 1 spirit weapons, was called a stupid saber by him. Now he called a Grade 1 spirit sword that gave a 90% power boost that was even better than the Grade 1 spirit saber a stupid sword. In their opinion, Duanling Tian's words were ridiculous. However, they were certain of one thing. That fiend was not interested in the Grade 1 spirit sword that was being auctioned off at the moment. At this moment, the breathing of the people at the VIP area quickened. Many of them were preparing and waiting for the Grade 1 spirit sword to be auctioned off. Compared to the din during the auction of the Grade 1 spirit saber, it was deathly quiet now. The Grade 1 spirit sword was truly the best among all Grade 1 spirit weapons. Why did I buy the stupid saber? I should have held on to the origin stones to buy this sword. The old man who bought the Grade 1 spirit saber earlier had a forced smile on his face. This was because he spent 110,000 high-grade origin stones to bid for the Grade 1 spirit saber earlier, and now he did not have enough origin stones to bid for the Grade 1 spirit sword that was more precious. He was filled with regrets now. I don't think I have to tell you how precious this Grade 1 spirit sword is. Those who know will know. Now, I would like to open the bid for this Grade 1 spirit sword at 5,000 high-grade origin stones. Zhou Ji spoke loudly, standing on the auction stage. 5,000 high-grade origin stones. Compared to the Grade 1 spirit saber's opening bid, the opening bid for the Grade 1 spirit sword was 2,000 high-grade origin stones more. Duan Lingtian was satisfied with the opening bid. He was so happy that a smile appeared on his face. 10,000 high-grade origin stones. Someone shouted quickly. What a miser! 50,000 high-grade origin stones. Somebody called out. Aren't you a miser yourself? 100,000 high-grade origin stones. The third person bid 100,000 high-grade origin stones. Humph. The stupid saber earlier was sold at 110,000 high-grade origin stones. It's embarrassing that you guys are bidding lower than the stupid saber after so long. 150,000 high-grade origin stones. The fourth person said loudly. Apart from the first bidder, the second, third, and fourth bidders were from the VIP area. 150,000 high-grade origin stones. Duan Lingtian was shocked. He did not expect a Grade 1 spirit weapon that he refined casually would fetch such a ridiculous price. One had to know he only spent 80 to 90 origin stones on materials to refine this sword. The weapons crafting techniques and experience that the rebirth martial emperor left for me is such a great fortune. I won't ever lack origin stones with this skill alone, Duan Lingtian exclaimed inwardly. 300,000 high-grade origin stones. Duan Lingtian was not paying attention to his surrounding until he heard a loud voice that caught his attention. It caught his attention not because of the high price but because of the person who bid at such a high price. That person was none other than Zhou Ji, who stood on the auction stage. It was clear that he represented the Zhou clan to bid for the Grade 1 spirit sword in his hand. Zhou clan's so bold. It was only at 190,000 high-grade origin stones before they bid at 300,000 high-grade origin stones. Many people exclaimed. Naturally, the Grade 1 spirit sword ended up in the Zhou clan's hand. The people did not give up because they feared the Zhou clan. It was because they could not afford to bid higher, or they did not think the Grade 1 spirit sword was worth more than what the Zhou clan bid. After the Grade 1 spirit sword was sold at the ridiculous price of 300,000 high-grade origin stones to Zhou Ji, who represented the Zhou clan's auction fair came to its peak. This is the final item. I'm sure the final item must be outstanding since manager Zhou Ji placed it at the end of the auction. This is exciting. Everyone had their eyes on Zhou Ji as they waited for the final item. Zhou Ji did not disappoint the crowd as he took out a medicinal pill bottle after putting the Grade 1 spirit sword away. It was an ordinary medicinal pill bottle. Medicinal pill? Many of them were disappointed when they saw the medicinal pill bottle. Medicinal pill. Even if it was a Grade 1 medicinal pill, it was incomparable to a Grade 1 spirit weapon in terms of value. Naturally, that was if it was a Grade 1 medicinal pill with normal purity. I believe the medicinal pill that manager Zhou Ji placed at the end of the auction must be extraordinary, someone said and looked at Zhou Ji eagerly. Many people agreed with what he said. Zhou Ji shook the medicinal pill bottle in his hand while he stood on the auction stage. He said to the crowd before him, "Everyone, there's a medicinal pill in the medicinal pill bottle in my hand. This medicinal pill is the final item of our Zhou clan's auction fair today. This is the final item." A medicinal pill? Zhou Ji's words surprised many people. It was excusable to have a medicinal pill bottle full of medicinal pills with high purity as the grand finale's item, but it was a little stingy that there was only one medicinal pill in the bottle. That was what most people thought. However, that thought vanished as soon as Zhou Ji introduced the medicinal pill as a grade 1 life recovery pill with 91% purity. The entire place fell silent. A life recovery pill with 91% purity? Its medicinal efficacy. Doesn't that mean its medicinal efficacy is a few folds higher than the usual grade 1 life recovery pills? Many of them said with a shocked expression on their faces. Manager Zhou Ji, I wonder if you can bring out the grade 1 life recovery pill out for an old man like me to have a look. An old man wearing a mask in the VIP area stood up. Everyone, including Zhou Ji, had their eyes on him as a purple flame with silver edges appeared on his palm when he lifted his arm. It was a grade 2 pill fire. Based on that, everyone could tell the old man was a grade 2 alchemist. He made that request because he did not really believe a grade 1 medicinal pill with 91% purity existed. He wanted to confirm that for himself. Although Zhou Clan's auction fair had maintained a good reputation since they had never cheated anyone, a grade 1 medicinal pill with 91% purity was too ridiculous. It was a little hard for him to believe. Of course. Zhou Ji nodded and took out the grade 1 life recovery pill from the medicinal pill bottle at the same time. He presented it to the old man who had arrived on stage like a gust of wind. The masked old man examined the grade 1 life recovery pill. The emotion in his eyes instantly changed from curious to surprise before it was eventually filled with shock. Soon after, the masked old man's breath quickened. He could not help but exclaim, It really is a grade 1 life recovery pill with 91% purity. His voice was filled with shock and disbelief. An uproar erupted at the Zhou clan's auction fair once again after hearing the affirmation from the old man. Most of them were unwilling to pay such a high price for the grade 1 spirit sword that gave a 90% power boost earlier. However, they would do anything to fight for this grade 1 life recovery pill with 91% purity. As a healing medicinal pill, a grade 1 life recovery pill was beneficial in many ways. The grade 1 life recovery pill with 91% purity's medicinal efficacy was many folds more powerful than the usual grade 1 life recovery pill. Although it could not revive a dead person or regenerate flesh on bones, it was almost at that level. How could they not be moved by this kind medicinal pill that could save lives during critical moments? Everyone only had one life. They would be dead if their life was taken away. Was it not worth it to go broke in order to save one's life? It was completely silent in the Zhou clan's auction square. All that could be heard was the sound of heavy breathing, caused the atmosphere to turn tensed. At this moment, everyone, excluding Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu, had their eyes on the grade 1 life recovery pill in Zhou Ji's hand. Duan Ling Tian looked at Tian Wu and asked with a smile, Tian Wu, how much do you think I can get for this grade 1 life recovery pill? It won't be any lower than the sword earlier, Tian Wu said. Duan Ling Tian forced a smile on his face. Would it not be better if she did not answer at all since what she said was redundant? Meanwhile, the bid for the grade 1 life recovery pill had begun. Dear customers, I don't think I need to explain further on what this grade 1 life recovery pill with 91% purity can do. So, let's start the auction. The opening bid is 10,000 high-grade origin stones. Zhou Ji said loudly on the auction stage. 100,000 high-grade origin stones. Someone in the VIP area bid as soon as Zhou Ji was done speaking. The people seated at the non-VIP area shook their heads one after another. They knew there was no way they could bid now. 200,000 high-grade origin stones. The second person from the VIP area bid soon after. 250,000 high-grade origin stones. The third person followed without further delay. Seems like it'll surpass the grade 1 spirit sword's price soon. Duan Ling Tian revealed a smile on his face. If all the materials that were needed to refine the grade 1 spirit sword only cost 100 high-grade origin stones, then the materials needed to refine a cauldron of 10 grade 1 life recovery pills would cost tens of high-grade origin stones at the most. However, the grade 1 medicinal pill that only cost a couple of high-grade origin stones was being sold at hundreds of thousands of high-grade origin stones. He was definitely making big profits with a small capital. 400,000 high-grade origin stones. A familiar voice reverberated in the air. It was Zhou Ji on the auction stage who represented the Zhou clan to bid for the grade 1 life recovery pill that Duan Ling Tian put up for auction. He had bid 400,000 high-grade origin stones. 450,000 high-grade origin stones. Someone bid after him this time. 500,000 high-grade origin stones. Zhou Ji bid again. That was when he defeated the crowd and obtained the grade 1 life recovery pill in his hand. Too bad I have limited high-grade origin stones with me. Otherwise, the grade 1 life recovery pill would have been mine. Many of the people in the VIP area sighed as they shook their heads. 800,000 high-grade origin stones altogether. Duan Ling Tian had a charming smile on his face. In his opinion, he obtained the high-grade origin stones way too easily. Naturally, he knew it was because the two items that he brought were rare. Just like the saying went, when the fruit is scarce, its taste is the sweetest. It described the situation perfectly. They would not be as valuable if he brought out 10 or 20 grade 1 spirit swords or hundreds of grade 1 life recovery pills of the same level. Our Zhou clan's auction fair has come to an end. Thank you for coming. Zhou Ji bade everyone goodbye with a smile as he stood on the auction stage. At this time, many people were getting up from their seats to leave. Wait! At this moment, a voice sounded out of nowhere. Although it was not loud, it was like a clap of thunder that stunned everyone, including Zhou Ji. They all turned to look at the source of the voice. It's him! The people had fear in their eyes when they looked at the person. They were naturally looking at Duan Ling Tian. Zhou Ji did not dare be negligent as he asked Duan Ling Tian respectfully, "Sir, is there anything that I can help you with? Earlier, I managed to get 800,000 high-grade origin stones from the two items that I put up for auction at your Zhou clan's auction fair. Shouldn't you give me the 800,000 high-grade origin stones now?" Duan Ling Tian said to Zhou Ji as everyone looked on. Fwa! Duan Ling Tian's words shocked everyone. It's him who put the sword and grade 1 life recovery pill up for auction. No wonder he called the sword stupid and was not interested in the grade 1 life recovery pill. He was the one who put the items up for auction. At this moment, everyone regained their senses. They finally understood why that fiend did not bid for the two rare items. It was because he was the owner of the items. Sir, according to the rules at our Zhou clan's auction fair, the earnings will only be given to the consignors after the auction ended. Zhou Ji was rendered speechless by Duan Ling Tian, who revealed his identity as the owner of the two items. However, he still explained patiently, "Moreover, I don't have so many high-grade origin stones with me. I'll have to get them from the Zhou clan's estate." You have to get them from the Zhou clan's estate? What if you bail? Duan Ling Tian asked with a frown. Don't worry, sir. Our Zhou clan will never do anything to tarnish our reputation. Zhou Ji forced a smile on his face. Then go back to that Zhou clan's estate of yours immediately to get the origin stones. I'll be waiting for you here. Also, everyone, please don't leave just yet. Please be my witness. Duan Ling Tian frowned and shifted his focus to the people present. After obtaining the 800,000 high-grade origin stones, I'll tell everyone about how the grade 1 spirit sword and grade 1 life recovery pill that I put up for auction came about. Fwa! An uproar broke out just as expected as soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking. The most memorable thing for the people today was undoubtedly the grade 1 spirit sword that gave a 90% power boost and the grade 1 life recovery pill with 91% purity that Zhou clan obtained. A lot of them even thought that letting the sword and pill slip through their fingers would be something they regret for the rest of their lives. Now that the person who put the sword and pill up for auction wanted to tell them how the sword and pill came about, how could they not be shocked? How could they not be excited? Manager Zhou Ji quickly returned to the Zhou clan's estate to get the high-grade origin stones. Many of them immediately urged Zhou Ji. Manager Zhou Ji, do you want me to lend you 300,000 high-grade origin stones? You can return them to me later. I can't wait to find out how the sword and the pill came about. An old man in the VIP area said to Zhou Ji. The old man bid for the grade 1 life recovery pill earlier, but he did not manage to get it as he did not have enough origin stones with him. I've got 200,000 high-grade origin stones with me here. I can lend it to the Zhou clan too. I've faith in the Zhou clan's reputation. I can lend them 300,000 high-grade origin stones too, another 2 persons echoed. In the end, they gathered 800,000 high-grade origin stones just like that. It was evident that they were desperate to know how the sword and the pill came about. They might even get the opportunity to obtain a Grade 1 Spirit Sword and a Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill of the same level. Just as Zhou Ji was speechless and clueless as to what to do, a voice came from afar. It was getting closer and closer. Thank you so much for everyone's kindness, but I don't think our Zhou clan needs to borrow any high-grade origin stones just yet. A distinguished old man appeared. The old man was walking in the air. Every step he took seemed as if he merged with heaven and earth perfectly. Judging by that alone, one could tell that the old man's cultivation base was extraordinary. Clan leader. As soon as the old man appeared, Zhou was already bowing to him respectfully. Clan leader? The people present were surprised to hear how Zhou addressed him. There seemed to be only one person that Zhou would call clan leader. It was the clan leader of the Zhou clan of Ataraxia City, Zhou Zheng. Pleased to meet you, Zhou clan leader. At that time, everyone greeted Zhou Zheng one after another, their tones filled with respect and awe. Apart from his identity as the clan leader of Zhou clan, Zhou Zheng was also a great powerhouse with extraordinary abilities. It was rumored that he was on the 8th level martial monarch stage and grasped powerful profundities. He was one of the best in the entire Zhou clan. As opposed to everyone's enthusiasm, Duanling Tian seemed calm, as he looked at Zhou Zheng like an ancient well, without a single ripple on its water surface. He behaved as if the old man that appeared before him was just an ordinary old man instead of the leader of a first-rate force. As Duanling Tian was observing Zhou Zheng was checking him out too. Sir, on behalf of the Zhou clan, I'd like to apologize to you for what Zhou Li did earlier, Zhou Zheng said while smiling lightly. If apologies worked, why would martial artists cultivate? Just when the people found it odd that Zhou Zheng was apologizing to Duanling Tian's response almost made them spit blood. How could he not be grateful for the clan leader of the Zhou clan, a first-rate force, apologizing to him? Zhou Zheng was rendered speechless by Duanling Tian's response. He only asked after a while, "What do you have in mind, sir?" I sold 2 items at 800,000 high-grade origin stones at your Zhou clan's auction fair. I'll accept your apology if you round it up to 1 million high-grade origin stones for me, Duanling Tian announced. What a rip-off. Even before Zhou Zheng could react to what Duanling Tian said, most of the crowd gasped in disbelief. Although they had no idea what conflict Duanling Tian had with the Zhou clan, Duanling Tian asking for 200,000 high-grade origin stones as an apology from the Zhou clan now was a total rip-off. To their surprise, the clan leader of Zhou clan Zhou Zheng chuckled when he snapped back to his senses. He then took out a spatial ring casually and handed it to Duanling Tian. Here are 1 million high-grade origin stones for you. The 800,000 belong to you while the other 200,000 can be considered as our apology to you. Zhou Zheng looked at Duanling Tian while grinning. Sir, our conflict should be over by now. I wonder if you could tell me more about yourself. We'll talk about it after I check the spatial ring. Duanling Tian took the spatial ring that Zhou Zheng handed to him. Zhou Zheng looked surprised and embarrassed at the same time. Duanling Tian took a good look at it after performing the blood ownership claim. Yes, that's 1 million high-grade origin stones. After a while, Duanling Tian confirmed and nodded in satisfaction. Duanling Tian's behavior made the crowd twitch their lips. Was this guy actually worried that the clan leader of the Zhou clan would deceive him? Sir, now can you tell us how the sword and the pill that you auctioned came about? Someone asked desperately, seeing Duanling Tian putting away the spatial ring that Zhou Zheng handed to him. At that time, apart from Feng Tianwu, everyone including Zhou Zheng and Zhu Ji had their eyes on Duanling Tian. It was clear that they were curious. To the others, whatever Duanling Tian was going to reveal would decide if they would have the opportunity to obtain such scarce items like the sword and the pill. Meanwhile, Zhou Zheng and Zhou Ji wanted to know the identity of the purple-clad young man who stood before them. Of course there's no Just when Duan Ling Tian was going to tell the crowd that it was no problem to reveal the secret, he seemed to notice something. Trailing off mid-sentence, he looked up at the eastern sky. "Who's that?" As Duan Ling Tian was looking into the east, Zhou Zheng noticed the newcomer too. His face turned somber, and his robe fluttered even though there was no wind. At that moment, a silhouette wearing a silvery blue robe appeared. It was a bearded old man with a ripped body. The old man looked gloomy at that moment, and his saucer-like eyes seemed like they could spit fire. Zhou Zheng was shocked the second he saw the bearded old man. He came out from his closed-door cultivation. "Who killed my son, Zhou?" Before Zhou Zheng could react, the bearded old man arrived above the Zhou clan's auction fair. His piercing voice came from above, and it was filled with extreme rage. "Zhou." Duan Ling Tian frowned after he figured who the person was. He still remembered the Zhou clan disciple who had attempted to rob his Grade 1 spirit sword and Grade 1 life recovery pills at the auction backstage. Duan Ling Tian had severed his cultivation base before killing him. Zhou Ji had mentioned that Zhou Li was the Zhou clan Grand Elder's only son after Duan Ling Tian had killed him. Therefore, the bearded old man's identity was self-explanatory. He was the Grand Elder of the Zhou clan. "Grand Elder, why are you here?" Zhou Zhang ascended into the sky and frowned as he looked at the Zhou clan Grand Elder. "Clan leader, even I were to ditch my position as the Grand Elder of the Zhou clan, or even cut off my relationship with the Zhou clan today, I'll never let go of the person who killed my son, Zhou Li." The Grand Elder of the Zhou clan boomed with his deep voice in rage. He happened to come out of closed-door cultivation today and had heard about his son being killed. At that second, all he could feel was his chest burning in fury, which was hard for him to suppress. Many Zhou clan elders explained to him what had happened then. They even told him that the person who had killed his son Zhou Li was extraordinary. However, as he looked at his only son's body, he could not accept the fact that his son had died at such a tender age before he himself kicked the bucket. Therefore, he had rushed to the Zhou clan's auction fair immediately. "Grand Elder, I don't think it's necessary for you to do that." Zhou Zheng could not help but force a smile, facing the old man's determination. "Clan leader, I'll kill him today even if he's extraordinary. I'll announce that I'm leaving the Zhou clan after killing him, so I won't put the clan into any trouble." The Zhou clan Grand Elder said, "No matter what, I must avenge my son today." "Grand Elder, what if I must stop you from doing that?" Zhou Zheng looked serious now. To him, whether the purple-clad young man was no match for their Zhou clan Grand Elder, the Zhou clan would be at a loss as soon as their Grand Elder attacked. If the purple-clad young man were no match for the Grand Elder of the Zhou clan, the latter would be in a pickle after killing the young man. The only thing that he could do was to leave the Zhou clan and become a fugitive. If that happened, the Zhou clan would lose a powerhouse who was as solid as a pillar of support. However, if the purple-clad young man were more powerful than the Grand Elder of the Zhou clan, the clan would still lose such a powerhouse if the Grand Elder was killed. Therefore, the only choice that he had now was to stop the Grand Elder. "Clan leader, you can't stop me," the Grand Elder said as he glanced at Zhou Zheng faintly. "Grand Elder, I don't care if I can stop you or not, but I'll give it a try anyway. If possible, I don't want the Zhou clan to lose you." Zhou Zhang took a deep breath and said in his deep voice, "If that's what you think, don't blame me for doing this to you." The Grand Elder of the Zhou clan's eyes turned frigid, while he dashed towards Zhou Zhang like a lightning bolt. It was so fast that most of the people could not even catch his movement. In their eyes, it seemed like the Zhou clan Grand Elder vanished in thin air. The other person who vanished later on was the clan leader of the Zhou clan, Zhou Zheng. Bang! 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 Gusts of air exploding came from above as majestic airwaves turned into strong winds blowing in all directions rampantly. The wild, strong winds swept through the ground, and the robes on everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, fluttered madly in the breeze. Why is the Zhou clan Grand Elder fighting the clan leader of the Zhou clan? Many of them asked in shock as they watched the flashing silhouettes in the air. "I think the Zhou clan Grand Elder's son was killed. He's here to look for the person who killed his son. But the background of the murder seems to be complicated. At least, the clan leader of the Zhou clan appears to have misgivings." "I heard that too." Hearing what the Zhou clan Grand Elder said, He'll leave the Zhou clan if he kills the person who killed his son. It's clear that he doesn't want to put the clan through the trouble. I wonder who killed his son. Many of them discussed among themselves. However, they had no idea that the person they were talking about was just standing next to them. 9th level martial monarch stage? I guess the clan leader of the Zhou clan will be defeated. The inability of the onlookers to catch the movements of the clan leader and the Zhou clan Grand Elder did not mean that Duanling Tian could not too. He mumbled to himself as he watched for a while. As soon as he spoke, one of the two silhouettes in the air was shot tens of meters away. There was only a person left who stood there in pride. It was the Zhou clan Grand Elder. Grand Elder, you've broken through to 9th level monarch stage. The person who flew away was the clan leader of the Zhou clan, Zhou Zheng. He was looking at the Zhou clan Grand Elder in shock at the moment. Clan leader, I've told you that you can't stop me. After taking a glance at Zhou Zheng, the Zhou clan Grand Elder then looked at the people below his feet and yelled in his deep voice. Cowardly rat, you dare to act, but don't have the guts to bear the responsibility? The old fella's so hot-tempered. Duanling Tian ascended into the sky as the people watched in shock, and he soon arrived before the Zhou clan Grand Elder. He faced him fearlessly. It's you who killed my son? The Grand Elder asked. If your son's named Zhou Li, then I guess so. Duanling Tian responded casually. It's him. He killed the Zhou clan Grand Elder's son? At that time, the people at the Zhou clan's auction fair snapped back to their senses. Never had they thought that the purple-clad young man would have killed the Zhou clan Grand Elder's only son. They thought about it, and it soon made sense to them. Duanling Tian was probably the only person who had the guts to kill the Grand Elder's son. No one dared to do that at all. Good, very good. You killed my son. You'll burn in hell today. As the Zhou clan Grand Elder roared furiously, his robe fluttered without the presence of the wind. He looked like as if he had turned into a raging King Kong with his muscular body. Old fella, why don't you ask why I killed your son? Duanling Tian looked at the Grand Elder calmly and asked. No matter what, you shouldn't have killed my son. There was a cold will to kill in the Zhou clan Grand Elder's voice, like he would devour anyone who went near him. It seems like you already know. Duanling Tian looked deeply into the Grand Elder's eyes as he noticed something. So what if I know? Although my son took your 2 items, even if he were to take your life, you shouldn't have killed him either. There's only one consequence since you killed him, which is to suffer a fate of death. So, I can't kill him even if he took my life? Duanling Tian was stunned at first, and subsequently, he could not help but guffaw out loud as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. You're worthy of the Zhou clan Grand Elder's position. What a tyrant! As he wiped off his tears from the laughter, a cold and terrifying gleam began to sparkle in Duanling Tian's eyes. His purple robe flapped without any wind like a ball of purple flame burning. Zhou Zheng watched whatever that was happening before his eyes from a distance. He knew there was nothing that he could do about it. The only thing that he could do was to watch silently. No matter what the consequences would be, the result of the fight before his eyes had nothing to do with their Zhou clan. If the purple-clad young man died, the Zhou clan Grand Elder would leave the clan and become a fugitive. He would have to run away from the hunt by the powerhouses from the sect that the purple-clad young man came from. A sect that's able to bring out such a grade 1 spirit sword and grade 1 life recovery pill. It's powerful enough for them to end our Zhou clan. It was a no-brainer for Zhou Zheng to figure that out. If it were not a powerful sect, how else would it get a grade 1 weapons craftsman who could refine a grade 1 spirit weapon that gives a 90% power boost and at the same time? A grade 1 alchemist who refined a grade 1 medicinal pill with 91% purity to join them? If the result were the complete opposite, the purple-clad young man would have killed their Grand Elder. To the Zhou clan, the end result was the same. No matter what it was, their Zhou clan would lose their Grand Elder who had just broken through to 9th level martial monarch stage. So what if I'm tyrannical? The Grand Elder grinned. He spoke in a tone as if Duanling Tian was nothing to him. Don't worry. I won't kill you right away. I'll torture you slowly so that you'd rather die than being alive. Then I'll let you die slowly. That's the only way that I can release the grudge in me. There was pleasure in the Zhou clan Grand Elder's tone as he spoke. It was as if he had already tortured Duan Ling Tian to death at that moment. That depends if you can do what you said. Duan Ling Tian squinted and said calmly, like as though what the Zhou clan Grand Elder said did not bother him. You'll find out very soon. The Grand Elder shouted while origin energy rumbled in his body, like an earth-shaking, milky flame. A couple of profundities followed him like shadows, and in the next second, he seemed as if he had turned into a cannon shooting ferociously at Duan Ling Tian. Whoosh! As the Zhou clan Grand Elder flung his entire body at Duan Ling Tian, a spirit sword appeared in his hand. He inserted all of his energy into the spirit sword as he swung it, and the sword shuddered intensely while a crisp, ear-piercing sword whistling could be heard. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, tens of thousands of sword rays that seemed unreal shot out in front of the Zhou clan Grand Elder like rain. They were dashing towards Duan Ling Tian without any mercy. Duan Ling Tian would definitely die from being pierced by the 10,000 sword rays as soon as he was hit. The speed of the sword rays lashing out was even faster than the Zhou clan Grand Elder himself. The 10,000 ray sword technique. As the clan leader himself, Zhou Zheng recognized the sword technique that their Grand Elder was performing at first glance. It was a heaven-rank advanced sword skill which was cultivated to its peak. Only the peak-level 10,000 ray sword technique could release 10,000 sword rays when it was performed. Dragon soaring the 9 heavens. Facing the Zhou clan Grand Elder's attack which seemed like a thunderstorm, Duan Ling Tian did not fight back forcefully. Instead, he moved away like he had transformed into a divine dragon and dodged the Grand Elder's attack that was coming at him. Whoosh! 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 However, it was naturally not easy to dodge the peak-level heaven-rank advanced 10,000 ray sword technique. As Duan Ling Tian performed a martial art movement to dodge the attack, the 10,000 sword rays took a swift turn and chased after him. Fwa! At that moment, the Zhou clan Grand Elder caught up to him. The heaven and earth energy above his head formed into a heaven and earth phenomenon. There were 4 ancient black dragon silhouettes and over 3,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. A 9th-level martial monarch stage's full origin energy was similar to the strength of 1 ancient black dragons and 2,000 ancient horned dragons. A grade 1 spirit weapon with an 87% power boost gave the additional power of an ancient black dragon and a couple of hundred ancient horned dragons. Apart from that, the remaining few monarch stage profundities would add up to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons and 1,000 ancient horned dragons. Therefore, the Zhou clan Grand Elder's full force was similar to the energy of 4 ancient black dragons and over 3,000 ancient horned dragons. That's pretty fast. Duan Ling Tian, who performed the heaven-rank advanced defensive martial skill Dragon Soaring the 9 Heavens and dodged like a divine dragon, soon noticed the 10,000 sword rays that were trailing after him. Without knowing when, a grin spread at the edge of his lips as he watched the heaven and earth phenomenon form above the Zhou clan Grand Elder's head. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian stood where he was as the people watched. He allowed the sword rays from the sword technique that the Zhou clan Grand Elder performed to cover him. What is he doing? Perhaps he figured that he couldn't run away, so he decided to let it take his life. No, if he's dead, how are we supposed to find out how the sword and the pill came about? Many of their faces flashed with concern as they looked at Duan Ling Tian at the Zhou clan's auction fair. Naturally, they were not concerned about Duan Ling Tian's life, but instead they were worried that there would be no way for them to find out about the sword and the pill that had been sold to the Zhou clan earlier if he was killed. At that very moment, Feng Tianwu, who was initially sitting in the pavilion, had walked out and looked into the sky. She fixed her eyes on the purple silhouette which was idle. Concern showed between her eyebrows. At that moment, even the clan leader of Zhou clan, Zhou Zheng, and the auction fair manager, Zhou Ji, were frowning as they looked doubtfully at Duan Ling Tian. They had no idea what Duan Ling Tian was thinking about. It was almost impossible for him to fight back impactfully since he just stood there as the 10,000 sword rays advanced closer to him. Their pupils shrunk very soon. One after another, the rest of their pupils shrunk. Oh God! What did they just see? They saw the purple-clad young man standing there with a sword that appeared at the side of his body. As soon as the sword appeared, it vanished without a trace. At the same time, everyone clearly saw a layer of light shield rise around the purple-clad young man's body that appeared out of thin air. They could hear gusts of rapid sword whistling. It was evident that the light shield was a sword web made of the rapid sword rays. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Eventually, the 10,000 sword rays got to Duan Ling Tian like rain. They pelted on the layer of light shield that rose around his body. Bang, 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 bang. Loud thuds echoed as the 10,000 sword rays rained down. They drove blasts of airwaves which turned into a strong wind, but it did not manage to break the light shield on Duan Ling Tian's body after all. How is this possible? The Zhou clan Grand Elder's jaw dropped, and he had an expression of disbelief as he watched what was happening before his eyes. Never had he thought that the murderer who killed his son could defend his attack like a piece of cake. Given the fact that Duan Ling Tian had encountered the #1 powerhouse of the Zhou clan who had just broken through to 9th level martial monarch stage from his closed-door cultivation. So powerful. He's performing a defensive martial skill, isn't he? That's right. Moreover, it's a defensive martial skill combining the spirit sword. It's brilliant. Many people were discussing among themselves at the Zhou clan's auction fair. They were gawking at the purple-clad young man who was covered in a translucent, 5-colored light shield with respect. Although they knew that the purple-clad young man was powerful, they did not expect him to be this dominant. Not only was he fearless when he faced the 9th level martial monarch powerhouse who was coming at him with the full force of 4 ancient black dragons and 3,000 ancient horned dragons, but he also defended himself against the powerhouse's full force attack with defensive martial skill. Furthermore, he had resisted the powerhouse's attack entirely. Fwa! At that moment, the heaven and earth energy above Duan Ling Tian's head were forming into a heaven and earth phenomenon. Just as everyone was looking over, the light shield around Duan Ling Tian's body faded. He was left with a sword in his hand while the heaven and earth phenomenon faded away before it even managed to form. Many of them were disappointed to see that go away. Did you say that? You'd torture me slowly? Duan Ling Tian looked at the Zhou clan Grand Elder who stood not far away in disbelief and asked calmly. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's underlying cynicism, the Zhou clan Grand Elder turned a green shade and became pale, but he did not say anything in response at all. The reason why he had charged there so furiously and swore to kill Duan Ling Tian, the enemy who killed his son, was that he had just made a breakthrough to the 9th level martial monarch stage in his closed-door cultivation and had an unblinding faith towards his own strength. He thought that it would be easy for him to kill Duan Ling Tian. It was only now that he realized that he was wrong. He was awfully wrong. Even after he had already broken through to the 9th level martial monarch stage, he was still no match for this foe who had killed his son. Just by casting a defensive martial skill, his opponent could block the attack that he had unleashed with his full force. He was very clear about what this indicated. There was a massive gap between his strength and this person. If this guy's strength were only slightly better than his, he would not have been able to block the sword skill that he had unleashed with his full force easily with just a defensive martial skill alone. Although I'm a 9th level martial monarch, I've yet to comprehend any 9th level martial stage profundity at all. There's still so much that I have to improve in terms of my strength. Looking at Duan Ling Tian, the Zhou clan Grand Elder's heart skipped a beat as his eyes shone brightly. Where there's life, there's still hope. By the time I've raised the profundities that I need to comprehend, I'll look for him again to avenge my son. The moment the Zhou clan's Grand Elder thought of this, he started to think about retreating. Sword-blinking technique. Without any warning, the Grade 1 spirit sword in the Grand Elder's hand flicked, and he threw it behind with all his might. Like a lightning bolt, it shot out in fury. Just as everybody, including Duan Ling Tian, was taken by surprise, the Zhou clan Grand Elder's body trembled and his speed suddenly accelerated to an extreme before he chased the Grade 1 spirit sword that had yet to speed up. Holding on to it, he allowed it to lead him as it flew away. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Zhou clan Grand Elder disappeared after his Grade 1 spirit sword vanished in thin air. However, in the eyes of the few people, including Duan Ling Tian and Zhou Zheng, the Zhou clan Grand Elder had first flung out his spirit sword with all his might and then fled with the help of the Grade 1 sword. Such speed that could be catalyzed by the boost from the spirit weapon was none other than the heaven-rank advanced movement martial technique, sword blinking technique. It was way stronger than other regular movement martial techniques. He escaped. Just when the Zhou clan Grand Elder vanished into thin air, the crowd on the scene started to realize he had fled. Perplexed expressions appeared on their faces. Just now, when the Grand Elder had made his appearance, he had charged in menacingly, all proud and arrogant. However, right now he had turned his tail and ran, creating a strong and sharp contrast between the scenario before. Trying to flee? A sneer crept upon the corner of Duanling Tian's mouth. Dragon soaring the 9 heavens. The next instance, Duanling Tian seemed to have transformed into a divine dragon, and a series of sword swishing set off where he swept past. That was the quasi-royal grade spirit sword that was clearing a path for him. As the last set of movement martial technique in the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the dragon soaring the 9 heavens was the most brilliant movement martial technique ever. It could even be cast through a spirit weapon as well. For this very reason, the speed that Duanling Tian possessed now was the strength of 4 ancient black dragons plus an additional 9,000 ancient horn dragons. It was way more than Zhou clan Grand Elder's strength of 4 ancient black dragons plus 3,000 over ancient horn dragons. In just a blink of an eye, Duanling Tian came to block Zhou clan's Grand Elder. How are you so fast? Seeing the purple-clad young man standing in front of him, horror dawned on the Zhou clan Grand Elder as disbelief filled his eyes. In his opinion, he already relied on the strength boost from his spirit weapon to flee, so by right, he should not have been able to catch up with him. Do you think that only your movement martial technique can have a strength boost from your spirit weapon? Duanling Tian seemed to have seen through the Zhou clan Grand Elder's mind as he retorted. For a moment, the color drained from the Grand Elder's face. No wonder this guy could chase him. It turned out that his movement martial technique could get a strength boost from the spirit weapon too. In fact, even those same heaven-rank advanced movement martial techniques had some differences among them. Those that could have a strength boost from the spirit weapon were worlds apart from those that could not. I'm going all out with you. Noticing that he was unable to flee from this purple-clad young man, adding on to the fact that he was no match to him at all. All hopes of the Grand Elder dashed to pieces as he roared out loudly before exerting his force towards Duanling Tian. Going all out with me? Are you sure you're worthy enough? In the face of the Zhou clan Grand Elder's roar and his lightning-like figure that was charging at him, Duanling Tian's face was full of disdain. With a raise of his hand, he casually flicked the spirit sword in his opponent's hand away with his own sword. Whoosh! In the next instance, Duanling Tian pounded towards the Zhou clan Grand Elder like the force of evil, and one of his palms thrust forward towards his dantian with a force that seemed as though a deity was aiding it. New. Upon seeing this, the Grand Elder seemed to have realized something as terror dawned on his face before he cried out sharply. Bam! Unfortunately, it was to no avail no matter how loudly he cried out. With Duanling Tian's palm thrust out, his dantian was crippled easily, causing him to follow in his son's footsteps. Then, like an eagle clutching a chick, Duanling Tian carried the Zhou clan Grand Elder back to the Zhou clan's auction square. It had only been a span of a blink of an eye from the moment he left until he returned with the Grand Elder's body with him. Clan leader Zhou, this guy wanted to kill me, and I've now crippled his dantian. I'm sure you don't have any objection in me killing him, do you? Duanling Tian looked towards Zhou Zhang, the clan leader of the Zhou clan, and asked nonchalantly. His hand was holding on to the Zhou clan Grand Elder, and the energy in his hand kept gushing out, destroying the profundity that the Grand Elder sent out and applied to his own body again and again. Despite the Grand Elder having had his cultivation base crippled, the damage was only limited to his origin energy alone. His profundity still remained. Although Zhou Zhang was incredibly ashen, he did not say anything in reply. How could he dare say that he had any objection at such a time? Their Zhou clan Grand Elder had just been crippled. Their Grand Elder had always been one of the very best in the Zhou clan, and he used to be just as mighty as him. After the Zhou clan Grand Elder had made a breakthrough to the 9th level martial monarch stage, he had already become the strongest person in the clan. Even so, he had still been crippled by this purple-clad young man in front of him. He had completely zero doubts that if he dared to voice that the Zhou clan had objections towards him now, the future awaiting the clan would no doubt consist of attacks that would lash at them like a furious storm. For the sake of his clan, he could only choose to remain silent. It looks like clan leader Zhou has no objection at all. Seeing Zhou Zhang remain silent, Duanling Tian knew his stance already. With a lift of his hand, he pushed the Zhou clan Grand Elder away. In the next instance, Duanling Tian stretched out a hand, and an invisible energy extended out to transform into a hidden hand that clasped onto the neck of the Zhou clan Grand Elder before hoisting him up in the air. See cough. Cough! The wizened face of the Zhou clan Grand Elder that was covered in a curly beard was now thoroughly flushed. Because of the pain on his throat, he could not stop coughing drilly. Your son, Zhou Li, was just like you as well. After I crippled his dantian, I also hoisted him up high by the neck. Duanling Tian stared at the Zhou clan Grand Elder calmly and remarked indifferently, "Tsk, tsk. Even the way the both of you struggle is also the same, as expected of father and son. Why you? You." Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, there was no doubt that the Grand Elder could no longer hold it back any longer. However, being gripped by the neck, he could not even utter a complete sentence. All that he could do was glare at Duanling Tian with his eyes bulging. "I what?" Duanling Tian's gaze turned cold as his tone became clear. "Today, the reason I came to the Zhou clan's auction square was to entrust 2 items to be auctioned. However, your son, Zhou Li, was a good Samaritan indeed. Not only did he try to pocket the items that I entrusted, but he even tried to kill me as well. It's okay for him to kill me. So tell me, how is it not okay for me to kill him? How ridiculous!" As Duanling Tian reached the end of his sentence, he sneered. Right at this moment, the crowd in the Zhou clan's auction square finally learned about the entire incident. The items that the son of the Zhou clan Grand Elder tried to pocket must be that sword and the pill then. What a huge appetite he had. He actually dared to pocket an auctioned item that costs 800,000 pieces of high-grade origin stones? Wasn't he scared of bursting with greed and being too full? If he really had his way just now, we'd most likely still be in the dark about there actually being such a grade 1 spirit sword and life recovery pills that exist in this world. When the crowds buried their heads in discussion, they were filled with the wrath of righteousness. "Just now you said that you want to torture me to death slowly. Originally, I shouldn't let you die so fast as well so easily. However, I'm always a person who respects the aged and cherishes the young, so I'll send you away directly and let you reunite with your son then." Duanling Tian glared coldly at the Grand Elder as he spelled out unhurriedly. The moment the crowd heard this, the corner of their mouths twitched right away. How the hell was this respecting the aged and cherishing the young? As for Duanling Tian, when he reached the end of his sentence, his hand suddenly tightened, and the invisible hand proceeded to tighten too. Crack! A crisp sound reverberated in the air. That was the Zhou clan Grand Elder's neck being shattered to pieces. As his head lolled limply to one side, he had utterly lost his breath. He was dead. A 9th-level martial monarch had died just like that. However, such a 9th-level martial monarch as the Zhou clan Grand Elder could only be ranked at the bottom among the group of 9th-level martial monarchs in the Cloud Continent. He was not even worth mentioning in front of the other 9th-level martial monarchs. Whoosh! Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, Duanling Tian kept the spatial ring on the Grand Elder's finger and the profundity fragments in his body. Then he casually threw the body out and let him fall to the ground before it smashed to become a puddle of bloody mess. The scene fell into a dead silence once again. Everybody's gaze shifted towards Duanling Tian in unison. They were all taken by surprise by his strength. How could he actually defeat the Zhou clan Grand Elder, who had broken through to the 9th-level martial monarch stage? Who exactly is he? This was the common question in everybody's minds. Tian Wu. After Duanling Tian had stored the Grand Elder's spatial ring and profundity fragments, he looked towards the woman in red standing outside the pergola, Feng Tian Wu. Whoosh! The moment she heard him, she rose up into the air under the watchful eyes of the others, and soon arrived beside Duanling Tian. Right at this moment, somebody mustered his courage and asked, "Sir, you still have yet to tell us where did the sword and pill that you auctioned come from?" The crowd could tell that they were about to leave when the purple-clad young man called for his companion to go to his side. "I told you guys that I'd tell you, so I shall answer you." Duan Ling Tian looked down at the crowds and replied slowly. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the crowd's eyes lit up right away as they looked at him in anticipation one by one. Even Zhou Zheng, the clan leader of the Zhou clan, and Zhou Ji, the manager of the Zhou clan auction square, were curious too. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Ling Tian began to announce neither hurriedly nor slowly, "The Grade 1 Spirit Sword and the Life Recovery Pill that I entrusted to be auctioned came from my sect, the Ling Tian sect." The Ling Tian sect. The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, everyone except Feng Tianwu were stunned with bewilderment. Of course, they knew the Ling Tian sect. The Ling Tian sect was formerly known as the Yin-Yang sect. It had met with a catastrophe and then had its name changed by the first sect leader to appear in almost 1,000 years. Is it the same Ling Tian sect that has a sect leader called Duan Ling Tian? Somebody asked. Everyone was familiar with the fact that the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect was a young powerhouse called Duan Ling Tian. "I'm Duan Ling Tian." In the face of their doubts, Duan Ling Tian declared with a calm expression. Boom! The moment he said that, it was like a stone that set off 1,000 ripples, taking everybody, including Zhou Zhang, by surprise as all their faces were filled with astonishment. This purple-clad young man was Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of Ling Tian sect that had raised a babble of discussion in public this whole time? No wonder he is so powerful. So, he's the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect after all. A pang of realization hit Zhou Zheng. At the same time, he glanced at Duan Ling Tian with a complicated look. In the past, when the Ling Tian sect was still the Yin-Yang sect, he did not feel any fear at all when the peak master of Yin Peak and Yang Peak came to find him because his strength was in no way inferior to theirs. Yet, right now, the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect had given him an inexplicable sense of pressure that bore down on him so much that he could hardly breathe. This pressure came from the powerful strength that this person possessed. This sect leader killed even the Grand Elder of the Zhou clan who had made a breakthrough to the 9th-level martial monarch stage. One could easily imagine just how powerful he was. Perhaps it would be easy for this person to annihilate the Zhou clan. He's Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect? No wonder he's so strong. So, he's actually that sect leader of Ling Tian sect that everyone has been talking about recently. The other people were hit by a pang of realization too. Some women even stared at Duan Ling Tian with love-struck eyes. Zhou Li was pretty unlucky. He actually offended such a fiend. Zhou Ji sighed. Even if it were in his dreams, Zhou Li was most likely unable to imagine that one of the two customers that he had served was actually the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect that had provoked a whirlwind of discussion recently. If he had known about it, he never would have had any covetous thoughts towards the two auctioned items at all, even if he were beaten to death. What a joke! Those two items were the very same freaking items that the sect leader of Ling Tian sect had entrusted to be auctioned. It was rumored that the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect could kill the former peak leader of the Yang Peak of the Yin-Yang sect, who had unleashed all his techniques and exerted his maximum force in just one blow without using his spirit weapon at all. The former peak leader of the Yang Peak had a strength that was in no way inferior to the clan leader of their Zhou clan. Sect leader Duan, did the sword and the pill that you entrusted to be auctioned really come from your Ling Tian sect? Right at this moment, Zhou Zheng looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked with a grave expression. As far as I know, your Ling Tian sect doesn't have any grade 1 weapons craftsman and alchemist at all. Clan leader Zhou, are you sure you're talking about our Ling Tian sect and not the original Yin-Yang sect? In the face of Zhou Zheng's query, Duan Ling Tian asked rhetorically. Zhou Zheng was stunned into silence. Right now, I'm sure that all of you must have the same question with clan leader Zhou in your hearts. In that case, I'll answer all of you at the same time. Overseeing the place, Duan Ling Tian announced in a crisp voice. That sword and that pill came from none other than the hands of the grade 1 weapons craftsman and alchemist in my Ling Tian sect. Although they were already mentally prepared the moment they heard Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, admit the fact on his own, everybody still could not suppress their astonishment. On top of that, I hope that all of you could help me to spread out a piece of important news. Duanling Tian continued. For a moment, everybody's gaze shifted towards Duanling Tian. Some who could hardly wait even asked out loud, "Pardon me, sect leader Duan. May we know what is it that you want us to spread out?" From today onwards, the Ling Tian sect will open up its doors and accept grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists in huge numbers. Seeing that the time was right, Duanling Tian announced boisterously, "Whichever grade 1 weapons craftsman and alchemist that joins the Ling Tian sect will be able to receive pointers and improve your own weapon and medicine refinement level. As for from whom they would be receiving the pointers, Duanling Tian did not care to elaborate. However, the people on the scene could guess who is the sword and the pill that was auctioned by the Zhou clan was no doubt the best explanation. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as most of them were still in a daze, two swishing sounds resonated in the air. Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu disappeared without a trace, and it was evident that they had already left. It looks like the auction fair that was held by our Zhou clan's auction square today has become Duanling Tian's stage instead. Zhou Zhang smiled wryly. Right now, if he still could not see the intention of Duanling Tian entrusting the sword and the pill to be auctioned at the Zhou clan's auction square, then it meant that he had lived for so many years in vain. The sword and the pill were merely bait. His final goal was actually the grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists who were desperate to increase their weapon and medicine refinement level. Unlike Zhou Zhang, whose concern was different, what the other people cared about more was whether the Ling Tian sect would still release grade 1 spirit weapons and pills like the items that had been auctioned just now. No matter what, the fact that the Ling Tian sect had a weapon craftsman that could refine a grade 1 spirit weapon that could give a strength boost of 90% and an alchemist that could refine a grade 1 pill that had a purity of 91% began to spread across the land. Not only that, but the Ling Tian sect had also started to accept grade 1 weapon craftsmen and alchemists from outside their clan in huge numbers. All grade 1 weapon craftsmen and alchemists who joined the Ling Tian sect would be able to receive pointers on how to create the grade 1 items. If it were just an ordinary sect that had spread out such news of recruiting grade 1 weapon craftsmen and alchemists, it would undoubtedly receive a lot of tongue lashing from the public. However, the Ling Tian sect was different. The Ling Tian sect could produce a grade 1 spirit weapon that could give a boost in strength by 90% and a grade 1 pill that had a purity of 90% and above. If one did not believe it, one could check out the Zhou clan's estate in Ataraxia City. There were a grade 1 spirit weapon and a grade 1 life recovery pill in the hands of the Zhou clan that came from the Ling Tian sect. Ever since then, a grade 1 weapons craftsman and alchemist would go to the Zhou clan's mansion once in a while, and the clan would go out of their way to welcome them. However, the moment these grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists saw the sword and the pill that the Zhou clan managed to bid for, they hastily left again, completely ignoring the clan leader of the Zhou clan and the group of elders who tried to cozy up to them. This made the Zhou clan members hate Duanling Tian to the core as he had used them for his own advantage. Of course, this took place much later in the story. After leaving the Zhou clan's auction square, Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu headed back to the Ling Tian sect at breakneck speed, as though they had transformed into two lightning bolts. "Was that the most important matter that you brought me out to settle?" After losing her memory, Feng Tianwu rarely took the initiative to talk to Duanling Tian first. "That's right." Duanling Tian smiled as he nodded. "I want to borrow their mouths to spread the news of the grade 1 spirit sword and the life recovery pill. That way, working together with Xianxia and the Gold Thug, we'll be able to bait many grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists in a short period of time." "Is it really just to bait them over?" Feng Tianwu blinked her autumn eyes as she asked. "Of course not." Duanling Tian shook his head and replied seriously. "As long as the weapons craftsmen and alchemists who are willing to join our Ling Tian sect are willing to learn, I'd be glad to teach them all. But, of course, it's up to them exactly how much they can learn." As the person who had merged with the memory of the two reincarnations of the rebirth martial emperor, he understood very well just how difficult it was for a grade 1 weapons craftsman and alchemist to make progress. It was almost impossible to make any progress if one did not have a superior innate talent. The preeminent in this context referred to a person who was the most distinguished in a group of grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists and could surpass most of them. Feng Tianwu nodded her head lightly. Suddenly, as though a light bulb went off in her mind, she asked in a faint voice, "Judging from the way you're recruiting the Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists, I'm sure you have other intentions other than for the sake of the Lingtian sect, don't you?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded, not denying it. Be it the mass recruiting of Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists, or the deliberate act of mine to spread my name widely, I'm doing all of that actually to find Kerr and Little Fair. The Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists had an extensive network that was hard for an ordinary person to imagine. With their help, Duan Lingtian believed that he would be able to find the two girls soon. He also wanted to spread the notoriety of his own name because he wished to let the two girls know that he had already come to the inner land and that they could rush back to the Lingtian sect to reconcile with him. "They must be very outstanding, aren't they?" Feng Tianwu asked. "I've told you about them in detail in the past. But you've now forgotten about it because of your amnesia." Duan Lingtian smiled before proceeded to reintroduce Kuer and Li Fei to Feng Tianwu. When he mentioned the two girls, his eyes flowed with warmth. Just by listening to him, Feng Tianwu could hear the significance of Kuer and Li Fei in Duan Lingtian's heart. "How I wish to meet them," Feng Tianwu responded lightly in the end. "You'll get your chance." Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded. Soon, both of them returned to the Lingtian sect. The first thing that Duan Lingtian did was to look for Luo Ping. "Vice sect leader Luo, get some disciples to prepare a place to stay. It's better if you can dig a flat platform at the middle of the mountain and build some multi-story pavilions there." "Sect leader, are you and Miss Tianwu going to stay there?" Luo Ping nodded, unable to suppress the question from rising. "No, it's not for us. It's mainly for the new members of our Lingtian sect." Duan Lingtian smiled as he said, "New members?" Luo Ping was taken aback. She completely had no idea what Duan Lingtian was talking about. "You'll find out soon." Duan Lingtian flashed a mysterious smirk and Luo Ping smiled wryly in response. Her face was filled with confusion and befuddlement. "Go and get ready. We are short on time, so make sure you finish it as soon as possible." Duan Lingtian told Luo Ping with a solemn face. "Yes, sect leader." Luo Ping nodded. After bidding her farewell, she proceeded to leave. After she left, Duan Lingtian made his rounds at Lingtian Peak and carefully studied the surroundings. Looking at the sect that was already on track now, a smile that came from the bottom of his heart spread across his face. Although he did not have much interest in controlling a sect when he first became the sect leader, right then he was filled with a tiny sense of accomplishment. No wonder many people itch to accomplish both success and fame and become a leader of a force. It turns out that the feeling of standing at the top, controlling everything, is actually this great. Staring at Lingtian Peak in front of him, Duan Lingtian's gaze gradually became unfocused. This was the sect that he controlled, the Lingtian sect. "There will come a day when I let the entire Cloud Continent know about the existence of the Lingtian sect. I believe that day won't be too far away." Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed brightly like two stars that seemed to be able to illuminate everything. A few moments later, Duan Lingtian left, but he did not return to the place where he stayed. Instead, he went to find for the Tuyu brothers, who were also the vice sect leaders of the Lingtian sect. "Sect leader." Upon seeing Duan Lingtian, the Tuyu brothers bowed deeply and dared not slack at all. "The reason I'm looking for you two is so you can help me gather some materials," Duan Lingtian told them. "Please tell us, clan leader." The Yu brothers quickly nodded. In the next instance, Duan Lingtian rattled off a long list of materials and asked them to find them in the storehouse of the Lingtian sect. If they could not find them in there, then they would have to go outside to search. "I urgently need to use these materials. Make sure you gather them all as soon as possible." As he finished, Duan Lingtian's face was very glum. "Don't worry, sect leader. Leave it to us." The Yu brothers pledged in all seriousness and sincerity. Ever since the Yin-Yang sect had changed its name to the Lingtian sect, although they had become the vice sect leaders, they were usually cast aside with no tasks to do. Looking at Luo Ping, who was always active by the sect leader's side, their hearts were filled with great anxiety. Now, the sect leader had finally come to them for some matters and, of course, they did not dare to be negligent. Making up their minds, they decided to do all that they could in their power to gather all the materials for their sect leader in the shortest time possible. "Go!" Duan Ling Tian dismissed them. Yes, sir. The Yu brothers responded respectfully before they left like two streaks of lightning that vanished before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. By the time they have finished gathering the materials, I can then create puppets without restraint. When the group of puppets that are mobilized by the origin stones is grouped together and become a combined puppet, I wonder how strong it'll become. As his heart pounded excitedly, Duan Ling Tian's eyes were full of anticipation. Long ago, when he had managed to bid for the mysterious silver in the Zhou clan's auction square, he had already made up his mind to refine a group of puppets and group them together using the inscription formation he had obtained from the martial emperor's secret treasure. The group of puppets would be able to cast powerful origin energy, and along with the profundity fragments embedded in their bodies, they could mimic a martial monarch. Ultimately, Duan Ling Tian would be able to control them through the mysterious silver. A few more days, and I'm sure there will be a grade 1 weapons craftsman or alchemists knocking on the door already. After retracting his daydream, Duan Ling Tian's thought of discourse changed and soon shifted to another place as he muttered to himself. Duan Ling Tian was taken by surprise when a grade 1 weapons craftsman actually came knocking on his door the next day, wanting to meet him. A glorious, magnificent palace stood in the middle of the mountain at Ling Tian Peak. This was originally the main hall of the Yin-Yang sect, and it had now become the main hall of the Ling Tian sect without a hitch. Today, two people stood in the main hall. One of them was clad in purple and was sitting in the main seat. It was none other than Duan Ling Tian. The person standing below him was a regularly clothed, middle-aged man whose face was covered in untrimmed stubble, as though he had not groomed himself for a long time now. "Are you a grade 1 weapons craftsman?" Duan Ling Tian looked at the middle-aged man and asked nonchalantly. "Are you the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect?" Despite his sloppy dressing, his eyes were as bright as stars as he studied Duan Ling Tian from top to bottom. Interesting. Duan Ling Tian took a good look at the man. "That's right. I'm the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect." Poof! With a raise of his hand, the man quickly ascertained his identity. Of course, it was not just his actions. The main thing that proved his identity was a flame that was surrounded by a golden purplish color that gushed out of his palm with just a flip of his hand. A grade 1 weapon flame. "Do you plan to enter the Ling Tian sect and become the sect's grade 1 weapons craftsman?" A glimpse flashed across Duan Ling Tian's eyes as he asked. Even though he had confirmed that this middle-aged man was a grade 1 weapons craftsman, he still did not reveal any strange expression at all, as if the person standing in front of him was just an average Joe. Duan Ling Tian's attitude took the man by surprise. The man replied in a calm tone, "As long as I can confirm that your Ling Tian sect really does have a weapons craftsman who can refine a grade 1 spirit weapon that gives a strength boost of 90%, I'll stay." "Confirm." Duan Ling Tian smirked. "Didn't you go take a look at the Zhou clan's mansion?" "I did. But that doesn't prove anything," he replied. "Oh." Duan Ling Tian took a hard look at the middle-aged man before he asked, "What's your name?" "If the Ling Tian sect can make me stay, I'll naturally tell you. If you can't, well, what's the point in me telling you?" The man replied coolly. Duan Ling Tian was stunned before studying the middle-aged man carefully as he said, "How do you want our Ling Tian sect's grade 1 weapons craftsman to prove himself to you? By refining a grade 1 spirit weapon in front of you?" "Well, that'd be best." The man nodded as his eyes gleamed brightly. Whoosh! Soon, horror dawned on his face when he realized that the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, who had been in the seat in front of him, was gone. He was even more startled by a piercing cold wind blowing towards him, which only meant that the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect was charging at him at that very second. "What? Are you shocked?" Duan Ling Tian stood firmly in front of him before asking with a ridiculing smirk, "What are you trying to do?" Staring at the purple-clad young man standing so close to him, the middle-aged man's face was a little sallow. "What? Don't you want me to prove it to you?" Duan Ling Tian flashed a charming, bright smile. "Take out your grade 1 spirit weapon," he ordered. Upon hearing this, the man was dumbfounded. Even though he already had all sorts of suspicions in his heart, he still took out a foldable fan that seemed extremely odd. It only had fan ribs and had no paper covering it. However, it was still a grade 1 spirit weapon. A grade 1 spirit weapon with a boost of 89%? When Duan Ling Tian took the foldable fan from him, his eyes lit up right away. How did you know? Witnessing how Duan Ling Tian could tell that his foldable fan was a grade 1 spirit weapon that could provide a boost of 89% the moment he touched the fan, the man's eyes grew as big as saucers. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian again, it was as though he had seen a ghost. However, Duan Ling Tian did not reply to him at all. Poof! With a flip of his hand, a gust of tyrannical flame which was dark caramel in color burst out from his palm. The moment this dark caramel flame appeared, the middle-aged man regained his calmness. In the next instance, he focused on the flame in Duan Ling Tian's hand like he was possessed. Duan Ling Tian threw the foldable fan into the dark caramel flame that spouted out of his palm. In the span of just a few breaths, the foldable fan had transformed into a pool of liquid. This is a weapon flame that has a much higher level than the grade 1 weapon flame. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed as he cried out in a deep voice, losing his cool. It would normally take 15 minutes for even a grade 1 weapon flame to melt his grade 1 foldable fan, hence his shock. However, the dark caramel flame had turned his fan into a puddle of liquid within only a few breaths. Whoosh! 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 Immediately, his gaze was drawn entirely to Duan Ling Tian, who was now recreating the grade 1 foldable fan, trying to raise its boosting abilities. With just a raise of his hand, such an abstruse weapon refining technique was at his fingertips, causing the man to be in a daze watching him. When had he ever seen such marvelous weapon refining technique before? Right now, he seemed to have forgotten everything. In his eyes, only the pair of long, slender hands that kept transforming his fan stood out, continuing to display a weapon refining technique that made him lost in wonder and astonishment. Duan Ling Tian seemed to be concentrating on the refining of the weapon, but in truth he was still able to distract a part of himself to check on other things. He also noticed the man's exaggerated expression. "You're already so astonished now. Won't you be even more bewildered later on?" A sneer appeared in the corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. Time continued to pass quietly. An hour passed by in just a blink of an eye. The puddle of liquid had already taken on an embryonic form of the foldable fan. Only a little more and it would be refined into its original look. Another hour went by. This time, the foldable fan had completely assumed the form of the original fan without anything amiss in the slightest. Whoosh! As Duan Ling Tian retracted his hand, the dark caramel flame extinguished, and the foldable fan fell into his hand firmly. Done. Looking at the foldable hand in his hand, Duan Ling Tian flashed a pleased smile. Even though the foldable fan in front seemed to be no different than the one before, he knew that there was a complete earth-shattering transformation underneath the changeless appearance. Take it. With a raise of his hand, Duan Ling Tian tossed the foldable fan to the middle-aged man. Yes, yes. The man finally returned to his senses. Hastily, he took the foldable fan and gazed at Duan Ling Tian with a fiery expression. Sect leader Duan, what grade weapons craftsman are you? You must have surpassed the scope of the grade 1 weapons craftsman already, haven't you? Well, let's talk about this later. Have a go at the foldable fan that I've just recreated for you. Duan Ling Tian replied nonchalantly. All right. Upon hearing this, the man took a deep breath before mobilizing and channeling the origin energy from his body into the foldable fan in his hand. In just a second, a great brilliance shimmered from the foldable fan. After a moment, he stared at the heaven and earth phenomenon above his head and was stunned in bewilderment. A boost of 92%? At this moment, there was a silhouette of an ancient black dragon above the middle-aged man's head, along with 9,200 ancient horned dragons spiraling up there. They were vivid and lively, making a shocking visual impact. 7th level martial monarch stage? Duan Ling Tian was surprised. It had never crossed his mind that not only was this man in front of him a grade 1 weapons craftsman, but he was also quite a formidable martial monarch. Looks like I've picked up a pot of gold today. With a jolt of his heart, a smile crept up the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. In the entire Ling Tian sect, only Luo Ping, Yu Ping, and Yuan were on the 7th level martial monarch stage and above. Even he himself was only on the 4th level martial monarch stage. Of course, that was only in reference to their cultivation base. In terms of combat strength, even if Luo Ping joined forces with the Yu brothers, they were no match for him at all. However, a person who was at the 7th level martial monarch stage and above was still a powerhouse no matter what. If he could join the Ling Tian sect, he would definitely be a great help to the Ling Tian sect. How did you do that? The middle-aged man looked at Duan Ling Tian and could barely suppress the excitement on his face. The moment he recalled the scene earlier, he still felt like he was in a trance. Duan Ling Tian looked into the eyes of the man with a calm expression. Instead of replying him, he asked him back, "Right now, are you willing to join the Ling Tian sect?" I am. The moment Duan Ling Tian asked him that, he immediately nodded eagerly, not daring to show any hesitation at all. What a joke. Here was a person who could refine a grade 1 spirit weapon that gave a strength boost of 92% for goodness sake. Although he was one of the very best among the many grade 1 weapons craftsmen, there was no way for him to compare to this person in front of him at all. Now, he had an opportunity to stay in the sect that this person in front of him was in and to obtain pointers from him. Of course, he would never let go of such a brilliant chance. Well, unless he was a fool. Very good. Welcome to the Ling Tian sect. After obtaining the middle-aged man's reply, a bright sunny smile flashed across Duan Ling Tian's face. Good day, sect leader. I'm Xianxia. Only then did the middle-aged man recall the identity of this person who fronted the Ling Tian sect. Hastily, he bowed down to pay his respects, and at the same time he gave his own name. Concurrently, Xianxia's heart was filled with bewilderment. He had already heard rumors that this purple-clad young man in front was Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect. Apart from that, he also heard that he was quite powerful. Without using any spirit weapon, he was able to annihilate Yang Hong, the peak master of Yang Peak and the former Yin Yang sect. Furthermore, he also killed the Zhou clan Grand Elder who had a breakthrough to the 9th level martial monarch in just a blink of an eye in the Ataraxia city. Could such strength be labeled weak? However, this was not the problem here. What Zhang San could not accept was the fact that this sect leader of the Ling Tian sect turned out to be actually a grade 1 weapons craftsman. Furthermore, he surpassed all other grade 1 weapons craftsmen. At first, I thought that he was a powerful demon for having such immense strength with such a young appearance, but now that I look at it, he's actually a human. Or maybe a variant. Zhang San speculated to himself. It was almost impossible for a demon to become a weapons craftsman, let alone a weapons craftsman who prevailed over all other grade 1 weapons craftsmen. Zhang San. The moment Duan Ling Tian heard the man's name, he had a strange expression right away. It had never crossed his mind that an almighty 7th level martial monarch stage powerhouse or a grade 1 weapons craftsman would actually have such a casual name. If we get someone else named Li Si who joins the Ling Tian sect, you two can then partner up together, Duan Ling Tian joked. Zhang San and Li Si. It rolled off the tongue quite smoothly. However, beyond Duan Ling Tian's expectations, the moment he said that, Zhang San's expression turned grave as he asked in shock, sect leader, how do you know that I know Li Si? Is there really a Li Si? A twitch could be seen by the corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. He was just making a casual remark earlier. That's right. Zhang San nodded his head in all solemnness. Li Si is a guy from my neighboring village. That time, he and I partnered up to go pathfinding outside, and by lucky coincidence, we came across a fortuitous encounter. Ever since then, I became a weapons craftsman, and he is an alchemist. Zhang San finished in one breath. What grade is he? Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone brightly as he asked curiously. A grade 1 alchemist. Zhang San replied. If that guy knew that there's somebody in the Ling Tian sect who can refine a grade 1 pill with a purity of 91%, he'd definitely come here immediately. However, unfortunately, that guy is in closed-door cultivation now to strive to make a breakthrough to the 7th level martial monarch stage. He said that he wouldn't come out until he's finally able to be on the same level as me. When he reached the end of his sentence, Zhang San was somewhat helpless. Then, in this case, if he's come out of his closed-door cultivation, will he also be willing to join our Ling Tian sect? Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. As long as he can get some pointers from the grade 1 alchemist of our Ling Tian sect, I'm sure he'd definitely come, although that guy's level of medicine refinement is much stronger than most grade 1 alchemists. He has only managed to refine 3 pills with a purity of 85% and above in his entire life, and they were not all grade 1 pills. Xianxia answered with full confidence. When he reached the end of his sentence, he had deliberately introduced Li Si to Duanling Tian in detail. 3 pills with a purity of 85% and above? Then, it seems like his medicine refinement level is pretty high. In this case, it looks like the fortuitous encounter that you guys went through together last time was not that simple. Duanling Tian took a good look at Xianxia. His wisdom and farsightedness seemed to be able to see through everything, so much so that Xianxia felt a chill running down his spine as he responded, "It's not bad." "Rebirth, Martial Emperor?" Duanling Tian suddenly asked and spat out these 3 words without warning. "Ah!" The moment Xianxia heard of this, he cried out loud in a deep voice at once. With a bewildered expression on his face, he stared at Duanling Tian as though he was staring at a ghost. "How did you know?" Xianxia believed that no one else would know about the place that he and Li Si had come across the last time because they had both sworn using the 99 heavenly tribulation that they would never tell anyone else anything about that place. However, he could no longer suppress his shock when he heard Duanling Tian. The place he and Li Si had come across was left behind by a martial emperor whose honorific title was known as the Rebirth Martial Emperor. The place was a cenotaph. A cenotaph referred to the place a martial emperor casually left behind to pass on his legacy. Contrary to popular belief, it was not the place where he died. Of course, if described using the martial emperor's words himself, it was merely a game that he had created out of boredom. Whoever could successfully pass the game would be able to gain quite a lot of benefits. "It looks like you two must have found the cenotaph by the northern side of the Flowing Wind City," Duanling Tian remarked. Have you been there before too?" Xianxia gasped sharply. Could that be the reason the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect possessed such powerful weapon refining method? Because he had gone there before? That was right. Just now, though the exquisite weapon refining technique that he displayed, Xianxia could still roughly see some of the trails of the weapon refining technique that he had mastered. "No." Duanling Tian shook his head lightly. "No." It was apparent that Xianxia did not really believe him. "You could say that I'm the successor of another generation of the Rebirth Martial Emperor. I know almost everything that he did. What he left behind at the cenotaph weren't many. But the fact that you made such achievements today is also quite hard to come by." Duanling Tian blurted out with a hint of compliment in his tone. Just now, the reason why he had speculated that the fortuitous encounter that Xianxia and Li Si had come across was that the cenotaph that the Rebirth Martial Emperor had left behind was due to their achievements following that. Of course, some other aspects contributed to it too. Like just now, when he had just taken the foldable fan from Xianxia, he had noticed a familiar trace on it, but he was not too sure about it then. The successor of another generation of the Rebirth Martial Emperor? Xianxia's eyes narrowed. At the same time, he hastily bowed down towards Duanling Tian to show his respect. "Senior brother." "Senior brother?" Duanling Tian looked at Xianxia with a faint smile. "If I remember correctly, the cenotaph that the Rebirth Martial Emperor left behind did clearly state that whoever receives his legacy isn't considered as his disciples, didn't it? Even so, I still regard the senior Rebirth Martial Emperor as my master. Please forgive me for not knowing your identity earlier on, senior brother." Xianxia replied, and at the same time he bowed again. His tone was filled with sincerity. Seeing Xianxia insisting on calling him senior brother, Duanling Tian did not say anything more. Perhaps Xianxia might be more obedient and stay at the Ling Tian sect because of this. This was a good thing for him. Suddenly, as though a pang of realization hit him, Duanling Tian asked, "Last time, you must have made the grade 1 spirit saber that could give a boost of 89% and appeared at the auction fair held by the Zhou clan's auction square, didn't you?" Even though he did not inspect that grade 1 spirit saber in detail, it was so rare to have a grade 1 spirit weapon that could give a boost of 89%. And how was it be possible for it to have been refined by just any grade 1 weapons craftsman? Recalling the fact that Xianxia was the first to pay a visit to his sect, it was obvious that he must have come from nearby. Because of this, he guessed that the spirit saber had also come from Xianxia. "Please excuse my poor product." Xianxia smiled awkwardly. That day, although he was not at the Zhou clan's auction square, he had heard that the Grade 1 spirit saber that he had refined, which was also supposed to be the final item in the auction fair, had been replaced by 2 other items. At first, he was a little pissed, but the moment he learned about the items being auctioned, he instantly lost his temper. He had personally gone to the Zhou clan to reaffirm it, and after confirming that the Grade 1 spirit sword that the Zhou clan bid for could boost one's strength by 90%, he immediately rushed towards the Lingtian sect. It never crossed his mind that the person who could refine such earth-defying Grade 1 spirit sword in the Lingtian sect was actually Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the Lingtian sect himself. What was more unexpected to him was the fact that just like him, Duan Lingtian's master was the rebirth martial emperor as well. However, he was very clear that whatever Duan Lingtian had learned was much more than what he had grasped. This was evident when Duan Lingtian refined the Grade 1 spirit weapon that could give a strength boost of 92%. Then, does this mean that what Li Si obtained is the medicine refinement Dao's legacy left behind by the rebirth martial emperor? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. Xianxia nodded. Upon hearing that, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes lightly. It had never crossed his mind that the cenotaph left behind during the second reincarnation of the rebirth martial emperor would be discovered by somebody else. What more the benefit that was left? According to the rebirth martial emperor's memory, that marker was the only cenotaph containing the legacy of the weapon and medicine refinement Dao that he had left behind. Of course, the legacy left behind had only reached Grade 1 of weapon craftsmanship and alchemy. There was not a single word on quasi-royal grade or royal grade weapons craftsmanship and alchemy at all. People were selfish, let alone this rebirth martial emperor who was once the one and only quasi-royal grade weapons craftsman and alchemist. He would, of course, never share everything about himself. You two are lucky. Duan Lingtian smiled at Xianxia. No matter how good we are, we're still not as skilled as you, senior brother. Xianxia's real age must be at least 20 or 30 years older than that of Duan Lingtian's. Still, as he was facing Duan Lingtian, it seemed as though he was facing his senior. He was extremely humble and modest. Even so, he appeared to be very natural. In the weapons refinement Dao, the person who was more talented was much more respected. Suddenly, a flash of brilliance flashed across Xianxia's eyes as he stared with a burning gaze at Duan Lingtian before he asked, Senior brother, the weapon flame that you solidified just now. That must be a weapon flame that has an even higher grade than the Grade 1 weapon fire, isn't it? Just now, the dark caramel flame that burst out of Duan Lingtian's hand had only taken the span of a few breaths to melt his Grade 1 spirit fan into a puddle of liquid. That display of power was much stronger than his Grade 1 weapon fire. Good job. Duan Lingtian did not deny it. The weapon fire that he had solidified earlier was indeed a weapon flame that had a higher grade than the Grade 1 weapon flame. It was the quasi-royal grade weapon flame. Because of this quasi-royal grade weapon flame, he was able to temper the Grade 1 spirit weapon that could originally give a strength boost of 89% and remold it into a Grade 1 spirit weapon that could boost one's power by 92%. Even though it was a waste to use the quasi-royal grade weapon flame to refine a Grade 1 spirit weapon, its effects were extremely potent. It looks like there's a level of weapons craftsman that is much higher than Grade 1 of weapons craftsman. Senior brother, I can't believe that you've actually attained such a level in the weapons refinement Dao. Even in his prime, senior rebirth martial emperor couldn't compare to you right now, could he? Xianxia sighed. His words elicited heat that crept up Duan Lingtian's cheeks. He knew that Xianxia had uttered such words because he did not know anything about the rebirth martial emperor at all. Or perhaps, in Xianxia's opinion, the rebirth martial emperor was only a Grade 1 weapons craftsman and alchemist. Xianxia had probably never even heard of quasi-royal grade or even royal grade weapons craftsmen and alchemists before. As long as you're willing to work hard, you'll eventually reach where I am now, Duan Lingtian replied. As long as you're willing to give me some pointers, senior brother, I believe that I'll get there. Xianxia smiled with an underlying meaning in his words. Rest assured. Since you've already joined the Lingtian sect, even if it were without the roots the both of us have with regards to the rebirth martial emperor, I wouldn't withhold any pointers from you, Duan Lingtian replied in all seriousness. Thank you, senior brother. Upon hearing that, Xianxia's face was filled with a delighted expression. At the same time, he quickly bowed in gratitude. Another few days more and I believe that there'll be many grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists who'll come to our Ling Tian sect. By that time, I'll assign you a group of grade 1 weapons craftsmen to lead. Duan Ling Tian told Zhang San. I hope that you won't let me down. Thank you for having such a high opinion of me, senior brother. I definitely won't let you down. Zhang San replied with a solemn expression. Duan Ling Tian nodded. The reason he had made such a decision was that the attainment that Zhang San possessed in the weapons refinement Dao was far from other ordinary grade 1 weapons craftsmen. However, all grade 1 weapons craftsmen were haughty and proud. In order to convince them, one would need to crush them violently in the weapons refinement Dao so that they would genuinely submit. Zhang San was no doubt a great candidate. Roughly when will Li Si come out of his closed-door cultivation? Besides that, Duan Ling Tian also wished to task a group of grade 1 alchemists to Li Si to lead. According to Zhang San, his accomplishment in the medicine refinement Dao far surpassed other regular grade 1 alchemists. It shouldn't be too long now, Zhang San replied. That'd be great. Duan Ling Tian nodded before his body flashed towards the outside of the main hall. Follow me. I'll ask Vice Sect Leader Luo to arrange a place for you to stay. After settling a place for Zhang San to stay, Duan Ling Tian returned to his room to cultivate, and after just 3 days of cultivation, there were already many grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists who had come knocking on their door. These weapons craftsmen and alchemists showed up because of the attractiveness of the fame. After Duan Ling Tian had shown his mastery of the weapons and medicine refinement Dao, all the weapons craftsmen and alchemists decided to stay. As weapon craftsmen and alchemists who had reached their current level, most of them sought to achieve a higher level in the weapons and medicine refinement Dao. There was no doubt that staying in the Ling Tian sect was the best opportunity for them to do so. Zhang San led the group of weapons craftsmen, and even the alchemists were parked under him temporarily. What was worth mentioning was that after Duan Ling Tian had demonstrated his powerful weapons refinement technique, followed by another powerful medicine refinement technique, it had taken everyone, including Zhang San, by extreme astoundment. Variant. The sect leader must be a variant. That was the only thought in the minds of the group of grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists, including Zhang San. None of them thought that Duan Ling Tian could possibly be a human. He only looked about 25 years old, yet his cultivation base seemed to be at the 9th level martial monarch stage already. He excelled in both weapons and medicine refinement Dao, and not only that, but he also demonstrated eye-boggling accomplishments that could be labeled as monstrous in both disciplines. In their opinions, such a person could only be a variant. Not just that, but he was a variant among the variants. For this reason, just with his charm alone, Duan Ling Tian managed to enthrall the group of grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists to stay. There were a total of 13 weapons craftsmen and alchemists. Of course, as long as the Ling Tian sect continued to recruit grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists from the outside, this number would keep increasing. Even though the rate of increase was slow, it would inevitably become an alarming number after a long period of accumulation. Slap! Each and every elder and disciple of the Ling Tian sect, who used to doubt Duan Ling Tian's words before, seemed to feel a stinging slap land violently on their faces. In fact, it was a loud, crisp slap. The elders and disciples of the Ling Tian sect could still remember that just some time ago, Duan Ling Tian, their sect leader, had promised that he would bait some grade 1 alchemists and weapons craftsmen to the Ling Tian sect. At that time, they thought that the sect leader was merely bragging. However, the reality was like a loud, resounding slap, and at the same time it shut their mouths completely. As a sect that had been passed down for several thousand years, the true martial sect, which was also a first-rate force now, stood inside a great, vast canyon. The great canyon was filled with thick, green plants and bushes, making it seem like it was the middle of spring. Being in the canyon gave one a feeling of peace and tranquility. However, that day, an uninvited guest made his appearance at the true martial sect. An old man, who was already worn out from a long journey, descended from the sky at a speed so fast that the disciples patrolling above the sky of the true martial sect's estate did not notice anything at all. Sect leader Wu Lai, Zhou Hua from the Zhou clan, is here. Very soon. A boisterous voice echoed from the Great Canyon and took everybody from the true martial sect by surprise. Zhou Hua, Right away, many elders and disciples from the true martial sect were bewildered. They were not unfamiliar with the name Zhou Hua. Zhou Hua was the second elder of the Zhou clan from Ataraxia City. He was one of the very few powerhouses who were on the 7th level martial monarch stage and above. His strength was incredibly mighty, and even their true martial sect had only a handful of people that could compare to him. Elder Zhou Hua. Very soon, a middle-aged man who was finely dressed appeared before Zhou Hua, the second elder of the Zhou clan, accompanied by an old, white-haired man. I wonder what brings you to my true martial sect, Elder Zhou Hua? The well-dressed middle-aged man looked at Zhou Hua and smiled as he asked. Sect leader Wu Lai. The moment Zhou Hua saw him, he did not dare to slack and immediately paid his respect. Wu Lai was the sect leader of the true martial sect, and he was one of the strongest people in the true martial sect. Suddenly, Zhou Hua turned solemn and reminded him beforehand. Sect leader Wu Lai, I hope you'll be mentally prepared before I tell you about this matter. With such a warning, Wu Lai immediately felt an ominous premonition. Instantly, his face turned grave, and his eyes became glum as he asked in a deep voice, What is it that you're going to tell me, Elder Zhou Hua? Sect leader Wu Lai, before I came here, your 2 sons died in Ataraxia City. After Zhou Hua finished his sentence in a breath, he heaved a sigh before he added, My condolences to you. Boom. The moment Zhou Hua's words left his mouth, it was as though a lightning had suddenly struck from the sky and landed right on Wu Lai's head, shocking him until he could not return to his senses for a very long time. By the time he finally came to, an extremely cool aura automatically gushed out of his body. Elder Zhou Hua, is that the truth? I'd not dare lie to you regarding such a matter, sect leader Wu Lai, Zhou Hua replied with a straight face. Who was the one who did it? Wu Lai roared in a deep voice. I don't know either. You don't know? Upon hearing that, Wu Lai's face turned thunderous. By the time he looked at Zhou Hua again, there was the additional hint of a murderous gleam in his eyes, as though he was about to press his enmity against the second elder of the Zhou clan. Before I came, he hadn't revealed his identity yet. Perhaps he has already done so by now. Tell me as we move. After Wu Lai spat out in his deep voice, his figure charged out, and he disappeared from the spot. He was heading towards Ataraxia City. Right at this moment, the old man by Wu Lai's side had also followed suit at a speed that did not seem to be slower than Wu Lai's. After taking a deep breath, Zhou Hua followed as well. Very soon, Lu Jia, whose speed was not yet fully unleashed, asked in a deep voice after Zhou Hua had caught up with him, Elder Zhou Hua, tell me. What actually happened? Where did it happen? Why would my sons be dead? Under the burning gaze of Wu Lai, Zhou Hua revealed everything that he knew. If that pair of bitch and son of a bitch don't die, I, Wu Lai, am not worthy to be their father. After knowing that his 2 sons had died one after another in the hands of a man and a woman, and that they had actually come together, Wu Lai was utterly furious. A few days later, Wu Lai, Zhou Hua, and the other guy reached Ataraxia City. At the same time, the trio learned about the incidents that had happened after Zhou Hua left Ataraxia City. They found out what happened at the Zhou clan's auction square. The people who killed Wu Lai's 2 sons were both from the Ling Tian sect, and one of them was even the sect leader. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect killed the Zhou clan grand elder who had made a breakthrough to the 9th level martial monarch stage and demonstrated immense strength. Sect leader Wu Lai, I know you want to seek revenge for you 2 sons, but I suggest you hold back a little regarding this. At the Zhou clan's mansion, Zhou Zhang, the clan leader of the Zhou clan side at Wu Lai. I don't look down upon your true martial sect, but I'm afraid that none of you in the true martial sect can defeat him. That day, Zhou Zhang had witnessed the scene of the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian, making his move with his own eyes. For this reason, he was the one who had the most significant say in this matter. Thank you for your reminder, clan leader Zhou. Wu Lai nodded slowly. Although he was filled with flames of rage, he could only suppress his anger for now. Even though he itched to avenge his 2 sons, he did not lose his cool. While it was true that he was the father of those 2 young men, at the same time, he was also the sect leader of the true martial sect. He needed to look at the bigger picture. As though a pang of realization hit him, Wu Lai looked up at Zhou Zheng. Clan leader Zhou, just now, you said that Duanling Tian is doing mass recruitment of Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists? Yes. With a Grade 1 spirit weapon that can boost one's strength by 90% and a Grade 1 pill that has a purity of 91% as a gimmick, he's attracting the Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists to the Ling Tian sect. Wu Lai muttered, I think right now, the Ling Tian sect must have quite a number of Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists already. Don't they? That's right. Zhou Zheng nodded again. At the same time, he smiled wryly. As far as I know, if you're talking about just Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists alone, the Ling Tian sect already has more than 10 of them already. More than 10 people was not a big number. However, if there were more than 10 Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists, then yes, it was enough to take anyone by surprise. Even those first-rate forces in the center area of the inner land don't have that many Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists in their troops. Even an ancient clan wouldn't have so many Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists either. Zhou Hua, the second elder of the Zhou clan who stood by the side, grinned wryly. It had never crossed his mind that so many accidents would occur in Ataraxia City all at once in just a few days ago when he left. Even the grand elder of their Zhou clan was killed as well. A nail that sticks out will usually be hammered down. Wu Lai's eyes gleamed coldly as he said in a deep voice, I'll let that Duanling Tian know that he's basically digging his own grave by doing such a mass recruit on Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists. The moment these words left Wu Lai's mouth, the other 3 people present at the scene stared at him in unison. Among the other 3 people other than Zhou Jing and Zhou Hua, there was another old man beside him who was also the guardian elder of the true martial sect. He had a strength that was in no way inferior to his. This guardian elder would usually be by Wu Lai's side and followed him as closely as a shadow would. Sect leader Wu Lai, what do you mean by this? Zhou Zheng asked curiously. Although the other 2 people did not say anything, curiosity flickered in their eyes as well. Clan leader Zhou, think about it. Duanling Tian used the sword and the pill that your Zhou clan has put up as bait. I'm sure that many Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists will definitely be tempted. Even those from the other first-rate forces would most likely be hooked, and they'll leave the forces that they were originally in to join the Ling Tian sect. Wu Lai explained unhurriedly. Do you think those first-rate forces would be happy about it? Nope. Zhou Zheng shook his head. The Zhou clan did not have any Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists. Even if they did and the Ling Tian sect snatched them just like that, he and the Zhou clan would definitely find it hard to accept. They might even be infuriated because of this. Sect leader Wu Lai, you mean? Very soon. Zhou Zheng seemed to have guessed why would Wu Lai say such things already. At once, his eyes brightened. That's right. Wu Lai nodded as his eyes gleamed with a chilly brilliance that became colder as time passed. I want to unite all these first-rate forces that the Ling Tian sect has stolen its bricks from. By then, let's all head to the Ling Tian sect altogether and demand an explanation. The Ling Tian sect and Duanling Tian won't be proud for long. By the time he reached the end of his sentence, Wu Lai's voice had turned even frostier as though it came directly from an extremely icy hole. You're smart, sect leader Wu Lai. Zhou Hua had also returned to his senses and he could not help but praise him. At the Ling Tian sect at Ling Tian Peak, a respectful and humble voice resonated from outside of Duanling Tian's room, waking him up. Sect leader, there's somebody outside looking for you. Duanling Tian, who had just returned to his senses from his cultivation, frowned slightly and asked, Looking for me? Did he say who he is? He said he's Lu Bai. The voice from outside continued. Lu Bai. Duanling Tian's brows knitted together a little before he muttered to himself. Why would he come here? Isn't he supposed to be in the northern mountain land? Lu Bai was the second young master of the Lu clan from the northern mountain. The Lu clan of the northern mountain was where Duanling Tian had stayed before he crossed the Rua Shui River. At the same time, it was also the clan left behind by an alchemist taught by the rebirth martial emperor during his second reincarnation. He was always fond of the Lu clan. Otherwise, he would have never left so many Grade 1 spirit weapons and pills for them before he departed. All of those items were very high-grade assets. Whoosh! In the next second, Duan Ling Tian disappeared from his bed in the room, and he appeared outside in the blink of an eye. A Ling Tian sect disciple was standing outside respectfully and was maintaining a bowing posture. "Bring me to him." Duan Ling Tian looked at the Ling Tian sect disciple and ordered. "Yes." The disciple led the way in front, with Duan Ling Tian following suit closely behind. Very soon he saw the incomer. It was Lu Bai of the Lu clan of the Northern Mountain. "Lu Bai, why are you here?" Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. "Duan Ling Tian, it really is you." Seeing Duan Ling Tian, Lu Bai seemed to have clutched a life-saving straw. His initially calm face was filled with emotions at once, and his body started to tremble violently. "What's wrong with you?" Duan Ling Tian noticed that something seemed to be wrong with Lu Bai's emotions. "Duan Ling Tian, you must avenge the clan leader and the former clan leader." 2 streaks of tears trickled down Lu Bai's cheeks. A man would not easily shed tears unless his heart was really broken. "What's wrong with the clan leader and the former clan leader?" Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian's face darkened. Other than Lu Bai, the person to whom he was closer in the Lu clan was none other than Lu Rui, the clan leader of the Lu clan. He was also deeply fond of the former clan leader too. "Dead. They're all dead." Lu Bai looked at Duan Ling Tian and wept with a face full of agony. "Our Lu clan is gone. Only I'm left in the entire Lu clan. Only me." The Lu clan was gone? Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he asked in a deep voice, "What actually happened? Who dared to annihilate the Lu clan?" The reason the Lu clan was able to survive for 10,000 years was that it maintained a close relationship with some of the first-rate forces in the inner land. Yet somebody had just annihilated the Lu clan? Wouldn't that person be terrified of offending the first-rate forces behind the Lu clan? Not long after you left. Very soon, Duan Ling Tian learned about the ins and outs of the story from Lu Bai's mouth. Not long after he left, an uninvited guest had shown up in the northern mountain land and called himself a member of the ancient Han clan. At the same time, that person also had another identity, the uncle-in-law of Qinghe. Of course, Duan Ling Tian knew who Qinghe was. He was the guild master of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outerland who had died by his hand. He thought that Duan Ling Tian had mastered some unique medicine refining technique and kept wanting to force him to spill it out. He failed the first time and the second time, so he had brought back up with him. A member of the Han clan? Duan Ling Tian's face darkened as his eyes gleamed icily. His palms were already balled in fists tightly somehow, and the purple robe on his body fluttered without the presence of any wind. If the Han clan member really blamed and annihilated the Lu clan for Changhe's death, then without a doubt, he was the one who had brought all this harm to the Lu clan indirectly. For this reason, he was responsible for the complete annihilation of the Lu clan and for everyone's death. That old man who claimed to come from the ancient Han clan, whose name is Han Jing, killed every one of our Lu clan except for me. If it weren't for the clan leader who arranged for my escape, I wouldn't have made it today. As he reached this part of the story, Lu Bai's eyes were filled with dread that came from the bottom of his heart, as though he had recalled something very horrifying. Han Jing of the Han clan. Duan Ling Tian's heart roiled with melancholy as he heard the devastating news. At the same time, he etched this name in his heart deeply. He was ultimately responsible for the annihilation of the Lu clan. Eventually, he would kill Han Jing and seek revenge for the Lu clan. Han Jing is basically a demon. After he wiped out our Lu clan, I managed to escape by luck. After that, I heard that he already wiped the O clan out too. Lu Bai continued, his body quivering even more violently as though the horror of what he experienced penetrated the deepest of his bones. The O clan was wiped out by him too? Duan Ling Tian frowned. Although the Lu and the O clans from the northern mountain had protection from the first-rate forces in the inner land, Han Jing still eradicated them one after another. Despite Duan Ling Tian's shock, it did not come as a complete surprise. If Han Jing really were a powerhouse who came from the Han clan, even the first-rate forces who swore to protect the O and the Lu clans would never dare to make their move on Han Jing. The ancient Han clan held a position in the Cloud Continent that far surpassed all the other first-rate forces. The former and the latter were at 2 completely different levels. Didn't Changhe bring the O clan's clan leader as a backup the last time? Duan Ling Tian frowned because he could not fathom it at all. He was infuriated because of the clan leader of the O clan fleeing at the last minute, so he annihilated the O clan together as well. Our Lu clan and the O clan, the two great clans that have had a legacy that's been passed down for 10,000 years in the northern mountain land, no longer exist. As Lu Bai reached here, bitterness and helplessness could be heard in his tone. He only now realized that other than having a vast connection, the reason the Lu and the O clans could have survived for 10,000 years was that they had never offended the true powerhouse in the Cloud Continent. Just like the powerhouse of the Han clan this time, he ultimately had no fear against the first-rate force behind the Lu and the O clans at all. Upon hearing that the two great clans in the northern mountain land that had a legacy of 10,000 years annihilated just like that, Duan Ling Tin could not help but sigh. The two clans had survived for 10,000 years, yet in the end they still could not withstand the attack from the Han clan's powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian did not feel anything about the O clan being wiped out at all. After all, the O clan was involved in this because of the decision that their clan leader had made by himself. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian felt utterly guilty about the Lu clan. Han Jing of the Han clan, if I don't kill you, it will be hard for me, Duan Ling Tian, to live in this world anymore. His eyes turned frigid, and he growled in a voice that was dry and slightly harsh, as though he coughed the words out from his throat, giving off a sense of chill to those who heard him. At the same time, a brutal, murderous intention swept out from his body to all over the area like he was a fully infuriated killing god. Before Lu Bai could realize what was happening as he stood nearby, he was already enveloped by the murderous intent that funneled towards him. All he could feel at that moment was how he shuddered with terror as his body began to tremble even more violently. After a long time, Duan Ling Tian finally retracted the murderous intention from his body, and his face finally regained its calmness. Lu Bai, why did you come to the inner land? Duan Ling Tian looked at Lu Bai and asked curiously. I'm here to look for you, Lu Bai answered sincerely. At the same time he raised his hand and a spatial ring appeared in his hand. It was a spatial ring that had not had ownership claim performed on it at all. This is the ring that the clan leader asked me to pass to you after I found you. The clan leader? Duan Ling Tian raised his brows. Of course, he knew that the clan leader that Lu Bai was referring to was Lu Rui, the clan leader of the Lu clan. After accepting the spatial ring, he performed a blood ownership claim on it. The next moment, he saw its contents. The Grade 1 spirit weapons and the pill bottles which were filled with Grade 1 pills that he had left behind for the Lu clan stood quietly right there. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian knew that when Lu Rui had passed the spatial ring to Lu Bai, he knew that he would not be able to survive, so he placed his hopes on Lu Bai escaping. Other than what he had left behind for the Lu clan, Duan Ling Tian also noticed a jade slip. A voice transmission jade slip? Taking the jade slip out, he immediately injected his origin energy into it. The next moment, a clear and familiar voice echoed in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Elder Duan, if you can hear my voice, please help take care of this kid. Lu Bai, on behalf of my Lu clan, this kid is the last bloodline of my Lu clan. Please don't blame yourself for what has happened to the Lu clan, Elder Duan. Everything is destined by God. The owner of the voice coming from the voice transmission jade slip was none other than Lu Rui, the clan leader of the Lu clan. Destined by God? Without a doubt, Duan Ling Tian knew that Lu Rui was comforting him. He did not believe in those talk about God at all. He only knew that man was the master of his own fate. No matter what, although he was not the person who had demolished the Lu clan, he was still indirectly the culprit. For this reason, he could not shirk away from this responsibility. Don't you worry, I'll take good care of Lu Bai. As for the revenge of the Lu clan, I'll settle the old scores for all of you too, he promised in his heart. An icy flame that smoldered as though it could burn through everything lit up in the depth of his eyes. Lu Bai, just stay in the Ling Tian sect from today onwards. I'll give you the best cultivation resources and assist you in rebuilding the Lu clan. As long as the Lu clan still has you, it's not completely foregone yet. Duan Ling Tian told Lu Bai determinedly. Thank you. Lu Bai immediately thanked him emotionally. To him, being able to stay at the Ling Tian sect was, no doubt, a dream came true. Let's go. I'll bring you to see somebody and let her arrange accommodation for you. The person Duan Ling Tian bringing Lu Bai to see was none other than Luo Ping, the vice sect leader of the Ling Tian sect. On the way, Lu Bai followed Duan Ling Tian. His eyes flickered with complication looking at Duan Ling Tian's back view. Back then, the strength that Duan Ling Tian had demonstrated at the Lu clan of the Northern Mountain was already enough to take him by inexplicable shock. Yet the fact that Duan Ling Tian was able to become the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect made him feel as though he was dreaming. Not long ago, when he had just arrived at the Inner Land, he had heard about the Yin-Yang sect being renamed to the Ling Tian sect. He also heard that the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect was called Duan Ling Tian. At first, when he heard about all this, the first thought that came to his mind was that the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect must be the Duan Ling Tian that he knew. However, as his mind pondered over it, he found it to be too good to be true. In his memory, although Duan Ling Tian was strong, he was still not that powerful to be able to kill Yang Hong, the peak master of the Yin-Yang sect's Yang Peak, in just one blow without the help of any spirit weapon. However, in the end, he still decided to test his luck at the Ling Tian sect. As it turned out, he was indeed quite lucky. The sect leader of the Ling Tian sect was indeed the Duan Ling Tian that he knew. After handing Lu Bai to Luo Ping, Duan Ling Tian told him, "Cultivate properly with all your heart. As for the Lu clan, I'll avenge them for you. I'll definitely raise my cultivation base so that I can be of some help to you," Lu Bai replied earnestly. After settling Lu Bai, Duan Ling Tian's heart was still a little heavy. A clan as large as the Lu clan had been obliterated just like that. "Do you have something in mind?" Somehow, a glowing red figure appeared beside Duan Ling Tian. It was a lady who had looks that could topple huge nations that had asked that question lightly. "The Lu clan has been annihilated," Duan Ling Tian answered wryly. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the woman in red frowned a little. "The Lu clan of the Northern Mountain?" "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded. "I'll help you." The terse reply of the woman immediately filled Duan Ling Tian's heart with warmth. At the same time, a little smile crept upon the corner of his mouth. Tian Wu was now more open and cheerful in front of him. "After I've created those combined puppets, I'll take the great treasure that the rebirth martial emperor has left behind for his third reincarnation during his second reincarnation. As long as I can get the royal grade resurrection pill, Tian Wu will most likely be able to regain her memory after consuming it." Duan Ling Tian started to plan out in his heart. After 3 days, the Yu brothers showed up in front of Duan Ling Tian. "Sect leader, the materials that you asked for are all here." Yu Ping handed a spatial ring in his hand to Duan Ling Tian and reported respectfully, "Good job." Duan Ling Tian nodded satisfactorily. With a raise of his hand, he tossed 2 pills to both of the Yu brothers. The Yu brothers caught them, and after careful inspection, their eyes lit up right away. "Sect leader, is this a grade 1 life recovery pill?" For a moment, they looked at Duan Ling Tian and their breathing became slightly rapid. In their opinions, the grade 1 life recovery pill that their sect leader gave out would never be the ordinary grade 1 life recovery pill. Its purity must be 90% and above. "The grade 1 life recovery pill in your hand has a purity of 99%, Duan Ling Tian explained nonchalantly. With the medicine refining technique and the experience that he had inherited from the rebirth martial emperor, along with the quasi-royal grade pill fire that he could solidify now, refining a grade 1 pill was as easy as pie. Furthermore, he could also refine a grade 1 pill that was almost perfect. A purity of 99%? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the Yu brothers were stupefied, unable to return to their senses for a long time. Of course, they would not doubt Duan Ling Tian's words. However, it did not mean that they were not taken by surprise with it. As far as they knew, the news that was being circulated outside was that the Ling Tian sect could produce a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 91% at the most. They also thought that the grade 1 life recovery pill that had a purity of 91% was already the maximum level. However, right now, after knowing that the grade 1 life recovery pill in their hands had a purity of 99%, both of the Yu brothers hastily stored the pill away as though they had just obtained a rare treasure. At the same time, reflexively, they took a look at the surroundings as though trying to confirm that there were no other people present who would find out that they had obtained such a mind-blowing grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 99%. "You two don't have to look around anymore. There's nobody else here but the three of us. Upon seeing this, Duanling Tian could not help but smile. Still, the two Yu brothers still had a taut expression on their faces, as though they were afraid that someone might know that they had been honored with a great treasure. They could faintly guess what a grade 1 life recovery pill that had a purity of 99% actually implied. The therapeutic efficacy of such a life recovery pill was not far from a miracle cure that could bring people back from the dead. It could even help save their lives during a critical moment. For this reason, they did not dare to slack at all. Upon seeing how the Yu brothers were acting like they were trying to look out for thieves to the point that even he was being ignored now, Duanling Tian shook his head and left after they had put the grade 1 life recovery pill away. Then, he proceeded to make the combined puppets using the materials that the Yu brothers had prepared. Right now, I'm looking forward to seeing the strength of the combined puppets. Duanling Tian's eyes lit up like an array of stars and his face was covered with anticipation. However, there was no doubt that it would be an arduous process trying to make a combined puppet. He would have to make a group of ordinary puppets that was catalyzed by supreme-grade origin stones first. After these puppets were completed, only then could Duanling Tian move on to the second step and work on the combined puppets. With the inscription formation that he had obtained from the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, left behind by Martial Emperor Qingfeng, Duanling Tian was confident in his ability to create the combined puppets. Time continued to pass by slowly. After a month, Duanling Tian only managed to use up half of the materials and created half of the puppets. Each of these puppets was catalyzed by supreme-grade origin stones and could bring out strength that was equivalent to the 7th-level martial monarch's origin energy, which was the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. However, although these puppets had quite an impressive strength, they were not even as valuable as specks of dust in his eyes. One would only need spitting from a martial monarch and they would be drowned to death immediately. He aimed to group all these puppets together using that mysterious inscription formation and demonstrate an even efficacious strength. He continued to make his puppets, but not long after that, he was taken by surprise by the voice from outside. "Oh no! Sect leader! Shit hit the fan." With no other choice, he could only put the work on hand down first. "What's happened until you've lost your cool?" He flew out and looked at the Ling Tian sect disciple who stood outside in the air with slight irritation as he frowned and asked. He hated it the most when somebody interrupted him while he was focused on doing his work. A decision formed in his mind instantly. If there were nothing serious, he would definitely punish this disciple severely. "Sect leader, many people have intruded our Ling Tian sect and killed the disciples who were responsible for patrolling," the disciple hastily answered. "What?" Upon hearing the report from the Ling Tian sect disciple, Duanling Tian's face changed instantly. Killed the disciples of his Ling Tian sect? Who was it that was so bold? No matter who it was, they must pay the price for touching my people. Duanling Tian took a deep breath as unconcealable cold flashes glinted in his eyes. "Where are they?" Duanling Tian looked at the disciple before him and asked in a deep voice. The disciple felt the anger radiating from the sect leader. He did not dare to delay and hurriedly replied, "The north side." "Who?" The minute he finished his sentence, he felt a breeze on his face and then the person who stood in front of him had gone entirely out of sight. Duanling Tian was angered. He was completely enraged. Now he was the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect and someone was killing his people. In fact, they were killing his Ling Tian sect disciples. That was undoubtedly the equivalent to slapping him in his face and embarrassing him. "I have to see who's so bold as to do this." Duanling Tian appeared as calm as water, but his killing intent surged as he murmured as if it would pierce through the boundless skies. "Sect leader! Sect leader!" On his way, a few persons met Duanling Tian and followed behind him, including a group of Ling Tian sect elders led by Luoping and the Yu brothers. Noticing that Duanling Tian kept silent, they knew that their sect leader was enraged. "Young master! Master!" Soon Xiongquan and the gold thug arrived. A woman in red who looked like an elf draped in fire came along with them. After her appearance, everything around her seemed to be eclipsed by her beauty. As soon as she appeared, she landed beside Duanling Tian and walked alongside with him. Currently, Feng Tianwu was the only person in Ling Tian sect who dared to walk alongside Duan Ling Tian. Sect leader! Sect leader! Shortly after, more greetings were heard. It was a dozen middle-aged and old men flying towards them. A middle-aged man led them, and they all then followed behind Duan Ling Tian. The middle-aged leader was Xianxia. As for the rest, they were the Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists who had recently joined the Ling Tian sect. However, Duan Ling Tian was not affected by the appearance of Xianxia and the rest. His sharp gaze was staring straight ahead. Even though there were no emotions on his face, the people present still felt a chilling aura emanating from his body. I don't know who's so bold to dare break into our Ling Tian sect. And they killed our Ling Tian sect disciples. I want them to come before me and never be able to leave. Many Ling Tian sect elders could not suppress the anger in their hearts and vented their fury with a growl. They had rushed over when they heard that someone had broken into the Ling Tian sect and killed the patrolling disciples. There! Suddenly, a Ling Tian sect elder craned his neck and shouted. In the distance, a crowd appeared in their line of sight. Most of them were Ling Tian sect disciples. They had furiously surrounded a dozen people. Some of them clenched both their fists and trembled in agitation. More accurately, they were surrounding a mix of 12 middle-aged and old men. 6 people formed the front line and the other 6 followed closely behind. It's him. At that time, the 5 people behind Xianxia frowned while their eyes were trained on 5 of the 6 leading individuals respectively. They seemed to know these people. Do you guys know them? Xianxia asked as his face turned grave while he pivoted to look at the 5 Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists behind him. I know that person. He's the sect leader of Fly Frost sect which I was previously in. Behind him is the highest elder of Fly Frost sect, a Grade 1 alchemist said. I know that person too. He was the sect leader of Silver Feather sect from which I was in. Behind him is the guardian elder of Silver Feather sect, another Grade 1 weapons craftsman said. Apart from the both of them, the other 3 individuals gave a similar answer. 10 out of the 12 persons were people whom they knew and had interacted with. It seems like they're unwilling to accept your departure. Are they coming to fight for you at our Ling Tian sect? After learning the identity of 10 of out the 12 persons from the 5 of them, Xianxia naturally guessed their intentions for coming and could not help but sneer. They don't have the capabilities to make others stay but dared to come to ask for it at the Ling Tian sect. They seem to think the Ling Tian sect is an easy target. At once, everyone who followed behind Duan Ling Tian understood the intentions of the dozen. Do they not think it was humiliating enough? They still dare to come and ask for these people from the Ling Tian sect. Many Ling Tian sect elders snickered. Who knows the other 2 of them? Xianxia asked the remaining Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists, but he did not get an answer. Maybe the Grade 1 weapons craftsmen or alchemists from their force haven't reached the Ling Tian sect after they left their force. Someone guessed. That must be it. Many people agreed. Duan Ling Tian heard all the chatter around him and his eyes became colder as was the sneer on his lips. Sect leader. The arrival of Duan Ling Tian and his crew quickly caught the attention of the Ling Tian sect disciples. They looked at Duan Ling Tian in excitement. While they bowed and greeted him respectfully, there was almost blind worship in their eyes. During this time, with the group of Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists joining the Ling Tian sect, the Ling Tian sect elders and most of the outstanding disciples managed to obtain Grade 1 spirit weapons. Besides, all of them had, more or less, some Grade 1 pills in their hands. Although it was only an ordinary Grade 1 spirit weapon or Grade 1 pills from the Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists who had just joined the Ling Tian sect, it was sufficient to inspire them. That was treatment they did not dare to dream about in the previous Yin Yang sect. Now, they got to enjoy such ways. All of that was attributed to the Ling Tian sect and their sect leader, Duan Ling Tian. For that reason, they respected the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect from the bottom of their hearts and even regarded him as their idol. Duan Ling Tian forced a smile and nodded in response when he looked at the group of Ling Tian sect disciples. However, when he led the group of people behind him and confronted the 12 persons in the encirclement, his smile disappeared. It was replaced by icy cold frost instead. One old man in a black robe among the 6 leading people in the opposing party stared at Duan Lingtian with a cold face and asked condescendingly, "Are you the sect leader of the Lingtian sect, Duan Lingtian?" However, Duan Lingtian ignored him. His gaze swept past the faces of the 6 leading people. Then it swept past the other 6 behind them as if he was observing something. For 9th level martial monarch stage? Duan Lingtian lifted his eyebrows. He knew the score in his heart. Earlier, he seemed to be glancing at the dozen people in front of him, but actually he was exploring their strengths with his spiritual energy. He found out that there were 4 9th-level martial monarch stage martial artists among the posse in front of him. As for the remaining 8, they were not weak either. They were all on the 8th-level martial monarch stage. "I asked you something. Didn't you hear me?" The old man in the black robe instantly flew into a rage and yelled at Duan Lingtian when he saw him ignoring him, and he noticed the mocking gaze from his surroundings. Duan Lingtian kept on ignoring the old man in the black robe. To be precise, it was as if he did not hear the old man in the black robe at all. Sect leader Mo. However, this time an elderly man behind Zhang San stepped forward to stand alongside Zhang San and looked at the old man in the black robe. "I left the 1,000 Feet sect purely on my own will. It was my choice and there was nothing to do with the Ling Tian sect. Besides, when I left, didn't sect leader Mo say that we parted on good terms?" The old man's face turned gloomy as he said. He seemed to feel that he had been deceived. Humph. However, the old man in the black robe just snorted when he was faced with this elderly. It seemed like he disdained to talk nonsense with him. He had struck an agreement with the leaders of the other 5 most substantial first-rate forces. After destroying the Ling Tian sect, they would not treat these grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists as kindly and generously as they had in the past. They would force them to swear an oath with the 99 heavenly tribulation to never betray the forces they were in, or they would be killed by heavenly tribulation. In the past, grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists were extremely rare. They did not dare to do so because they were afraid of encountering those with a strong character. But things were different today. There were nearly 20 grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists in the Ling Tian sect. Even if there were a dozen with strong characters who would rather die, the remaining ones would be enough for all of them. Hence, they were not worried that they could not recover their losses after destroying the Ling Tian sect. For that reason, the old man in the black robe, who was also the sect leader of the 1,000 Feet sect, seemed cold and even retrograde to the grade 1 weapons craftsmen whom he used to treat warmly. Duan Lingtian finally opened his mouth, but he did not answer the old man in a black robe. Instead, he asked a question in a deep voice. "Did all 12 of you come due to the grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists who left your respective forces?" As Duan Lingtian finished his sentence, a middle-aged man in fine clothes, who was among the 6 leading persons, said coolly, "The 5 sect leaders beside me came for that, but I didn't." Duan Lingtian's eye landed on the well-dressed man in fine clothes. From the beginning, he had realized the difference in this person. He had shown his endless hatred from the moment he saw Duan Lingtian. "Sect leader of the true martial sect?" Duan Lingtian squinted his eyes and asked tentatively. "That's right. I'm true martial sect's sect leader, Wu Lai. Today, I'll kill both of you to avenge both of my dead sons." Wu Lai looked at Duan Lingtian and Feng Tian Wu with a cold glint in his eyes as a chilling killing intent spread from his body. True martial sect's sect leader? After hearing Wu Lai's words, Duan Lingtian nodded in comprehension. "So you're the father of that 2 idiots." Idiots? When Duan Lingtian's words came out, most people present took on a strange expression. Many people looked at Wu Lai at once. "What's the father of 2 idiots? You. Duan Lingtian. Don't push it." Wu Lai almost attacked Duan Lingtian in anger. In that crucial moment, he remembered Duan Lingtian's strength surpassed him. So he must suck it up and be patient. Anyway, the people against Duan Lingtian and Ling Tian sect today was not only him. "Don't push it?" Duan Lingtian looked at Wu Lai mockingly. "I'm pushing it, what can you do? Would you dare attack me?" Previously, he discovered that Wu Lai was just an 8th-level martial monarch stage martial artist. That's why he had disregarded Wu Lai from the beginning. If Wu Lai dared to attack him, he was confident he could kill him with one shot. Provocation is useless against me. Wu Lai snorted, but his eyes still seemed to be able to spurt fire. It showed how angry he was in his heart. Trash. Duanling Tian ignored Wu Lai after coolly glancing at him and made him so angry that his eyes were cracking. Then, Duanling Tian's swift and piercing gaze swept across the remaining 11 people. Who killed Ling Tian's sex patrolling disciples earlier? Duanling Tian asked. He sounded extremely calm. However, if one paid attention, they would be able to hear extreme anger and coldness in his tone. I did it. At that time, the gray-clad old man beside Wu Lai stepped forward as he coolly glanced at Duanling Tian. In his words, he did not seem to consider it a serious matter. At once, the group of Ling Tian sect elders and disciples was staring furiously at the gray-clad old man. Sect leader Lin, why would you do that? One old man behind Xianxia said with a sigh. That old man was a grade 1 weapon craftsman of the first-rate force which was controlled by the gray-clad old man. He left his former first-rate force for Ling Tian's sect because he wanted guidance from the weapon craftsman who could refine grade 1 spirit weapon which could amplify 90% one's strength. He too left in good terms, but he never imagined that the sect leader of the sect he was formerly at would cause a scene at Ling Tian's sect. You killed them alone? The gray-clad old man successfully caught Duanling Tian's attention as he squinted his eyes and asked him in a deep voice. That's right, the gray-clad old man proudly said. He did not seem to notice the danger was approaching him. Very well, dare to take responsibility for your own doing. If that's the case, go to hell. Duanling Tian, who was nodding seriously, vanished into thin air as he spoke. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the gray-clad old man. Show! In that split second, a short-lived sword cry sounded in all of the martial monarch powerhouse's ears, whereas the Ling Tian sect disciples below the martial monarch stage did not hear anything. Even though they did not hear anything, they clearly saw that the gray-clad old man instantly fell to the ground as their Ling Tian sect's sect leader, Duanling Tian, arrived in front of him. When he fell, his eyes were wide opened with disbelief as if he had encountered something unbelievable. Perhaps, he never thought that he could be killed so easily by Duanling Tian until the moment before his death. As the gray-clad old man fell, there was a sword mark on his throat. A clear but subtle sword mark which was also his fatal wound. One strike to seal his throat. At that moment, the group of Ling Tian's sect disciples was shocked. In fact, even the true martial sect's sect leader, Wu Lai, the leaders of the other 4 largest forces as well as the people they brought were dumbstruck. Boom! Until a loud bang sounded only did they finally recovered. It was Duanling Tian who grounded the gray-clad old man's body into dust with a palm. The only thing left was a spatial ring and several pieces of profundity fragments of which he kept. Sect leader! The old man who was following behind the gray-clad old man cried and lunged at Duanling Tian like a wild beast with his origin energy rolling off his and profundity following like a shadow. He wanted to avenge the gray-clad old man. Wang! When attacked Duanling Tian with his grade 1 spirit weapon, he was determined to mince Duanling Tian into tens of thousands of pieces. Wang! 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 The blade gleam swept across the sky headed for Duanling Tian overwhelmingly as if it wanted to shred Duanling Tian in 10,000 pieces. Die! The old man yelled. Wherever he passed, air explosion sounds sounded continuously and set off gusts of raging wind that make the robes of everyone present fluttered. At the same time, heaven and earth phenomenon took form at the void above the old man. 4 ancient black dragons silhouette and 1,000 ancient horned dragons silhouette charged against Duanling Tian with sharp claws and bared fangs as if intending to shred Duanling Tian. Die! The old man shouted. Air explosion sounds sounded wherever he passed and caused gusts of raging winds which made everyone's robe fluttered. You must have the ability to kill me first. Duanling Tian sneered and faced it without avoiding. He has no fear of the storm-like attacks exerted by the old man. 9 Dragons Barrier. With a thought, the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duanling Tian's hand was wrapped in a 5-colored force. It created a swift and piecing sword chi which weaved around his body wantonly like a 5-colored divine dragon. The 5-colored divine dragon was extremely fast. It formed a 5-colored light shield on the surface of his skin in the blink of an eye. Boom, 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 boom. Overwhelming blade gleam hit the surface of the five-colored light shield of Duanling Tian and caused a burst of loud sounds. The exploded airflow set off gusts of raging wind once again. However, it failed to break through the five-colored light shield on the surface of Duanling Tian's skin. Dragon soaring the nine heavens. Moments later, Duanling Tian braced blade gleam, which was falling like rain, and moved forward like a five-colored divine dragon with exuded swift and piercing sword chi. He arrived in front of the old man in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, Duanling Tian raised his hand with the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand. Show! When the five-colored light shield around Duanling Tian's body disappeared, a short-lived sword cry was once again heard by all the martial monarch powerhouse who were present. Immediately afterward, the old man followed the footsteps of his sect leader under everyone's watchful eyes. Boom! Similarly, Duanling Tian grounded the old man into dust and kept his spatial ring and profundity fragments. The eyes of all leaders of the five largest forces, including true martial sect's sect leader, Wu Lai, were locked onto the heaven and earth phenomenon forming in the void above Duanling Tian. They wanted to know Duanling Tian's strength. That was the reason why they just stood by the side and watched earlier. As the saying goes, you would only be ever victorious if you know the enemy and know yourself. They needed to delve in deeper to understand this Ling Tian sect's sect leader, Duanling Tian, who emerged out of nowhere and raised like a comet. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. The heaven and earth phenomenon in the void above Duanling Tian dissipated before it was formed. Now, one of the force from the original six largest first-rated forces was gone. There were only the people from the five largest first-rate forces left, including the true martial sect. Sect leader's amazing. Yes, he's so strong. Even the leader of a first-rate was instantly killed. The sect leader in the blink of an eye. The other strong powerhouse from that sect who was of a lofty status wasn't spared too. What's the fuss? The sect leader managed to get rid of Zhou clan's Grand Elder, who was at the 9th level martial monarch stage. It was naturally nothing for him to be able to kill two poor old men. That two poor old men probably weren't even as strong as Zhou clan's Grand Elder, who was killed by sect leader. A group of Ling Tian sect's disciples was discussing among themselves. Without exception, their gaze was filled with enthusiastic admiration. Some of the female disciples even stared at Duanling Tian longing. They regarded Duanling Tian as their dream lover. However, dignified expression was apparent on Zhang San's face, along with the faces of Grade 1 weapon craftsman and Grade 1 alchemist behind him, as well as all three of Ling Tian's sect vice sect leader. They could see that the rest of the party did not seem to care that two of their own died. Obviously, the persons who died wasn't the strongest among them. Otherwise, they would not stay as calm. They knew the real crisis of Ling Tian sect has just begun. Not bad, not bad. 1,000 Feet sect's sect leader. That old man in black robe sized up Duanling Tian and nodded. It looked like an elder praising the younger generation. In the blink of an eye, he changed his expression and smirked. However, no matter how good your strength was, you're going to die here today. Let's attack together. After all, this chap could kill a 9th level martial monarch stage martial artist like us. We shan't be careless. The old man in a black robe's eye was locked onto Duanling Tian as he said to three other persons. The three other person he spoke to as leaders of three other first-rate forces apart from the true martial sect's sect leader, Wu Lai. The three of them had the same cultivation base as him. They were all 9th level martial monarch stage powerhouses. Zhou clan's Grand Elder was a martial artist who had just broke through to the 9th level martial monarch stage. Even I could kill him with one move. Among the leaders of the three first-rate forces, a middle-aged man in silver robe said in disdain. However, although he said that, he still stared at Duanling Tian cooperatively with a cold gaze. He was ready to attack at any time. As for the remaining two people, they also fixated their gaze on Duanling Tian at the first instant. They were on the verge of a war. Let's help the sect leader. The group of people behind Duanling Tian were agitated. All of them wanted to help Duanling Tian. However, they returned to silence when Duanling Tian lifted his hand. He knew the sect leader wanted them to stand by the side. Sect leader, you. The group of people including Xianxia intended to persuade Duan Lingtian but was interrupted by Duan Lingtian in a deep voice. This is an order. For a time, the group of people who did not dare to violate Duan Lingtian's orders looked at Duan Lingtian's back with a concerned expression as their hearts were filled with worry. As Duan Lingtian confronted the 4 ninth-level martial monarch stage powerhouses, the Lingtian sect disciples who had formed the encirclement also began to gather behind Duan Lingtian. Among the 4 ninth-level martial monarch stage powerhouses who stood in the front and confronted Duan Lingtian, the old man in the black robe, who was also the sect leader of the 1,000 Feet sect, said in a cold voice, "Duan Lingtian, from now on Lingtian sect no longer exists." His words implied that they were destined to kill Duan Lingtian. That would depend on whether you have that capability or not. Despite facing 4 ninth-level martial monarch stage powerhouses, Duan Lingtian had a calm and indifferent face. All of a sudden, the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hands split into 9 swords and hovered around his body, constantly rotating. The speed was getting faster and faster. "You're also an inscription master?" Seeing Duan Lingtian's show of hands, the 4 ninth-level martial monarch stage powerhouses confronting Duan Lingtian were shocked. They could see that Duan Lingtian was controlling the 9 swords and making them rotate around his body with his spiritual energy. Compared to the shock of the 4 of them and their 6 companions, the people from the Lingtian sect were not as surprised because the fact that their sect leader was an inscription master was no secret to the sect. The reason why the cold wind could not affect the north side of Lingtian sect was that the sect leader had set up an inscription formation. From then on, they knew that he was an outstanding inscription master. Although the 9 swords surrounding Duan Lingtian's body looked exactly the same, most people just thought that he had 9 exact same spirit swords. They never thought that the 9 swords were transformed from a single sword. Jian, although father couldn't personally avenge your death personally, it can be considered revenge. You may rest in peace now. Jian, once Duan Lingtian is dead, father will kill the bitch personally to avenge your death. The gaze of the sect leader of the true martial sect, Wu Lai, shifted from Duan Lingtian to Feng Tian Wu, and suddenly, extreme frigidness shot out from his eyes as he waited for a chance to devour her. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian would undoubtedly be a dead man today. Even though Duan Lingtian could kill the Grand Elder of the Zhou clan who was a 9th-level martial monarch stage, but as far as he knew, the latter had just broken through to the 9th-level martial monarch stage. He had not even comprehended the 9th-level monarch stage profundity. As for the 4 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouses on whom he had spent a lot of effort in persuading to come, any one of them also had the strength that overwhelmed the Grand Elder of the Zhou clan. Sect leader. The Lingtian sect members looked at Duan Lingtian with a dignified expression, full of concern in their eyes. At that very moment, they thought that their sect leader was so amazing as he stood there like a towering mountain. They held their breaths. No one opened their mouths to speak. Now, they understood that their sect leader was facing 4 leaders of first-rate forces similar to the Lingtian sect. Their strength was apparent. Many people broke out in a cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. Young master. Master. Xianxia and the gold thugs stood at a distance and looked at Duan Lingtian with hope in their eyes. They hoped that Duan Lingtian could kill the 4 leaders of the first-rate forces. However, it was just hope. They were also unsure of it in their hearts even though they knew Duan Lingtian. They definitely know that Master managed to kill the Zhou clan Grand Elder, who was at the 9th-level martial monarch stage. However, they still came, so they must have some confidence in winning. The gold thug spoke to Xianxia through voice transmission. "Crap. Of course, I knew that." Xianxia answered snappily. His eyes were thick with worry as he responded. Feng Tianwu backed down and gazed at Duan Lingtian's back silently. Unconditional trust flooded her eyes. "Kill." Finally, the sect leader of the 1,000 Feet sect, that old man in the black robe, shouted suddenly. Immediately, he seemed to transform into a black lightning bolt and headed straight for Duan Lingtian with great momentum. Boom! When the old man in the black robe moved, the air in his original position stirred and set off a deafening air explosion followed by a burst of air explosions which were slightly softer. Boom! 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 The 3 others attacked in that same moment when the old man moved and their sole target was Duan Lingtian. One had to capture the ringleader first to capture all the followers. The four of them, who attacked as quick and resolute as lightning, knew that clearly in their hearts. The Ling Tian sect would break down and cease to exist once they got rid of Duan Ling Tian, who was their sect leader. Ling Tian sect will be the shortest-lived first-rate force in the history of the Cloud Continent, one of the old man's followers declared before he attacked. His tone was mixed with contempt and disdain. His words caused dread to fill the faces of the Ling Tian sect members. Everyone can brag. I'm still coming back to that same phrase. It depends on whether you have the ability to do so or not. In the face of their provocation, Duan Ling Tian spoke calmly as if he was not caught in a confrontation with four ninth-level martial monarch stage powerhouses. Dragons soaring the 9 heavens. Facing the four menacing ninth-level martial monarch stage powerhouses. Duan Ling Tian moved and seemed to have transformed into a 5-colored divine dragon, soaring upwards into the clouds. Humph! Accompanied by the 4 snorts, Duan Ling Tian's attackers changed their direction and flew towards Duan Ling Tian like 4 bolts of lightning. The 5 of them, including Duan Ling Tian, were so fast that most of the Ling Tian sect disciples could not keep up with their figures. They could only hear some popping and explosion sounds in their ears besides feeling the raging wind on their faces. Only those above 7th-level martial monarch stage could barely see their actions. In their eyes, the scene before them was extremely spectacular. A 5-colored divine dragon was leading the way at the front, followed closely by 4 streamers that appeared as fast as lightning. Then, they were hidden by the clouds and completely disappeared from their eyes moments later. PSSSSHT. 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 Witnessing such a thrilling pursuit, everyone present was on the rise to chase after them. No matter if they could see their actions or not, they stepped into the air just to be a part of all the action and craned their necks to look at the stormy clouds in the distance. Whoa! 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 At that moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, there were 16 ancient black dragons silhouettes in the void above, in addition to more than 20,000 ancient horned dragons silhouettes which were charging forward with their sharp claws and bared teeth. They seemed to be attacking the same target. It's the heaven and earth phenomenon formed by the heaven and earth energy of the leaders of the 4 largest forces. On average, each of them has the strength of more than 4 ancient black dragons in addition to more than the power of 5,000 ancient horned dragons. Boom! 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 Thunderous air explosions rippled in succession. Some of the weaker Ling Tian sect's disciples even turned red and bled from their eyes, noses, and mouth. They hurriedly covered their ears with their hands. Now all leaders of the 4 largest forces had utilized their Grade 1 spirit weapon. All their spirit weapons were different. One used a blade, one used a sword, one used a hammer, and the other one used a glove. Clang! 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 Wherever the person using the blade passed, the airflow seemed to be split open with his giant blade. A sky full of blade gleam swept across the sky and headed toward the figure in front, which seemed to have transformed into a 5-colored divine dragon. Swoosh! 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 When the person using the sword attacked, overwhelming sword chi shot out and became a sword web which covered the purple figure like a net that encompassed heaven and earth. Boom! 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 Regardless of whether it was the giant hammer smashing or the gloved fist pummeling, all of it was like shots of cannonballs shooting across the sky that set off a terrible burst of air explosions. Those explosions caused the bloodshed of the weaker Ling Tian sect disciples. The strongest one fully exerting himself would amount to the strength of 4 ancient black dragons in addition to the power of more than 6,000 ancient horned dragons. At the maximum, the weakest one would amount to the strength of 4 ancient black dragons in addition to 5,000 ancient horned dragons. Duan Ling Tian, who used a heaven-rank advanced movement martial technique, dragon soaring the 9 heavens, seemed exceptionally peaceful when meeting the increasingly close attack from his 4 opponents. Duan Ling Tian turned again with a thought. Their strength is pretty equal, and all of them were stronger than the Zhou clan Grand Elder. Swoosh! This time, Duan Ling Tian swiveled around and rushed back to face the full blow of the leaders of the 4 largest forces under everyone's watchful eyes. You're looking for death. As Duan Ling Tian turned and charged towards them, the leaders of the four largest forces, including the sect leader of 1,000 Feet sect, had shock in their eyes while sneering. In their opinion, the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian, was offering himself to be killed. He gave up resisting? That was what the four of them thought, as a smug smile hung at the corner of their mouths at the same time. At the same time, the attacks exerted by the four of them, accompanied by the vast heaven and earth phenomenon that was accumulated, rained on the purple figure like a storm. What's the sect leader doing? The Ling Tian sect elders and disciples' faces changed dramatically. Only a few people who were familiar with Duan Ling Tian seemed to have guessed something as their eyes brightened. In contrast, the remaining 6 persons, including the sect leader of the true martial sect, Wu Lai, also widened their eyes. To them, Duan Ling Tian was seeking death by turning at a time like that. Perhaps he felt that he's dead without a doubt today, so he wanted to make it a quick one. The sect leader of the Ling Tian sect isn't so special after all. That was the voice in most of their minds. Jian, can you see this? Duan Ling Tian's going to die now. As Duan Ling Tian was exposed to the attacks of the leaders of the 4 largest forces, a radiant smile appeared on Wu Lai's face, as if he had already seen the scene in which Duan Ling Tian was killed. However, the smile on his face completely froze in the next moment. Oh God! What did he just see? At the same time, the 5 other persons beside Wu Lai also changed their expressions. Disbelief was apparent on their face. Everyone from the Ling Tian sect was also shocked. However, most people showed hope and expectation on their faces, as if they had just glimpsed a dawn of new hope. You 4 idiots, thanks for the gifts. When he turned around and faced the attacks of the leaders of the 4 largest forces head-on, and most of the people thought that he would definitely be a dead man, Duan Ling Tian spoke. His voice was indifferent and did not contain any emotions. Gifts! The leaders were stunned. Before they even reacted, they then saw 9 sword chi shoot out of the purple figure, who faced their assault boldly. They knew in their hearts that those were the 9 spirit swords which were hovering around the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian. However, they did not care. Ha! That's futile effort. Not only did they not care, they even looked down upon the attack Duan Ling Tian launched from the bottom of their hearts. From the speed of the 9 sword chi, they could roughly estimate the strength it contained. The 9 sword chi might be able to stop any one of their attacks, but it was impossible for it to stop all 4 of their attacks simultaneously. Duan Ling Tian immediately exerted the 9 tribulation sword control technique. The 9 tribulation sword control technique had a unique characteristic whereby it needed some buffering time for the speed of the swords to be increased to its ultimate when it was controlled by spiritual energy. That was the reason why the leaders of the 4 largest forces looked down upon the 9 tribulation sword control technique that he used. Swish! 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 9 sword chi soared across the sky and strengthened moments later. It was like 9 copies of Duan Ling Tian striking all together. The strength was instantly increased to its maximum, as if the gods had aided him. How's that possible? At that time, the faces of the leaders of the 4 largest forces changed. The 9 sword chi suddenly quickened, and the acceleration rate jolted them. At once, they realized that the 4 of them could hardly block it. They never thought that the speed of the sword chi would increase, and so dramatically too. It was completely beyond their imaginations. Damn it! How could this Duan Ling Tian be so powerful? Didn't Wu Lai say that Duan Ling Tian was only a little bit stronger than the Zhou clan Grand Elder, who had just broken through to the 9th level martial monarch stage? Is this more than a little bit stronger than the Zhou clan Grand Elder? We've been cheated by Wu Lai. At that moment, the 4 of them also saw the heaven and earth phenomenon which accompanied Duan Ling Tian. They could detect the strength of 4 ancient black dragons in addition to 9,000 ancient horned dragons. Just imagine that. The strength of 4 ancient black dragons in addition to 9,000 ancient horned dragons. Even their strongest quad member was weaker than Duan Ling Tian. Besides that, they were panic-stricken about the ingenious sword skills he currently exhibited. It was as if the gods aided him and they did not think that they would be able to block it. Run. Simultaneously, the same thought appeared in their minds. However, they did not slow down their hand movements. The violent, stormy attacks headed straight for the 9 rapidly moving sword chi as if they had no fear. Naturally, it did not mean that they were not afraid of Duanling Tian. They just knew that it would inevitably backfire if they forcefully pulled back. That was not what they wanted to see, so they could only bite the bullet. They made a decision in tacit agreement. When their own attacks collided with Duanling Tian's, they had to immediately escape by drawing support from the recoil force even if it would hurt them. Although they might not be able to escape, they simply had to do so. If they did not run, they would be dead for sure. If they did, they might have a chance of surviving. Boom! 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 Shortly after, there was a burst of loud noises when the 9 quasi-royal grade spirit sword controlled by Duanling Tian through the 9 tribulation sword control technique collided with the attacks from the leaders of the 4 largest forces. The storm-like attacks were instantly crushed and shattered as they collided with the 9 sword chi transformed by the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Poof! Poof! All of the leaders were injured at the same time. They even spat out a mouthful of deep red blood. But they did not dare to stay any longer. They fled in all directions. However, would they be able to escape? As everyone including the true martial sect leader, Wu Lai, was shocked by the scene before them, the 9 sword chi surged after crushing the 4 storm-like attacks. In the next moment, everyone saw the 9 5-colored sword chi instantly transform into almost 100 5-colored divine dragons. More accurately, there were 81 divine dragons. Each sword chi was transformed into 9 divine dragons. 9 dragons' radiant flash. Then, Duanling Tian's eyes turned cold, and 162 extremely dazzling flashes instantly shot out from the eyes of 81 divine dragons. The speed of these eye-blinding flashes was so fast that even the 7th level and 8th level martial monarch stage martial artists who were present found it hard to trace. Swish, 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 swish. Simultaneously, sharp and short whistles were heard by everyone present. The sounds only lasted for seconds. After that, everyone suddenly noticed that the bodies of the 4 first-rate forces leaders who were escaping in different directions were frozen in midair. Bloody arrows kept spurting out from their bodies and blood splattered across the sky as if flirtatious red roses were blooming one after another. Without any exception, the bodies of the leaders of the 4 largest forces were left with dozens of bloody wounds, and they were very much dead. Who? At the same time, the purple figure standing proudly in the air in the distance vanished into thin air under everyone's watchful eyes. When he reappeared, he was back in front of the Ling Tian sect members. In his hands, there were 5 spatial rings and a pile of profundity fragments which he stored into his spatial ring shortly after. At that moment, Duanling Tian's words echoed in the minds of everyone who was present. For idiots, thanks for the gifts. Now, they realized the gifts that Duanling Tian meant were the spatial rings and profundity fragments left behind by the leaders of the 4 largest forces after they had died. The scene was deadly silent. Everyone's gaze was on the same person. It was the person dressed in a purple robe who now seemed invincible in their eyes, as if he was the undefeated god of war. No, impossible, impossible. In the distance, the sect leader of the true martial sect, Wu Lai, was the first to recover from the shock. He shook his head as he looked at the purple-clad youth before him, as if he was reluctant to believe that what he had just seen was true. Wu Lai, didn't you say his strength was merely a bit stronger than the Zhou clan Grand Elders? Wu Lai, his strength was obviously way stronger than the Zhou clan Grand Elders. Why did you say it was merely a little stronger? You caused the death of my sect leader of the 1,000 Feet sect. Wu Lai, return the life of my sect leader. Simultaneously, apart from Wu Lai and the old man behind him, the 4 other people around him glared at him in anger. Their eyes were filled with icy coldness. At once, Wu Lai turned green. He had just heard that Duanling Tian could kill the Zhou clan Grand Elder, who had just broken through to the 9th level martial monarch stage. He was not clear about Duanling Tian's actual power. However, according to his speculation in the past, Duanling Tian was not that strong. He should be merely a little stronger than the Zhou clan Grand Elder. The reason for that speculation was that if Duanling Tian were a lot stronger than the Zhou clan Grand Elder, he would not have conceded to the Ling Tian sect, which was renamed from the Yin Yang sect. Now, he knew he had been outrageously wrong. With Duan Tian's power, he could compete with the top powerhouses of the upper middle-level first-rate forces in the central area of the inner land. Now, he could only curse in his heart, "You're such a strong powerhouse. What were you doing dominating the outer ring of the inner land? Isn't that bullying?" From then on, Wu Lai gave up on the idea of avenging his two sons because he knew he could not do it. Being killed by the other party was as simple as slaughtering a chicken or cutting grass. Boom! A loud bang resounded, and an old man not far away from Wu Lai briskly attacked him. The furious attack headed straight for Wu Lai. Humph! As he snorted, the old man, who was following behind Wu Lai like a shadow, helped him block the attacks before he could even react. "What are you doing?" Wu Lai's face changed dramatically as he stared angrily at the old man who attacked him. "Since we're dying today anyway, I want to kill you to comfort the sect leader's soul before I die," the old man shouted. Then he attacked Wu Lai once again, but the old man behind Wu Lai defended him again. They were fighting each other, and they were evenly matched. It was a close fight. The reason our sect encountered such a crisis today is all Wu Lai's fault. Let's kill him. Soon, the people from the three other first-rate forces also charged towards Wu Lai angrily. In their opinion, if it were not for Wu Lai who had personally gone to their sect and persuaded them to come, they would not be there, and they would not have to face such a dire life-and-death situation. They thought they would benefit greatly from the trip to the Ling Tian sect. Who would have known that not only would they not benefit from it, but they might even lose their lives? They got angrier the more they thought about it. Eventually, they blamed all of this onto Wu Lai who had initiated it. Boom! 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 A burst of explosions echoed in the air. The three powerhouses from the first-rate forces attacked Wu Lai at the same time. They did not show any mercy, and they grievously injured Wu Lai in a heartbeat. Any one of them could match Wu Lai, so it was effortless to kill him if the three of them worked together. In the blink of an eye, Wu Lai had his life snuffed out. From the beginning to the end, Duan Tian just stood aside and watched. From the mouth of the person before him, Duan Tian learned that everything that had happened today was due to Wu Lai, the sect leader of the true martial sect. It was Wu Lai who had gathered these powerhouses from the first-rate forces to come to the Ling Tian sect to destroy it. It was not hard to guess why. Wu Lai knew he could not avenge his two sons by himself, so he had dragged the other first-rate forces down with him. Wu Lai was actually quite smart. He knew how to seize an opportunity. Duan Tian seemed to remember something and thought to himself secretly. Wu Lai would not have been able to convince several first-rate forces to join forces against the Ling Tian sect if Duan Tian had not persuaded several Grade 1 weapon craftsmen and alchemists to join the Ling Tian sect. Duan Tian was very clear on that. Now that Wu Lai was dead, he collected Wu Lai's spatial ring and profundity fragment from his corpse. Then Duan Tian's silhouette flashed and vanished into thin air after collecting the spatial ring and profundity fragment. Zoom! 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 In just a matter of seconds, several short-lived cries filled the air. The next thing the Ling Tian sect elders and disciples noticed was that the other 5 people apart from the sect leader of the true martial sect, Wu Lai, who was already dead, had been killed. At the same time, the purple silhouette reappeared and entered their line of sight. It took them a while to recover from their shock. Their sect leader was outrageously powerful. Not a bad haul, Duan Tian murmured while looking at the pile of spatial rings and profundity fragments in his hand. Sect leader is incredibly powerful. At that time, the elders and disciples of the Ling Tian sect came to their senses and gawked at Duan Tian with awe and respect. Although they already knew that their current sect leader was mighty, they had the misconception that Duan Tian was just slightly stronger than the original peak master of Yang Peak, Yang Hong. The incident today totally changed their opinion of their sect leader. Unbelievable. Their current sect leader had just killed 4 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouses even after they joined hand. Any of the 4 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouses could have easily killed Yang Hong, the original peak master of Yang Peak from the Yin Yang sect. Instead, all 4 of them were killed by Duan Tian, the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, in the blink of an eye. Many people were whispering among themselves, "As long as our sect leader is around, the Ling Tian sect will be able to hold our ground among the mid-level first-rate forces." There were many first-rate forces in the inner land of the Cloud Continent. However, their strength vastly differed from one another. For example, the former Yin-Yang sect along with the True Martial sect and the Zhou clan were considered the lower-level first-rate forces in the inner land. They belonged at the bottom of the rankings. The 4 people that Duan Ling Tian had just killed were the leaders of 4 lower mid-level first-rate forces. They were far superior in strength when compared to the lower-level first-rate forces. I agree. I believe that with our sect leader's strength, he can even take on the top powerhouses of mid-level first-rate forces. Another person added. Many people quickly agreed with him. Our sect leader single-handedly killed the leaders of the 6 largest first-rate forces and the 8th-level martial monarch stage powerhouses that they brought along with them. My heart is still pounding just thinking about that scene. Many Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples discussed the recent battle excitedly. At that moment, they were proud of their identity as the elders and disciples of the Ling Tian sect. Master, you've improved rapidly. The gold thug smiled wryly at Duan Ling Tian. He recalled his battle against Duan Ling Tian the first time they met. Although Duan Ling Tian won, the victory was only by a small margin. However, the current Duan Ling Tian had surpassed him by leaps and bounds. Young master. Xiong Quan's eyes glimmered, and he seemed very excited after witnessing Duan Ling Tian's power. Feng Tianwu stood aside with a poker face. However, when her gaze fell on Duan Ling Tian, it turned warm and tender. Outrageous. That's abnormal. Zhang Sen murmured while sizing Duan Ling Tian up as if it was their first time meeting. He could never have guessed that the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect was not only an outrageously talented weapons craftsman and alchemist, but he was also a superb martial artist. Rumor has it that sect leader is also an inscription master. Zhang Sen became speechless after that. He felt that all his years of his life had been wasted. The group of Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and Grade 1 alchemists were just as bewildered as Zhang San was. They had joined the Ling Tian sect after Zhang Sen did. Back then, all of them were filled with pride and arrogance. But after witnessing Duan Ling Tian's weapons crafting and medicine refining technique, they were all humbled. They discovered that their weapons crafting and medicine refining technique was nothing compared to Duan Ling Tian. They heard rumors that the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect was extremely powerful since he was able to kill Peak Master Yang Hong of Yang Peak from the Yin Yang sect in just an instant. Still, most of them did not precisely fathom how powerful Duan Ling Tian was. Today, through his strength, their sect leader, Duan Ling Tian, had etched that impression into their hearts and minds. They were astounded after seeing how powerful he was. A group of Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and Grade 1 alchemists whispered among themselves and lamented. Our sect leader must be the favorite child of the heavens. Apart from being accomplished in the weapons refinement Dao, medicine refinement Dao, and inscription Dao, he also has such immense strength in martial Dao. The strength of 4 ancient black dragons in addition to 9,000 ancient horned dragons. He can do as he pleases in the outer rim of the inner land with such power. Duan Ling Tian kept his cool when he faced all their looks of respect and awe. Time to disperse. Duan Ling Tian vanished into thin air in front of the disciples and elders of the Ling Tian sect as soon as he finished his sentence. Only the rare few who were above the 7th level martial monarch stage powerhouse saw his silhouette leaving. The scene became even livelier after Duan Ling Tian left. After today's incident, the Ling Tian sect's name will once again be known in the outer southern area of the inner land. No one doubted that. That news indeed spread very quickly thanks to the Ling Tian sect disciples. Many people were stunned when they heard it. The Ling Tian sect became famous yet again. The sect which was renamed from the Yin Yang sect had its name revered near and far. Among them, as the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian was even better known. He was viewed as the Prince Charming by many female martial artists and was idolized by many of the younger generations. Suddenly, everyone in the outer southern area of the inner land from 3 years old to 100 years old knew of Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian became a renowned person and the Ling Tian sect was outshone all the other first-rate forces in the region. Naturally, it was also due to the fact that the outer southern area of the inner land only had low and mid-level first-rate forces. The higher-level first-rate forces were located in the inner areas and the core regions of the inner land. At the Lingtian sect on Lingtian Peak. Boom, 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 boom. Waves of loud noises rumbled like exploding mines were heard resonating from the summit of Lingtian Peak. Currently, two silhouettes were battling it out at the summit of Lingtian Peak. One of them was purple and the other was bronze. Both the silhouettes were extremely fast and they were deep in the battle in a blink of the eye. Flash. Suddenly, the purple silhouette drew his sword. At the same time, in the void above him, the heaven and earth phenomenon made an earth-shattering change and transformed into the silhouettes of 4 ancient black dragons and 9,000 ancient horned dragons. Boom, boom, boom. However, the bronze silhouette was unfazed even when he faced his sword-wielding opponent. He swung his pair of hammer-like fists and seemingly shattered the space around them. 9 Dragon Sword Control Technique. 9 Dragon Radiant Flash. The 9 swords surrounding the purple silhouette instantly shot towards the bronze silhouette as fast as lightning while the purple silhouette zoomed backward. The 9-sword chi raced across the void and transformed into 81 5-colored divine dragons. The 81 divine dragons shot out an extremely radiant glow from their eyes as soon as they appeared. Zoom, 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 zoom. A total of 162 extremely bright streaks raced towards the bronze silhouette with the intention to puncture 162 holes on his body. Boom, 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 boom. At the same time, a layer of red energy appeared on the surface of the bronze silhouette's body like it was a burning flame. The bronze silhouette soared towards the incoming 162 blinding streaks with his hammer-like fists. In the void above him, a significant change occurred in the heaven and earth phenomenon. The outline of 5 ancient black dragons and 1,000 ancient horned dragons rumbled towards the purple silhouette with great momentum along with his fists as though they were storm clouds. Clang, 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 clang. The bronzed silhouette flexed both its fists and 4-colored energy spurred out from both fists to form a defensive barrier in front of him. The barrier managed to block the incoming 162 streaks of light. Even though he managed to block the 162 incoming bright flashes, he was forced a few steps back as a result of its aftershock. The defensive strength of 5 ancient black dragons and 1,000 ancient horned dragons was barely more powerful than the offensive force of 4 ancient black dragons and 9,000 ancient horned dragons. The purple silhouette stopped at that moment and put the sword in his hands away. The 3-meter-tall bronze silhouette also stood there motionless after the purple silhouette stored his sword. The pulsating 4-colored energy around his body was slowly dissipating. If anyone else had been there, he or she would definitely be shocked because the bronze silhouette was not human. It was a refined bronze puppet. From the detailed and exquisite features on the puppet, one could discern the effort and dedication of its maker. At that moment, the purple silhouette neared the puppet and exclaimed, "The fully exerted strength of 5 ancient black dragons in addition to 1,000 ancient horned dragons. It can't be improved any further for the time being." The owner of the purple figure was none other than Duan Lingtian. More than a month had gone by since those 6 great forces had come to the Lingtian sect. In this 1 month or so, Duan Lingtian had successfully created the remaining puppets. Not only that, but he also managed to group the puppets together and completely merge the origin energy that extended out of their origin stones in their bodies with the help of the inscription formation he extracted from the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. Because the origin stones inside the group of puppets were all of the supreme grade, the origin energy released by the origin stones from inside the combined puppet, which was made from this group of puppets, could mimic a 7th-level martial monarch stage martial artist. Once it was unleashed, it would be equivalent to the strength of 1 ancient black dragon. And this is because I've taken out all the supreme grade origin stones that I possibly could. Otherwise, the origin energy extending out of the puppets wouldn't be this potent. When Duan Lingtian was creating the group of miniature puppets, not only did he use up all of the stock of the supreme grade origin stones in the Lingtian sect, but he also used up all of the supreme grade origin stones in the spatial rings left behind by the 12 powerhouses from the 6 great forces. There were no longer any supreme grade origin stones in his hand. How lucky for you. It's fortunate that you didn't let me down. Standing in front of the copper puppet, Duanling Tian muttered to himself, "However, if I want to raise your strength even more, I need to get my hands on more supreme-grade origin stones. Or perhaps, I should wait for my spiritual energy to make further progress." The reason he said so was that his spiritual energy right now could only embed 4 pieces of profundity fragments into the puppet. He could not put the 5th piece in at all. Therefore, the strength that the copper puppet demonstrated now was limited. Right now, the copper puppet standing in front of Duanling Tian had a strength equivalent to a 7th-level martial monarch when all of its energy was fully unleashed. It was equivalent to the strength of an ancient black dragon. On top of that, when they were grouped together, Duanling Tian made the few small puppets that would form fists to become a grade 1 spirit sword. When it made its attack, both of its fists would have the strength of over 9,000 ancient horned dragons. Among the 4 pieces of profundity fragments, the strongest one was the 8th-level profundity fragment. When they were all added up together, the strength demonstrated would be equivalent to 3 ancient black dragons plus an additional 2,000 ancient horned dragons. For this reason, when all of its strength was released, it would be equivalent to the strength of 5 ancient black dragons plus 1,000 over ancient horned dragons. This would be 2,000 ancient horned dragons stronger than when Duanling Tian unleashed all of his power. However, the biggest flaw in it was that it did not know any martial skills and it could only use brute strength. For this reason, even though its strength was 2,000 ancient horned dragons stronger than that of Duanling Tian's, it was still forced to retreat after it blocked the sword attack that Duanling Tian cast. Of course, if they continued to fight, Duanling Tian would have no opportunity of winning at all. No matter how skillful his sword technique was, the strength gap of 2,000 ancient horned dragons was just too hard to overcome. Looking at the puppet in front of him, Duanling Tian murmured, "As long as my spiritual energy can be raised, I can then merge a 5th profundity fragment into its body. By that time, its strength would continue to be elevated, and if there was a great number of supreme-grade origin stones, it could raise its strength all the same too." However, all in all, he was quite pleased with the strength that the puppet possessed. If it fully went all out, even he would be no match to the puppet. As for the other people in the Ling Tian sect, well, was there even a need to talk about that? Duanling Tian. Suddenly, a familiar voice entered Duanling Tian's ears. In the next instance, he saw a figure charging up the peak like a lightning streak. He sliced through the sky like a sharp blade. The next moment, the person came to a halt not far away from Duanling Tian and revealed his true identity. It was none other than his old friend from last time, Chen Xiaoshui, who had come to the Ling Tian sect a while ago. Chen Xiaoshui was one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. To be exact, he was the Sword Young Master. As a glimmer flashed across Duanling Tian's eyes, he asked curiously, "When did you come out of your closed-door cultivation?" As far as he knew, after Chen Xiaoshui came to the Ling Tian sect, he had never left and swore never to leave the closed-door cultivation until he made a breakthrough as he began to start cultivating painstakingly. "I just came out today," Chen Xiaoshui replied. At the same time, he grumbled, "Duanling Tian, you really are stingy." Upon hearing Chen Xiaoshui's words, Duanling Tian immediately felt perplexed. With a confused face, he asked, "Stingy? What do you mean? I heard that you wiped out 12 powerhouses from 6 great first-rate forces last month, but you didn't order anybody to come and ask me to watch the fight. Isn't that stingy of you?" Chen Xiaoshui grumbled. And here I thought what was the matter in the first place. Duanling Tian was stunned first before he shook his head as he smiled. "That time, when I heard that somebody has come to our Ling Tian sect to kill, I was instantly consumed with flames of rage, and all that was in my mind was to avenge my Ling Tian sect disciples. Do you think I'd even have such spare thoughts during that time?" When Duanling Tian reached the end of his sentence, he rolled his eyes at Chen Xiaoshui in speechlessness. Of course, it was only in front of Chen Xiaoshui, his old friend of the past, that he was able to be so casual and return to his original self without the need to put on any fake airs at all. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Chen Xiaoshui did not have any comeback for him at all. Very soon, he no longer hung on to this matter as his gaze shifted towards the copper puppet beside Duanling Tian. Curious, he asked, "Duanling Tian, did you make this puppet?" "Yes." Duanling Tian nodded. "When did you make it?" I don't remember seeing this big fella at all when I first came here. Chen Xiaoshui was surprised. Just recently, Duan Ling Tian replied. Chen Xiaoshui nodded his head in realization before he asked again, why did you make this? This puppet can only have a strength that is equivalent to a void transformation stage martial artist at most. Not just that, but it doesn't obey orders and can't be controlled at all. It's pretty much useless. Chen Xiaoshui knew a little bit about puppets. Even if it were a puppet catalyzed by supreme-grade origin stones, it could only mimic a 7th-level void transformation stage martial artist, and it could not even withstand a blow from a martial monarch like him. Pretty much useless? Chen Xiaoshui's words made Duan Ling Tian chuckle before he asked with a smile. Do you want to test its strength? You want me to test its strength? Are you serious? Chen Xiaoshui looked at Duan Ling Tian like he was looking at a ghost. I'll be able to destroy this useless puppet with just a casual attack without the use of any spirit weapons. Give it a try then. Duan Ling Tian's smile remained plastered on his face. Are you sure you want me to try? If I really give it a go, don't blame me when I accidentally smashed it into a pile of rubbles. Okay? Chen Xiaoshui asked again. In the end, just like earlier, he still looked down upon the copper puppet by the side of Duan Ling Tian from the bottom of his heart with complete disdain and contempt. If you can smash it into a pile of rubble, I'll give you a grade 1 spirit sword that can give a boost of 90% in strength, Duan Ling Tian offered. Are you for real? The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, Chen Xiaoshui's eyes had already brightened up, staring fixedly at Duan Ling Tian. His breathing turned rapid as his chest rose and fell like a bellow, unable to calm down for a long time. Even though he did not know that Duan Ling Tian was a grade 1 weapons craftsman yet, he had already heard that he could contact a remarkable grade 1 master weapons craftsman. It was said that a grade 1 weapons craftsman could craft grade 1 spirit weapons that could give a 90% boost. When he just heard about this, he was immediately tempted. The spirit weapon in his hand was only a grade 2 spirit sword. If it could be upgraded to become a grade 1 spirit sword that could give off a boost of 90%, it would be like changing a fowling piece in a big gun, as he was able to raise his strength significantly. Right now, upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, he thought that the latter intended to give a grade 1 spirit sword to him. After all, in his mind, this puppet would not be able to withstand a blow in front of a martial artist at his level. When have I ever deceived you before? Duan Ling Tian scowled at Chen Xiaoshui before retreating and flying backward. From afar, he told Chen Xiaoshui, Hi! Make your move on Hammer first, lest you say that Hammer bullies you. Hammer! Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Chen Xiaoshui could not help but be stunned. Duan Ling Tian looked at the puppet that was 3 meters tall and said, It's that puppet. Hammer was the name that he had christened this puppet. It's only a puppet that would crumble on the first blow, and you actually gave it a name? Chen Xiaoshui was a little flabbergasted. Once again, he looked at Duan Ling Tian to reconfirm. Duan Ling Tian, are you sure that I can smash it into a pile of rubble? Come on. Since when did you become so womanishly fussy? If you can really smash it into a pile of rubble? Not only that, but I'll give you a grade 1 spirit sword that can give a strength boost of 90%. Furthermore, I'll give you 2 bottles of grade 1 life recovery pills that have a purity of 90% and above as well. Duan Ling Tian frowned and snapped, slightly irritated. You said so yourself, okay? The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, Chen Xiaoshui could no longer resist the temptation anymore. With a flash of his body, he started to make his move. Swish! Within Duan Ling Tian's field of vision, Chen Xiaoshui's entire person seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword as he soared through the sky. His target was the copper puppet that was 3 meters tall and was also known as Hammer. Without any spirit weapon? When Duan Ling Tian saw Chen Xiaoshui raise his hand to solidify origin energy, profundity, and concept into a sword before charging out towards Hammer at a speed as fast as lightning, he could not help but be taken aback. He could not believe that Chen Xiaoshui was actually this haughty. Swish! The sword in Chen Xiaoshui's hand was wielded out freely and charged towards Hammer. In the next second, it already arrived just right in front of Hammer. At a speed of thunder and lightning, Duan Ling Tian gave an order to Hammer, defense. At that moment, the origin energy from Hammer's body skyrocketed as 4 high-level profundities followed suit like shadows. In just a moment, it had already formed a 4-colored light shield around its body. Bam! Right at this moment, the sword in Qin Xiaoshuai's hand had also landed on the light shield in time and clattered loudly. However, there was not even the slightest trace of ripple at all on the light shield at all. It still remained as steady as a mountain, like the thunderous sword attack from Qin Xiaoshuai was nothing at all. Swish! With no result from his first blow, Qin Xiaoshuai's face darkened right away. With a lift of his hand, a grade 2 spirit sword appeared and he made his attack again. The shadow of the sword charged out with ease and pounded towards the light shield on Hammer. Bang! Another loud bang resonated, but the light shield still did not budge at all. This time, Qin Xiaoshuai started to notice that something was wrong. Right now, it's time for Hammer to make his move instead. At the same time, a familiar voice resonated by Qin Xiaoshuai's ears, causing horror to dawn on him right away. At that instant, all Qin Xiaoshuai felt was the pressure from the hurricane that charged toward him. It was pressing on him so much that he could hardly breathe. Before he realized what was happening, the gigantic force pressed down on his body like a giant hammer on his chest and sent him flying backward. Barf! Like an arrow that was shot out of its bow, Qin Xiaoshuai was sent flying in a wretched manner. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. What the hell is this monster? Qin Xiaoshuai finally came to a halt. Instead of treating his injury first after he regained his senses, he stared at the gigantic figure from afar like an idiot. He was sent flying by that thing earlier. Boom! At this moment, a sky-piercing sound swept out toward Qin Xiaoshuai and caused him to return to his senses. He raised his hand, caught the thing that Duanling Tian threw at him. A grade 1 life recovery pill. He saw a familiar pill when he opened his palm. Qin Xiaoshuai's eyes brightened, and he swallowed the pill without any hesitation. In the next moment, colors returned to his pale face. What a strong medicinal efficacy! Qin Xiaoshuai glared at Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, the grade 1 life recovery pill you just gave me has more than 90% purity? Although his injuries were not heavy, it still surprised him that he recovered in just a blink of an eye. An ordinary grade 1 life recovery pill would most likely be unable to do that. That was why he asked Duanling Tian that question. Not bad. Duanling Tian nodded before smiling. But it looks like you have no fate at all with the 2 bottles of grade 1 life recovery pills. Earlier, Duanling Tian had given his words that as long as Qin Xiaoshuai could smash the puppet, Hammer, into rubble, he would give him a grade 1 spirit sword that could give a boost of 90% and 2 bottles of grade 1 life recovery pills that had more than 90% purity. The moment Qin Xiaoshuai heard Duanling Tian's words, he was rendered speechless. While he was speechless, he looked at the 3 meters tall gigantic puppet in the distance again. Duanling Tian, what's this puppet monster you created? Why is it so powerful? This puppet that was named Hammer by Duanling Tian had blocked the full attack from his origin energy and profundity. At that time, he knew that the puppet's strength far surpassed his. As a result, he was sent flying by the puppet, powerless to strike back before he could even regain his senses. Moreover, the puppet also withheld its strength a little when it was attacking him. Otherwise, he would have died. He could clearly sense all this when the puppet's blow landed on him. Didn't you say you're going to turn it into rubble? Now that your injuries are healed, do you want to give it another go? Duanling Tian asked as he looked at Qin Xiaoshuai mockingly. Give it a go yourself. Qin Xiaoshuai rolled his eyes at Duanling Tian in agitation. Earlier, he did not know the puppet's strength, so it was still acceptable. However, why would he look for trouble now that he knew the puppet's strength? Duanling Tian shook his head as he chuckled. He lifted his hand and threw a spatial ring to Qin Xiaoshuai. For you. What's this? Qin Xiaoshuai asked with a puzzled expression on his face after he took the spatial ring. Why don't you take a look and find out for yourself? Duanling Tian asked. After Qin Xiaoshuai performed the blood ownership claim and saw the items inside, his eyes lit up instantly. A grade 1 spirit sword and 2 bottles of pills. Don't tell me. The moment he thought of this, he immediately took the spirit sword out from the spatial ring. Origin energy surged out of his body and merged with the sword. In just an instant, A dazzling sword ray skyrocketed from it. The heaven and earth energy whirred above the sky and gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon. First, 4,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared before another 3,600 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. A 90% boost. When Chen Xiaoshui saw the heaven and earth phenomenon above his head, his body began to tremble in excitement. As for the other 2 bottles of pills, Chen Xiaoshui could roughly guess what they were. They were undoubtedly the 2 bottles of Grade 1 life recovery pills with more than 90% purity that Duanling Tian mentioned earlier. At this moment, Chen Xiaoshui realized the bet that Duanling Tian made with him earlier was merely a joke. Duanling Tian had long prepared these items for him. The moment Chen Xiaoshui thought of this, he immediately thanked Duanling Tian. Thanks, Duanling Tian. Since when have you become so polite? Duanling Tian shook his head as he chuckled. A mocking smile appeared on his face once again. Now that you've changed your sword, why don't you, train with hammer a little more? This time, Chen Xiaoshui merely rolled his eyes at Duanling Tian. He could not be bothered to reply. He was not a masochist after all. However, he was really curious about this puppet that Duanling Tian made from the bottom of his heart. Duanling Tian, as far as I know, even a puppet that's mobilized by supreme grade origin stones only has the strength equivalent to a 7th level void transformation stage martial artist at the most. At most, one can only merge concept fragments with it. Chen Xiaoshui asked curiously. But, your puppet has strength that has completely surpassed mine. How did you manage to create it? Although he had only used a Grade 2 spirit sword earlier, he could still wield the strength of an ancient black dragon and 5,000 ancient horned dragons if he unleashed his full strength. However, the puppet that Duanling Tian created was not affected by his strength at all. From this, it could be deduced that the puppet's strength far surpassed his. As for how strong it was, he had no idea at all since the puppet's attack was just too fast that the heaven and earth phenomenon did not even solidify in time. Inscription formation. Duanling Tian answered Chen Xiaoshui's question bluntly. It had nothing to do with him whether Chen Xiaoshui understood his words or not. Follow me for a trip. Suddenly, Duanling Tian looked at Chen Xiaoshui as though he was hit by a pang of realization. Puzzled, Chen Xiaoshui asked, "Where to?" Although Duanling Tian did not reply Chen Xiaoshui discovered the answer soon after. This was because Duanling Tian had to ask somebody for directions. The place Duanling Tian wanted to bring Chen Xiaoshui to was the True Martial Sect. After a few days' journey, the 2 of them successfully arrived at the True Martial Sect's estate. The True Martial Sect's estate was extremely tranquil. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice a strangeness in the air. Some time ago, a commotion had broken out in the True Martial Sect after the news of sect leader Wu Lai's death was transmitted back here. Ever since then, sorrow had descended on the place. However, the elders and disciples of True Martial Sect did not leave even though sect leader Wu Lai was dead. The True Martial Sect had something that they longed for. Putting everything aside, just the high-grade origin stone vein that the True Martial Sect controlled was enough to make the elders and disciples of True Martial Sect stay behind. Standing in the sky above the True Martial Sect's estate, Duanling Tian looked at the estate and announced in a boisterous voice, "I'm Duanling Tian, the sect leader of Ling Tian Sect." Duanling Tian's voice contained origin energy and fell from the sky like a bomb. It swept through the entire True Martial Sect's estate and took everyone by surprise. The sect leader of Ling Tian Sect? Is that Duanling Tian, the sect leader of Ling Tian Sect? The one who killed the sect leader. Why's he here? Don't tell me he's here to eradicate the roots as well? An uproar erupted in the entire True Martial Sect's estate. Most of the elders and disciples of True Martial Sect were horrified. Only a few remained calm and collected. Apart from Wu Lai, the sect leader of True Martial Sect, these few people were the strongest in True Martial Sect. After they heard the voice resonating from the sky, their faces turned glum. In the next instant, they soared up to the sky and headed in the direction where the voice came from. Duanling Tian hovered quietly in the air. There was no shock in his eyes at all, even when these few figures appeared before his eyes. Sect leader Duan. The people who appeared in front of Duan Lingtian were 3 old men over the age of 70. As soon as the 3 of them appeared, they bowed respectfully at Duan Lingtian. This scene took Chen Xiaoshui, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, by surprise. Were these 3 old men sane? In fact, just over a month ago, Duan Lingtian had killed their sect leader and an 8th-level martial monarch. However, not only did they not seek revenge from Duan Lingtian, but they even bowed humbly in front of him? Looks like these 3 old men really don't want to part with the true martial sect's estate. Chen Xiaoshui easily guessed the reason. If they were willing to part with it, they would have left a long time ago instead of staying on. After all, any normal person should know there was a chance that the sect leader of Lingtian sect might pay a visit to the true martial sect after killing their sect leader to eradicate the sect. Duan Lingtian stared at the 3 old men before his eyes calmly and asked casually, "From today onward, the true martial sect will become an affiliated sect of Lingtian sect. Every year, you'll hand over 300 supreme-grade origin stones and 1 million high-grade origin stones to the Lingtian sect. Do you have any objection?" As for the 3 old men, colors had drained from their faces the moment they heard the first half of Duan Lingtian's words. 1 million high-grade origin stones were still acceptable, but 300 supreme-grade origin stones were certainly impossible with their power. The origin stone vein the true martial sect controlled was only a high-grade origin stone vein. Even if they dispatched a huge amount of manpower, it would still be difficult for them to dig out 300 supreme-grade origin stones in a year. However, the 3 of them trembled in unison after they heard the murderous intent hiding in the second half of Duan Lingtian's words. No! The 3 of them shook their heads at the same time. It was as though they fear the purple-clad young man would attack them if they took too long to answer. This purple-clad young man was someone who was able to kill their sect leader Wu Lai. Wu Lai's strength was on par with theirs. However, this was not the only reason they feared the purple-clad young man standing before them. They heard that over a month ago, when he killed sect leader Wu Lai of the true martial sect, the sect leader of Lingtian sect had also killed 4 other men at the 9th-level martial monarch stage. The 4 9th-level martial monarchs were all leaders of first-rate forces that were at the lower middle level. Put aside the fact that they were only powerhouses from a low-level first-rate force, even the top powerhouses of the lower middle-level first-rate forces had all been annihilated. Due to this reason, they could only own up to their own inferiority. In the next instant, the 3 old men bowed and paid their respect to Duan Lingtian in unison. "Good day, sect leader." Just like that, the true martial sect survived. The price they had to pay was to become an affiliated sect of the Lingtian sect. Apart from that, they would need to pay a huge number of supreme-grade and high-grade origin stones to the Lingtian sect every year. After leaving the true martial sect and returning to the Lingtian sect, Duan Lingtian looked for Xianxia. "From tomorrow onward, gather all the grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists. After teaching all of you for a while, I'll have to make a journey to somewhere far," Duan Lingtian told Xianxia. Xianxia responded respectfully, indicating that he understood. The next morning, according to Duan Lingtian's order, Xianxia gathered all the grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists so that Duan Lingtian could teach them. The group of weapons craftsmen and alchemists joined the Lingtian sect for the sake of his name. If he did not give them some sweets, they would most likely leave soon. This was not something Duan Lingtian wanted to see. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian taught them patiently and even refined weapons and medicine in front of them without concealing anything. It all depended on their luck how much they could comprehend. As time passed, the group of grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists who had joined the Lingtian sect finally understood Duan Lingtian's attainment in the weapons and medicine refinement Tao. They were filled with heartfelt admiration and were even more determined to stay at the Lingtian sect. They believed as long as this sect leader remained here and they could receive guidance from him, their attainments in the weapons and medicine refinement Tao would definitely be greatly elevated. When Duan Lingtian was patiently teaching the group of weapons craftsmen and alchemists, including Xianxia, Yun Gang, the guardian elder of the former Yin-Yang sect's Yang Peak, finally arrived at his destination at a faraway land at the southern side of the inner land. It was a deserted stone forest. Usually, very few people would come to this stone forest. Even if they did, they would usually get lost in it. It was said that there were many unpredictable inscription formations that were laid in this stone forest. Very few people who entered the forest made it out alive. Not many people knew the stone forest was the cultivation place of a powerful martial emperor. This stone forest was also known as the Lost Stone Forest. Other than that martial emperor, other people who cultivated in this Lost Stone Forest consisted of some of the martial emperor's disciples and followers. The owner of the Lost Stone Forest was that martial emperor. His honorific title was Martial Emperor Shi. Yun Gang stood in close proximity to the Lost Stone Forest. However, he did not dare to go any further. Looking at the stone forest, he announced respectfully, "Supreme Elder Yun Gang from the Enyang Sect's Yang Peak is here to see Lord Yang Chun." Lord Yang Chun. The moment these words left Yun Gang's mouth, a figure appeared out of nowhere from the stone forest. It was an old man clad in gray. "You're looking for senior brother Yang Chun?" The gray-clad old man asked as he looked at Yun Gang expressionlessly. "Yes," Yun Gang quickly replied. He did not dare to slack at all. He knew the gray-clad old man standing in front of him was the martial emperor's follower. A martial emperor's follower was not that important. In fact, many of the martial emperor's followers had never even seen the martial emperor whom they willingly submitted to with their own eyes before. Those who had the highest position were no doubt the direct disciples of the martial emperor. The martial emperor's direct disciples were all genius powerhouses who were personally selected by the martial emperor. Each of them had shocking strength, and most of them were at the peak of martial monarch stage. Even those who were not at the peak of martial monarch stage were outstanding and talented among their peers. The peers in this context referred to people of the same age on Cloud Continent, including variants. The martial emperor's direct disciples saw the martial emperor frequently to receive guidance from him. After the martial emperor's direct disciples, the group below them was not the martial emperor's followers. Instead, it was the martial emperor's disciples. The martial emperor's disciples got to see the martial emperor from afar occasionally, but they were not able to receive any guidance or teachings from the martial emperor. Moreover, the martial emperor might not even know who they were. These martial emperor's disciples were managed by the martial emperor's direct disciples. If the martial emperor's direct disciples were in good mood, then they would teach them a thing or two. Further below the martial emperor's disciples were the martial emperor's followers who were at the bottom of the hierarchy. To put it in a nice way, they were the martial emperor's followers. To put it in an unpleasant way, they were actually the martial emperor's gophers. Similar to this gray-clad old man standing before Yun Gang. He was the martial emperor's follower and was responsible for guarding the entrance. However, although the martial emperor's followers were at the bottom of the hierarchy, outsiders dared not look down on them, let alone taking the initiative to pick a fight with them or kill them. No matter what, the martial emperor's followers were still a part of the martial emperor's hierarchy, even if he was only a gopher or a guard. Nobody dared to look down on or pick a fight with someone who had a connection with the martial emperor. "Wait here for a while. I'll inform senior brother Yang Chun." The gray-clad old man did not dare to be negligent after he found out Yun Gang was here to look for Yang Chun. After nodding at Yun Gang, he returned to the stone forest and disappeared before Yun Gang's eyes. Although Yang Chun was not the direct disciple of the martial emperor, he was still a disciple. Be it his strength or status, he still ranked higher than him. After that old man left, Yun Gang hovered in the air and waited patiently. At this moment, the stone forest before him was no different from a monster. He did not dare to overstep the boundary at all. In the future, I'll be able to enter this place and become the martial emperor's follower as well. Somehow, a smile had crept up on the corner of Yun Gang's mouth. The smile was dazzling, as though he could already see himself becoming the martial emperor's follower. Time continued to pass quietly. 30 minutes passed by very quickly, but Yun Gang still waited patiently like before. Whoosh! Suddenly, the faint sound of wind resonated in front and caught Yun Gang's attention. He saw a medium-built figure before him when he lifted his head up. It was a green-clad middle-aged man who had a pair of thick and noble eyebrows. It looked majestic, but at the same time it was not fierce-looking. He stared fixedly at Yun Gang as soon as he had arrived. "Yun Gang." The middle-aged man frowned before he finally eased up. It seemed as though he remembered Yun Gang a little. "Lord Yang Chun." Yun Gang did not dare to be negligent even though the middle-aged was behaving casually. He bowed respectfully at him. I'm Yun Gang, the guardian elder of the former Yin Yang sect's Yang Peak. I had the pleasure of meeting with you once before, Lord Yang Chun. Former Yin Yang sect? What does that mean? This middle-aged man was none other than Yang Chun, the disciple under Martial Emperor Shi command. After he heard Yun Gang's words, he was puzzled. Lord Yang Chun, the Yin Yang sect no longer exists. Yun Gang sighed. What about Yang Hong? Yang Chun did not seem to care about the existence of Yin Yang sect. He was more concerned about Yang Hong, his younger half-brother. They share the same father. Under Yang Chun's gaze, Yun Gang took a deep breath before he replied, Peak Master I is dead. Dead. This one word was like a thunderous explosion in Yang Chun's ears. His face instantly turned glum. Since young, both of them did not get along with each other. However, he and Yang Hong were still blood brothers no matter what. It was a fact that could not be changed. However, he just found out that his younger blood brother had died. Who? Yang Chun's asked Yun Gang in a deep voice. Although the question only composed of one word, the meaning implied was very obvious. He wanted to know who killed his brother, Yang Hong. When he found out about Yang Hong's death, the tiny bit of resentment in his heart toward his brother immediately disappeared without a trace. It was replaced by sadness instead. That was his younger brother who shared the same bloodline with him. It's someone called Duan Ling Tian, Yun Gang replied. Tell me the details. Yang Chun's face was cold as he said in a deep voice. His voice allowed no objection. There was a hint of anger in his voice too. Yun Gang's eyes brightened slightly when he heard this. He knew he had guessed correctly. Although Yang Chun was never on good terms with his younger brother, Yang Hong, he wanted to avenge him instead of settling old scores with him. Yes, Yun Gang replied respectfully and told him the ins and outs of the entire incident without missing anything or concealing anything. He knew there was no use in hiding things from him. With the technique the person before him possessed, he would eventually find out the truth. It would make things worse if he had chosen to hide things. Duan Ling Tian? Yang Chun muttered. His eyes gleamed as though he was about to devour somebody. At the same time, his gaze landed on Yun Gang. You're smart for finding a way to make him stay behind. After I've avenged that useless brother of mine, I'll fulfill one request of yours as long as it's within my scope of power and will not make things difficult for me. Lord Yang Chun, I wish to become Emperor Shi's follower. Yun Gang replied unhurriedly after he took a deep breath. Emperor Shi was the abbreviated name of Martial Emperor Shi. Martial Emperor Shi was the owner of this lost stone forest, and Yang Chun was his disciple in name. This is easy, Yang Chun responded faintly. As long as I get to avenge that useless brother of mine, I guarantee you'll be able to become the Martial Emperor's follower. Thank you, Lord Yang Chun. Upon hearing this, a smile crept up on Yun Gang's face. Wait here for a while. I'll go with you to the Ling Tian sect after I've settled some matters. Yang Chun told Yun Gang before he disappeared into the lost stone forest. Soon after, Yang Chun arrived before a stone house in the lost stone forest. That stone house was made by hollowing out a gigantic stone. It looked very unique. Senior brother Zhou, Yang Chun called out respectfully outside the stone house. Whoosh! When Yang Chun's words left his mouth, a huge figure appeared in front of him. It was a young man dressed in black. With his aloof expression and sharp eyes, he gave off an immense pressure to the people in his surroundings. In the face of this black-clad young man, Yang Chun did not dare to straighten up from his bow at all. Although he was a disciple of the Martial Emperor, he was nothing in front of the others. If he was killed by this person, there would be no consequences at all. Martial Emperor Shi would not even care about it at all. The black-clad young man standing in front of Yang Chun was none other than one of the few direct disciples under Martial Emperor Shi's command. Zhou Yi. What? Zhou Yi's face remained aloof. His voice was calm and he was extremely taciturn. Senior brother Zhou, I'm afraid I'll have to put aside the matter that you entrusted me for the time being. Yang Chun smiled wryly. Oh! The moment Zhou Yi heard this, a frown appeared on his face. What's wrong? Senior brother Zhou, someone came to the outside of the stone forest earlier. He was my younger brother's follower. The reason he came to find me is to deliver the news that my young brother is killed. Yang Chun sighed. My brother's killer may leave at any given moment, so I need to go there as soon as possible to kill him and avenge my brother. Please agree to my request, Senior Brother Zhou. When he reached the end of his sentence, Yang Chun looked at Zhou Yi in anticipation. You must not delay in avenging the death of your brother. Go then. Just leave this matter until you come back. Zhou Yi replied indifferently. After his words left his mouth, he disappeared from Yang Chun's eyes without a trace. His speed was so fast that even someone as strong as Yang Chun could not catch his movement. Thank you, Senior Brother Zhou. Yang Chun thanked the stone house in front before he left to meet Yun Gang. The moment he turned around, his face turned grave instantly. Lingtian sect, Duan Lingtian. At the same time, a killing intent could be seen in his eyes that were gleaming coldly. Almost 2 months had passed in just a blink of an eye. During this period of time, Duan Lingtian did not cultivate nor comprehend any profundity. Instead, he focused on teaching the group of Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists, including Xianxia. In this period of time, the group of Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists, including Xianxia, had an even better understanding of just how monstrous the sect leader of Ling Tain's sect's weapons and medicine refining techniques were. They were too lacking compared to him. When Duan Lingtian parted ways with Xianxia and the others, one of the Grade 1 alchemists exclaimed excitedly, "Looks like I made the right choice coming here. Joining the Lingtian sect will let me achieve the things I want. I have a feeling I'll be able to refine Grade 1 pills with close to 80% purity soon." That's right. This is the best decision we've made in our lives. Somebody added. Humph. Now that you guys obtained some benefits, you better don't forget to do your work for the sect leader. Remember to use all of your connections and search for the secretary leader's 2 misses who are wandering outside. Zhang San reminded them with a growl. Rest assured, Vice Sect Leader Zhang. I've already given the sect's disciples my token of authentication to look for all the senior officials of the sects that have a close relationship with me. They will not dare to be negligent for my sake. A Grade 1 weapons craftsman chimed in. I'll also find a disciple and ask him to look for those who are indebted to me on my behalf. If those people don't do their utmost in finding the sect leader's 2 misses, they can forget about getting Grade 1 pills from me in the future. Another Grade 1 alchemist said before he left. More people left in the next moment. Zhang Sen nodded his head in satisfaction when he saw this. He did not let the sect leader down after all. Just some time ago, Duan Lingtian had made Zhang Sen the 4th vice sect leader of Lingtian's sect and announced it to the sect. He had the same status as Luo Ping and the Yu brothers. Naturally, they only had the same status on the surface. As someone who led the Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists in the sect, Zhang San's position in the Lingtian sect was just below Duan Lingtian alone. Even Luo Ping and the Yu brothers dared not pick a fight with him at all. After parting ways with Zhang San and the others, Duan Lingtian returned to his own place and sat cross-legged on the bed. He made up his mind as he muttered to himself, I'll leave 3 days later to retrieve the great treasure left behind by the rebirth martial emperor during his 2nd reincarnation. After coming to the inner land, he roughly knew where his location was now. After ransacking the rebirth martial emperor's memory, he was able to confirm the exact location of the place where the rebirth martial emperor stored his great treasure. It was at the southern part of the inner land. It was quite a long way from the Lingtian sect. I'm afraid it'll take me 2 months to reach that place and come back even if I use my full speed, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Now that Duan Lingtian had already made up his mind, he no longer thought about other things. He closed his eyes and calmed his heart to cultivate. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. Divine Dragon Form. While cultivating, he comprehended his fused profundity at the same time. Naturally, he also continued to comprehend the sword Tao contained in the word sword, that he memorized so that he could raise his sword concept. Time continued to pass by soundlessly. 2 days passed in just a blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian, show your face. The Lingtian sect that was originally tranquil was suddenly in an uproar the moment this voice reverberated from the sky. Who is so daring to demand the sect leader to show his face? Many Lingtian sect's disciples were in shock. Is he looking for death? How dare he comes to our Lingtian sect to provoke the sect leader? I wonder where this guy who doesn't treasure his own life came from? One by one, the Lingtian sect's elders and disciples rose up into the sky and looked in the direction of the voice. However, all they saw was fog covering the sky. It was obvious the owner of the voice was hiding behind the fog. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A few figures appeared out of thin air in the sky. The four great vice sect leaders of Lingtian sect as well as Feng Tianwu, Shen Xiaoshuai, Xiangquan, and Gold Thug gathered together due to the loud bellow that came from the sky. This voice seems kind of familiar, Luoping said, frowning. Familiar? Chen Xiaoshuai was stunned. Don't tell me you know him? At this moment, the Yu brothers exchanged glances with each other before exclaiming in unison, "It's the voice of Elder Yun." Their voices were filled with astonishment. Elder Yun? Upon hearing the Yu brothers' words, Chen Xiaoshuai was confused. It's Yun Gang, the guardian elder of the former Yang Peak. Luoping had a slightly awkward expression on her face. Didn't he run away previously? Why did he come back again? Luoping, you better watch your words. I didn't run away. Almost as soon as Luoping's words left her mouth, the voice in the sky continued to speak and caught everyone's attention. All they saw was an old man following behind a middle-aged man as they descended. The person who was talking was none other than the old man behind that middle-aged man, Yun Gang, the guardian elder of the former Yang sect's Yang Peak. As for the middle-aged man in front of him, his identity was obvious. It was Yang Chun, the elder blood brother of Yang Hong, the peak master of the former Yang sect's Yang Peak. Apart from that, Yang Chun was also a disciple of a very powerful martial emperor. Although he was not as good as the martial emperor's direct disciples, ordinary 9th-level martial monarchs still could not compare to him. Yun Gang. Luoping's face turned grave. Her gaze landed on Yun Gang for a while before it shifted to the middle-aged man in front of Yun Gang. Needless to say, she could see that Yun Gang had come prepared. It was obvious that the middle-aged man standing in front was his backup. He had to be stronger than Yun Gang. At this moment, the Yu brothers' faces turned a little grave as well. They could see that Yun Gang and the middle-aged man in front of him came with bad intentions. It's Elder Yun. Didn't he flee previously? Why is he back now? Isn't he afraid of dying? Didn't you see the middle-aged man he's following from behind? Do you think someone who can make him follow obediently is an ordinary person? Looks like he found some help. Many Lingtian sect's elders and disciples who recognized Yun Gang buried their heads together in discussion. Some of them looked worried. They were worried their sect leader would not be able to defeat the man that Yun Gang brought to the sect. On the contrary, some of them looked indifferent. They had absolute faith in their sect leader. Yun Gang looked at Luoping, Yuping, and Yuan before he bluntly asked, Luoping, Yuping, Yuan, the reason I came back this time is to kill Duan Lingtian and rebuild the Yin-Yang sect. Will all of you help me? Upon hearing his words, the three of them turned even more grave. However, they did not say anything in reply. It seems like all of you doubt my strength. Yun Gang stared at them before he continued unhurriedly. I admit I'm no match for that Duan Lingtian. However, do any of you know who's standing in front of me? When he reached the end of his sentence, confidence oozed out of his body. For a moment, apart from Luoping and the other two, even Feng Tianwu, Xianxia, and the others shifted their eyes to the middle-aged man in front of Yun Gang. It was as though they were trying to see what made Yun Gang trust him so much. Your supreme elder Yun Gang of the former Yin-Yang sect's Yang Peak? Chen Xiaoshuai looked at Yun Gang contemptuously. Somebody mentioned you before. Several months back, you fled from our Lingtian sect like a disowned dog, didn't you? Disowned dog? Chen Xiaoshuai's words caused Yun Gang's face to turn grave. I wonder where did this disowned dog's confidence come from? It was apparent Chen Xiaoshuai was not going to stop as he continued to mock him. Although Yun Gang was absolutely infuriated, he still suppressed the flame of wrath in his heart as he warned in a deep voice, Lad, don't be so haughty. You're going to cry later. Then he ignored Chen Xiaoshuai, who was looking at him with disdain, and looked at Luoping and the other two again before he announced, This person in front of me is Lord Yang Chun, the elder blood brother of Peak Master Yang Hong. Yang Hong's blood brother? Upon hearing this, the three of their faces sank immediately. Naturally, they were familiar with the name Yang Hong. He was the peak master of the former Yin-Yang sect's Yang Peak. However, they did not know that Yang Hong had an elder brother, and it was obvious that he was much powerful than Yang Hong. He seemed to be a 9th-level martial monarch. However, even if they had a feeling that this man was a 9th-level martial monarch, there were no hints of terror in their eyes at all. What a joke! Their sect leader, Duanling Tian, was someone who had killed several 9th-level martial monarchs previously. Put aside the Grand Elder of Zhou clan in Ataraxia City, and take the 4 leaders of the lower middle-level first-rate forces for example, even they died by sect leaders' hands. In their opinion, their sect leader of Ling Tian's sect, Duanling Tian, possessed strength that was on par with the top powerhouses from the first-rate forces at the middle level or even the upper middle level. 1197 Idiot. However, Luo Ping and the other 2 turned pale instantly when they heard the next part of Yun Gang's sentence. Lord Yangchun has another identity. He's the martial emperor's disciple from the Lost Stone Forest. This was Yun Gang's original words. A martial emperor's disciple. The moment these words left Yun Gang's mouth, apart from Luo Ping and the other 2, even Zhang San and Gold Thug turned pale as well. As for Feng Tianwu, Chun Shaoshuai, and Xiong Quan, they did not have much knowledge about a martial emperor's disciple. Due to this reason, they only looked confused instead of having an exaggerated expression like the others. The backup Elder Yun brought with him is a martial emperor's disciple? Moreover, it's the martial emperor's disciple from the Lost Stone Forest. I've heard about the Lost Stone Forest before. It's the cultivation place of a martial emperor. That martial emperor is known as Martial Emperor Shi Qi. The backup Elder Yun brought is Martial Emperor Shi Qi's disciple? Colors drained from the faces of many Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples as well. It did not cross their minds that the backup Yun Gang brought here would be a martial emperor's disciple. A martial emperor's disciple. Although he was not the direct disciple of a martial emperor, he was still someone powerful. A weak martial artist would never be able to become a martial emperor's disciple. He could only become a martial emperor's follower at the most. The martial emperor's direct disciples were usually those who were at the peak of the martial monarch stage and already have 1 foot in the martial emperor stage. Although the martial emperor's disciples were slightly more inferior, ordinary 9th-level martial monarchs still could not compare to them. It was said that all the martial emperor's disciples had strength comparable to the top powerhouses of the upper middle level and even the upper-level first-rate forces on Cloud Continent. A martial emperor's disciple. Yang Hong's brother is actually a martial emperor's disciple. Luo Ping's face was extremely pale. I've long heard that Peak Master Yang Hong had an impressive background, but I didn't expect his brother to be a disciple of a martial emperor. The Yu brothers exchanged glances. Both could see the bewilderment in each other's eyes. A martial emperor's disciple was someone they needed to look up to. He could crush them completely with just 1 finger. For a moment, their hearts were filled with terror. If they had confidence in the sect leader of Ling Tian sect, Duanling Tian, earlier, then right now their confidence was wavering. A martial emperor's disciple. A mere peak master of the former Yin-Yang sect's Yang Peak actually turns out to be the younger blood brother of a martial emperor's disciple. Zhang San's face was slightly pale as well. He had already long heard about how Duanling Tian killed the peak master of the former Yin-Yang sect's Yang Peak and became the sect leader of Yin-Yang sect after changing its name to Ling Tian sect. However, it did not cross his mind that the peak master of the former Yin-Yang sect's Yang Peak would actually have such a blood brother. A martial emperor's disciple. That was not a joke at all. From what he knew, if one wanted to become a martial emperor's disciple, one would either have to be a variant on the Cloud Continent that had remarkable talent and possessed innate abilities or a powerful 9th-level martial monarch. It was apparent this middle-aged man in front was the latter. The requirement for the latter was extremely high too. It was said that only 9th-level martial monarchs with strength more than 5 ancient black dragons were qualified to become a disciple of the martial emperor. The strength of 5 ancient black dragons was the minimum requirement. Right at this moment, Feng Tianwu, Chen Shaoshuai, and Xiong Quan finally learned what the 3 words martial emperor's disciple meant from the discussion of the group of Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples nearby. Chen Shaoshuai and Xiong Quan's expression turned horrified as well. Damn it! Why is a martial emperor's disciple so strong? Chen Xiaoshui swore in his heart. Although Feng Tianwu's face remained calm, there was a hint of worry in the depth of her beautiful autumn eyes. It was obvious that she was worried for Duanling Tian. Luo Ping, Yu Ping, Yuan, I'll give the three of you a chance. Stand with me, and after Lord Yang Chun kills Duanling Tian, all of you will still belong to my Yin Yang sect. Yun Gang said at a speed that neither fast nor slow as he looked at Luo Ping and the other two. If none of you is willing, I won't let you live after Lord Yang Chun kills Duanling Tian. From Yun Gang's words, it was apparent he wanted Luo Ping and the other two to make a decision. This decision was closely related to their lives. The faces of Luo Ping and the other two turned a shade of green before it paled from this change of events. I'll give you a span of 10 breaths to decide. After 10 breaths, you'll be my enemy if you don't come to me. Yun Gang further forced Luo Ping and the other two to make up their minds. The moment these words left Yun Gang's mouth, everybody present on the scene, except Yang Chun, shifted their eyes to Luo Ping and the other two. They were curious about the choices those three would make. Would they stand against Ling Tian's sect by Yun Gang's side, or would they stand against Yun Gang? Any one of the decisions carried its own risk. If they chose the former, one could easily imagine the outcome if Duanling Tian, the sect leader of Ling Tian's sect, managed to kill Yang Chun, the martial emperor's disciple. Nobody would let someone who betrayed them go. However, if they chose the latter, they would also die if Yang Chun, the martial emperor's disciple, managed to kill Duanling Tian, the sect leader of Ling Tian's sect. Yun Gang would definitely kill them immediately. In the end, to make a choice right now was akin to making a gamble. A gamble on whether Duanling Tian was stronger or Yang Chun was stronger. Duanling Tian's strength was no secret to most people in the Ling Tian sect. 3 months ago, when Duanling Tian fought against the leaders of the 4 great first-rate forces, the powerful strength he had demonstrated was equivalent to the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and over 9,000 ancient horned dragons. However, as a martial emperor's disciple, Yang Chun's strength was at least equivalent to 5 ancient black dragons, even if he was not the direct disciple of a martial emperor. Yun Gang, if I stand on your side, it means that I'm standing on Yang Hong's side. Due to this reason, I choose to survive or perish together with the Ling Tian sect. Luo Ping was the first person to make up her mind. Yang Hong was already dead, but Yun Gang had brought Yang Chun, the blood brother of Yang Hong. It was similar to standing on Yang Hong's side if she stood together with Yun Gang. She hated Yang Hong from the bottom of her heart. That was why she instantly had an answer. The moment Luo Ping's words left her mouth, many Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples' eyes lit up as they praised her under their breaths with words like, "What a superwoman," and "She's a warrior." "Humph. Since you want to die, I'll not stop you." Yun Gang snorted in disdain upon hearing Luo Ping's words. In the next instant, he turned to look at the Yu brothers, whose expression continued to change constantly before he warned in a deep voice. "Yu Ping, Yuan, both of you must think this through. Right now, you still have a span of 5 breaths. A span of 5 breaths." The moment they heard Yun Gang's words, the Yu brothers' faces turned pale once again. At this moment, the 2 Yu brothers had also become the target of everyone's eyes. What choice do you think the 2 vice sect leaders will make? I don't know. I guess this depends on whether their faith lies more with the sect leader or that martial emperor's disciple. Many Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples whispered among each other. They were looking forward to seeing what kind of choice the Yu brothers would make. After a span of 2 breaths passed, Yun Gang opened his mouth to remind them again. 3 breaths left. Colors drained from the Yu brothers' faces even more. Soon after, 2 breaths had gone by again, and Yun Gang announced in a deep voice, "You still have the span of 1 breath left." Whoosh! Whoosh! Almost as soon as Yun Gang's words left his mouth, the Yu brothers finally made a move. They flew out one after another and arrived behind Yun Gang a moment later. "Ha ha ha ha!" Yun Gang laughed uproariously when he saw the Yu brothers choosing his side. He looked at both of them and said, "Yu Ping, Yuan, you'll realize soon just how right your decision is." In the next instant, he looked at Luo Ping and sneered. "Luo Ping, you'll find out soon just how foolish your decision is." Luo Ping ignored Yun Gang's mocking and looked at the Yu brothers directly before saying in a deep voice, "Yu Ping, Yuan, have you two even given a thought to the sect leader when you made such a decision? If I remember correctly, both of you seem to possess the spirit weapons and pills the sect leader personally crafted, right? Whether it was Yu Ping or Yuan, both of them had a grade 1 spirit weapon that gave a 90% boost that Duan Lingtian had forged for them. Both of them had also obtained 2 bottles of grade 1 life recovery pills with 91% purity from Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing Luo Ping's words, the Yu brothers' faces turned a shade paler. However, they remained silent since they knew they were in the wrong. I honestly feel upset on behalf of Duan Lingtian. And to think that he actually let both of you become the vice-sect leaders of Lingtian sect. Chan Xiaoshui said scornfully to the Yu brothers and sneered in disdain. A hint of murderous intent targeted at the Yu brothers also appeared in the depth of Feng Tianwu's eyes. The choices they made had infuriated her. Which one of you is Duan Lingtian? Yang Chun, who was standing by the side watching the scene unfolding before his eyes, finally opened his mouth. The instant he opened his mouth, he immediately asked for Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of Lingtian sect. Lord Yang Chun, Duan Lingtian's not here yet, Yin Gang, who was standing behind him, said respectfully. However, the 3 of them are all Duan Lingtian's followers. If you kill them, Lord Yang Chun, I'm sure Duan Lingtian will immediately make his appearance. Yun Gang's gaze shifted toward Feng Tianwu, Xianxia, and Gold Thug before he smiled cynically. At this moment, Yang Chun's gaze shifted toward Feng Tianwu and the other 2. Now that Xianxia and Gold Thug were being targeted, horror dawned on them instantly. However, they still flew out in unison and stood in front of Feng Tianwu like 2 guards. How loyal of you! Looks like she must be that Duan Lingtian's woman. Yang Chun snorted. In that case, I'll kill this woman first like crushing a flower. I believe that coward Duan Lingtian will then show his face immediately. From his tone, it was obvious he was not going to show any mercy at all even after he was faced with Feng Tianwu's beauty. Idiot! Just as Yang Chun was about to attack Feng Tianwu, an indifferent voice resonated throughout the entire place, as though it came from everywhere. It's sect leader. Upon hearing that voice, many Lingtian sect's elders and disciples' eyes brightened immediately. They began looking around for their sect leader of Lingtian sect. Some people even looked at Yang Chun strangely. So what if you're a martial emperor's disciple? Our Lingtian sect's sect leader still called you an idiot anyway. Yang Chun had heard the voice that resonated everywhere, but did not realize what was happening. However, he was instantly infuriated when he noticed the strange looks he was getting. You're Duan Lingtian? His sharp gaze instantly landed on a purple-clad young man who had appeared without anyone knowing when. His gaze was vicious and filled with killing intent. That purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Lingtian. Currently, Duan Lingtian was standing next to Feng Tianwu like her guardian angel. At this moment, Gold Thug and Xianxia, who were standing in front of Tianwu, had also retreated sensibly and went to stand behind Duan Lingtian in a respectful manner. It was as though they were his shadow. Elder Yun. It seemed like Duan Lingtian did not hear Yang Chun's query at all as his gaze landed on Yun Gang, who was standing behind Yang Chun. That day, the reason you left without bidding anyone goodbye is to find some backup so that you can stage a comeback? Yang Chun, who was ignored by Duan Lingtian, turned even graver now. His eyes that were filled with murderous intent seemed as though it could shoot out fire now. Duan Lingtian, Lord Yang Chun is talking to you. How dare you ignore him? You're doomed now. Yun Gang had also noticed Yang Chun's wrath, so he could not help but smirk. However, this time, Duan Lingtian's gaze swept toward the 2 men beside Yun Gang instead. It was the Yu brothers. After his gaze swept across 2 of them, a piercing gleam flashed across his eyes as though he was about to devour somebody. He had never mistreated these 2 people before. However, today the 2 of them had betrayed him and betrayed the Lingtian sect. In the face of Yun Gang's smirk, Duan Lingtian replied at a speed that was neither hurried nor slow, "Well, I'm afraid you won't find out whether I'm doomed or not." At this moment, horror suddenly dawned on Yang Chun's face. With a flash, he disappeared from his spot as though he was trying to run away from something. He did not even have time to warn the 3 people next to him. Bang! Almost as soon as Yang Chun disappeared from his spot, A loud, ear-piercing explosion resonated thunderously. Bang! 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 A series of earth-shattering explosion sound entered everyone's ears. Many of those Ling Tian sect's disciples with lower cultivation base were so affected that they were bleeding from all 7 orifices of the head. At the same time, airwaves that were set off by the explosion transformed into flurries of tyrannical hurricane that swept over the entire area, forcing many of those Ling Tian sect's disciples with lower cultivation base to squint their eyes. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Yun Gang and the Yu brothers who were standing there safely just a moment ago suddenly exploded into 3 blood mist in just a blink of an eye after the loud explosion. Blood mist splattered everywhere like a blooming flame. It was quite beautiful. Silence. The entire scene fell silent. Even Yang Chun, who had dodged to the side, had an extremely grave expression now. His gaze was staring fixedly at the place where the 3 blood mist had exploded. A gigantic figure had just made its appearance. The 3 meters tall gigantic figure entered everyone's sight and took them by surprise. P-Puppet. I'm not dreaming, right? For a moment, many people exchanged glances with each other as a thought that was more or less the same formed in their minds. Many people even pinched their own thighs brutally. Only when they felt the extreme pain in their thighs that they were certain they were not dreaming. Since when could a puppet possess such powerful strength? Killing an 8th-level martial monarch and 2 7th-level martial monarchs in just a blink of an eye. Chills ran down their spines as they thought about it. Naturally, this was not the only thing that baffled them. After that 3 meters tall gigantic puppet made its appearance, it actually lifted up a hand like a human and put the 3 spatial rings and more than 10 profundity fragments contained in the blood mist away. Then, under the bewildered eyes of the group of people, the puppet threw all of the spatial rings and profundity fragments out. The direction that it threw them was toward the place where Duan Ling Tian was hovering. Swish! 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 3 spatial rings and more than 10 profundity fragments flew across the sky toward their target, Duan Ling Tian. When they were near him, he casually took them and stored them inside his own spatial ring. Upon seeing this, everyone became speechless. I thought he was going to attack the sect leader with those spatial rings and profundity fragments. I didn't think it was actually passing the spatial rings and profundity fragments to the sect leader. Can somebody tell me what's going on actually? Why would a mere puppet have such powerful strength? This is not logical at all. I've never heard of such a powerful puppet on Cloud Continent before. And the most important thing is this puppet seems to be listening to sect leaders' orders too. I thought a puppet can only be activated by the corresponding inscription formation. Once it's activated, it would act on its own and wouldn't acknowledge its owner? Why does it listen to the sect leader's orders? I heard that, several months ago, the sect leader bid on the mysterious silver at the auction fair organized by the Zhou clan's auction square in Ataraxia City. Mysterious silver? What's that? Mysterious silver is a special material that would make a puppet listen to orders once it's coordinated with the inscription formation and merged into the puppet's body. Ah, I see. As the group of Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples discussed with each other, they no longer found it weird that the puppet listened to their sect leader, Duan Ling Tian's order. However, apart from being shocked at how powerful the puppet was, they were baffled as well. None of them had ever heard of such a powerful puppet before. This puppet is just too powerful. It's so powerful that it gives people goosebumps. I think those 2 vice sect leaders, you did not think they would end up like that even in their deaths. I think they were already killed by the sect leader's puppet before they even realized what was happening. Many people gasped when the Yu brothers died. Even Luo Ping was taken by surprise and broke out in cold sweat. At this moment, she could not help but feel relieved she stood by Ling Tian's sect's side. Otherwise, she would have ended up like the Yu brothers. They died without even knowing what happened. Hammer is actually this monstrous? Chun Xiao Shui was stunned for a long time before he finally returned to his senses. After he returned to his senses, a lingering fear still could be seen on his face. At this moment, he finally realized when Hammer attacked him previously, it was only using 30% of his strength at the most. Otherwise, he would not have survived. The strength that Hammer demonstrated when it killed the 2 8th-level martial monarchs and the 9th-level martial monarch made him realize this. The sect leader actually has such a monster by his side. Xianxia was staring with his mouth agape. At this moment, apart from the others, even Gold Thug and Xianxia, who were by Duan Lingtian's side, could not help but feel bewildered as well. Both of them exchanged glances with each other and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. Xianxia, how did Master make this puppet? Gold Thug asked Xianxia using voice transmission. If you ask me, who should I ask? I only know that Master has created a puppet recently, but it never crossed my mind that it was such a freaky puppet. Xianxia replied agitatedly. As he reached the end of his sentence, his face was filled with shock. Although Feng Tianwu's face remained calm as usual, there was a hint of bafflement in the depth of that beautiful autumn eyes too. It was apparent she was shocked by the strength of the puppet Duan Lingtian had created. Give the authority of controlling the puppet to me and I'll consider letting them go when you die. When everyone was still baffled over Duan Lingtian's puppet, a cold voice resonated in the air and entered everyone's ears. Horror dawned on many of them. For a moment, the owner of the voice became the center of attention. That owner of the voice was none other than Yang Chun, the disciple of a martial emperor. It was apparent his sentence was targeted at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, other than being the older blood brother of Yang Hong, the peak master of the former Yin Yang sect's Yang Peak. He was also some martial emperor's disciple or something. Chan Xiao Shui reminded Duan Lingtian as he looked at him at this moment. A martial emperor's disciple? Upon hearing Chan Xiao Shui's words, Duan Lingtian raised his brows. After expressing his surprise with an "oh," he began to re-examine the middle-aged man, Yang Chun, in front of him. Duan Lingtian's surprise, "oh," filled Yang Chun's face with pride. However, the pride quickly disappeared without a trace and was replaced by glumness in the next moment. It was due to the next sentence that Duan Lingtian uttered. As far as I know, martial emperors don't usually know their disciples. These people always like to swagger around and swindle the public using the title martial emperor's disciple. But actually, they're merely the dogs of the martial emperor's direct disciples. One must admit that the words Duan Lingtian uttered were sharp, and every word accurately sliced through the heart's sore spot. This could be seen from Yang Chun's glum face. If I guess correctly, you must not be a direct disciple of the martial emperor, right? Duan Lingtian continued to say. It seemed like he did not plan to let Yang Chun go as he continued to ask. If he was not the martial emperor's direct disciple, then he must be just an ordinary martial emperor's disciple. According to Duan Lingtian's words, an ordinary martial emperor's disciple was basically a dog that was ordered around by the martial emperor's direct disciples as they pleased. As someone whose memory had merged with the rebirth martial emperor's memory, Duan Lingtian naturally knew the hierarchy among those who followed martial emperors on Cloud Continent. At the top was the direct disciples, followed by the ordinary disciples, and the lowly followers at the bottom. Duan Lingtian. Finally, Yang Chun could no longer suppress the wrath in his heart anymore. He bellowed, "Today, not only will I kill you, I'll annihilate your entire Lingtian sect as well." At this moment, Yang Chun, who was thoroughly enraged, seemed like he was no longer interested in Hammer, the puppet that Duan Lingtian controlled. Right now, he just wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. How dare this person mock and shame him after discovering his identity? What? Now that I've touched your sore spot, you're infuriated. The laughter on Duan Lingtian's face became even more pronounced as he continued to provoke Yang Chun further. It was as though he was fearless even though he knew Yang Chun was a martial emperor's disciple. Duan Lingtian's further provocation was like a blasting fuse that fully ignited Yang Chun's flame of fury. His expression turned wretched as he bellowed in rage, "Die!" Boom! With a thunderous explosion, Yang Chun disappeared before almost everyone's eyes. Naturally, he did not really disappear. His speed was just too fast that the others could not catch his body's movement. Although most of the people present could not catch Yang Chun's movement, it did not mean Duan Lingtian could not see him. However, Duan Lingtian did not react even when Yang Chun was charging at him with a great momentum. He stood in the same place as though he was waiting for Yang Chun's attack. So, Yang Chun sprang like a ferocious tiger. He lunged at Duan Lingtian with bared fangs and sharp claws. Xiao! In his hand, a sword chi that was several feet long surged from the 3-foot-long blade. It surged and aimed for Duan Ling Tian as if it wanted to split Duan Ling Tian into two. Boom, 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 boom. While Yang Chun moved, a burst of air explosion reverberated in the air, as it also headed for Duan Ling Tian. When Yang Chun lunged at Duan Ling Tian with his sword and the several feet-long sword Qi, a huge figure stood in front of Duan Ling Tian when the attack almost landed on him. So, a pair of huge fists punched outward like two cannonballs and collided fiercely with the incoming sword Qi. Boom! In just an instant, a tremendously loud explosion was heard. The airflow rippled everywhere from the place where the fists collided with the sword. Wah! Wah wah! Many Ling Tian sect's disciples with lower cultivation base were injured by the loud explosion. They were bleeding from their eyes, nose, and ears. Some even spat out mouthfuls of blood. At the same time, a raging wind spread outward and caused everyone's robes to flutter. Those who were not affected were staring intently at the scene before them. The huge figure that arrived in a timely manner before Duan Ling Tian and protected him by blocking Yang Chun's strike with its fists was the 3 meters tall puppet. When Chun Xiao Shui saw the puppet and Yang Chun were in a deadlock, he broke the silence as he yelled, "Hammer! Well done! Hammer? So he's called Hammer." That was when everyone present learned the name of Duan Ling Tian's puppet. Hua! Hua! Soon, their attention shifted to the void above Hammer and Yang Chun. Two stirring heaven and earth energy were forming the heaven and earth phenomenon. 5 ancient black dragon silhouettes and 1,000 ancient horn dragon silhouettes appeared in the void above Hammer first before 5 ancient black dragon silhouettes and 5,000 ancient horn dragon silhouettes appeared in the void above Yang Chun. Boom! When the heaven and earth phenomenon in the void above Hammer and Yang Chun was formed, another loud explosion sounded. It was the sword Qi from the Grade 1 spirit sword in Yang Chun's hands. It suddenly surged and pushed against both of Hammer's fists. Hammer was pushed back a few steps, and his body trembled violently because of it. The strength difference of 4,000 ancient horned dragons completely overpowered Hammer. Yang Chun did not exert his full force in the earlier strike. He merely used 5 ancient black dragon strength, and it was blocked by Hammer. He was instantly angered. It was extremely humiliating for him when his attack was blocked by a puppet. He immediately cast a 4th-level Monarch Stage Profundity that he did not use earlier, finally unleashing his full power that was equivalent to the strength of 5 ancient black dragons and 5,000 ancient horned dragons. Due to that, the strength of the sword Qi from the Grade 1 spirit sword in his hands easily overpowered Hammer's strength and pushed Hammer back. The strength of 5 ancient black dragons and 1,000 ancient horned dragons? Sect leader's puppet is really strong. That's why he's able to instantly kill 3 people above the 7th level Martial Monarch stage. His strength is comparable to a 9th level Martial Monarch stage martial artist. In fact, he may be even stronger than most 9th level Martial Monarch stage martial artists. This Yang Chun can actually mobilize the strength of 5 ancient black dragons and 5,000 ancient horned dragons. Sect leader's puppet is not a match for him. Several months ago, Sect Leader managed to kill the leaders of the 4 largest first-rate forces by himself. Back then, the strength Sect Leader displayed was equivalent to the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and 9,000 ancient horned dragons. Only a few months have passed. Even if the Sect Leader improved, I afraid he would only improve by 1,000 or 2,000 ancient horned dragon's strength. Does that mean the Sect Leader's strength is on par with his puppet at most? The group of Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples were whispering among themselves. As they spoke, their faces were panic-stricken as though a crisis had befallen them. At this moment, most of them did not think their sect leader, Duan Ling Tian, was a match for Yang Chun, who was a martial emperor's disciple. According to Yang Chun's words, he was here to annihilate the Ling Tian sect. Once their sect leader, Duan Ling Tian, lost, the Ling Tian sect would also be wiped out. They would also die in Yang Chun hands and be buried along with the rest of Ling Tian sect. When they thought of that, a hint of desperation was apparent on the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples' faces. Many people wanted to leave. Shortly after, when one of the Ling Tian sect's disciples was getting ready to leave quietly, many other Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples decided to leave too. They were acting as though they were avoiding the plague. However, they were stopped by some others who were led by Luo Ping and Zhang San. Surrender your spatial rings and you may leave. You will no longer be Ling Tian's sect's disciples. Luo Ping and Zhang San did not stop those Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples from leaving, but they had to return their spatial rings. In their spatial rings, there were origin stones mined from the Ling Tian sect's estate, Grade 1 spirit weapons and Grade 1 pills crafted and refined by the Ling Tian sect's Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and Grade 1 alchemists. These things were not permitted to leave with them. For a time, many Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples hesitated. No matter what, nothing's more important than my life. I don't want the things in this spatial ring. Shortly after, a Ling Tian sect disciple took the lead in surrendering his spatial ring. He muttered to himself before he quickly left Ling Tian Peak and the Ling Tian sect. Many Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples followed suit once someone took the lead to leave. It did not take long for a third of Ling Tian sect's people to leave. Qian Xiao Shuai's face turned purple as he said, "Everyone's really flying off in different directions when disaster strikes." In the distant, Yang Chun stopped pursuing Hammer after he forced it to retreat. He did not stop the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples from leaving even when he saw it. Currently, all his attention was on the 3 meters tall puppet before his eyes. The puppet's strength was actually equivalent to the strength of 5 ancient black dragons and 1,000 ancient horned dragons. Although it was not as strong as he was, such strength was still shocking on a puppet. If I can bring this puppet back as a gift for Senior Brother Zhou, Senior Brother Zhou will definitely be pleased. Yang Chun thought to himself, feeling moved. Although he was a martial emperor's disciple, just like what Duan Ling Tian said, his master in name, Martial Emperor Shi Qi, might not necessarily remember him. Usually, a martial emperor's disciple was put under the care of a martial emperor's direct disciple. The martial emperor's direct disciple that he followed was the second disciple of martial emperor Shi Qi's 4 direct disciples. He was an extremely strong powerhouse at the peak of the martial monarch stage. Zhou Yi. Rumor said that Zhou Yi's strength was not any weaker than the strongest direct disciple of martial emperor Shi Qi. The ranking of the 4 direct disciples was not based on strength but their sequence in joining the sect. Zhou Yi was martial emperor Shi Qi's second disciple. He was also the one that martial emperor Shi Qi favored. Yang Chun had always been proud of following Zhou Yi. Yang Chun became excited when he thought about how he had another chance to please Senior Brother Zhou. However, he quickly calmed himself down. He knew it was almost impossible to ask the sect leader of Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian, to hand the puppet over to him. Although he could not wait to kill Duan Ling Tian and avenge his brother, Yang Hong, he had to temporarily suppress his anger for that extremely rare puppet that could be used to please his Senior Brother Zhou. Duan Ling Tian, you'll certainly die today for killing my brother, Yang Hong. However, do you really want so many people to die with you? Yang Chun asked in his deep voice as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. As he spoke, he glanced at the others. His eyes sparkled with violence. It incited fear in a lot of them. Those with weaker mental power even trembled from it. Duan Ling Tian looked at Yang Chun calmly as though Yang Chun's words did not affect him at all. Duan Ling Tian, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the control of the puppet. I'll leave after I kill you and obtain the control of the puppet, Yang Chun continued saying. In his opinion, his target today was Duan Ling Tian. He only wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian. He did not care about the life or death of the others. Although your puppet is strong, you've seen it for yourself. It's no match for me, Yang Chun patiently reminded him. Yang Chun's words sparked some hope in a small number of Ling Tian's sect's elders and disciples. They looked at Duan Ling Tian hopefully, hoping he would do as Yang Chun said. If that was the case, they might be able to escape death this time. However, the next sentence from Duan Ling Tian's mouth caused their faces to change when they realized Duan Ling Tian would never agree to Yang Chun's words. Are you done talking? Duan Ling Tian asked calmly as he glanced at Yang Chun with cold eyes. Are you done talking? Yang Chun's face darkened completely when he heard Duan Ling Tian's casual remark. He threatened, Duan Ling Tian, since you're so stubborn, I kill those from Ling Tian's sect one by one. After all of them die, I'll kill you too. I hope you can still remain calm at that time. You should know your puppet can't stop me. The expression of those who were present changed after Yang Chun finished his sentence. Yang Chun did not wait for Duanling Tian to respond. He moved as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning. He disappeared before almost everyone's eyes as he headed straight for his first target. His first target was none other than Feng Tianwu, who was standing next to Duanling Tian. So, Yang Chun's speed was so fast that even Hammer, who was ordered by Duanling Tian to chase after Yang Chun, could not catch up. His cannon-like punch landed on an empty spot. First, I'll kill your woman. Soon, Yang Chun arrived near Feng Tianwu, and the origin energy of the Grade 1 spirit sword in his hand surged. Several profundities trailed after it like shadows before transforming into a several feet-long sword chi that was headed straight for Feng Tianwu. Although most of the people present could not see Yang Chun's movement clearly, the sword chi headed for Feng Tianwu was clearly reflected in their eyes. They also heard Yang Chun's indifferent words. They knew Yang Chun's first target was the red-clad woman, Feng Tianwu, standing next to the sect leader of Ling Tian's sect. Everyone had long suspected she was the sect leader's wife. In that split second, most of them felt as though their hearts had stopped. That exquisitely beautiful woman was going to die here today? Along with Yang Chun's strike that had a great momentum, a swift and piercing wind blew at her face and through her beautiful hair, causing her hair to fly in the wind. She looked ethereal, as though she was a fairy that had descended on the mortal world. At this moment, Feng Tianwu remained indifferent even though she was facing a life or death situation. It was as though she was unaware of the impending crisis. Naturally, this did not mean she was unafraid of death. Although she had lost her memories, she had found a new motivation to live. It was the man currently standing next to her. It was entirely because of her unconditional trust in that man that she was able to remain so calm. Ms. Tianwu, Gold Thug and Xiong Quan's faces changed dramatically. Like most of the Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples, they thought Duanling Tian's strength was on par with the puppet Hammer at most. They did not think Duanling Tian was stronger than Yang Chun. Idiot! A calm and nonchalant voice sounded at this moment when the several feet-long sword chi arrived before Feng Tianwu in just a blink of an eye. Boom! Following that, everyone heard a loud explosion. The loud explosion spread out, and the airwaves turned into a flurry of hurricanes that swept over the entire place. The flurry of hurricanes caused most people to close their eyes. When they finally opened their eyes, all of them saw an unforgettable sight. God! What did they see? Without knowing when, a purple figure stood in front of Feng Tianwu with a 5-colored light shield around him. It seemed as though he was wrapped within a translucent cocoon. When Yang Chun's fierce strike landed on the 5-colored light shield, it merely trembled for a moment before calm was restored. How's that possible? Yang Chun's face changed dramatically as he stared at the purple-clad young man before him. His eyes were filled with shock and amazement. One had to know that his earlier strike contained his full strength that was equivalent to the strength of 5 ancient black dragons and 5,000 ancient horned dragons. That could be seen from the heaven and earth phenomenon in the void above him. However, his attack was blocked by his opponent's defensive martial skill. Yang Chun was completely stunned. Yang Chun was not the only one. Everyone, apart from Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu, was also stunned. The scene before their eyes was completely beyond their imagination. In the beginning, they thought Yang Chun might have held back when they saw his attack being blocked by their sect leader of Ling Tian sect, Duanling Tian's defensive martial skill. However, when they saw the heaven and earth phenomenon at the void above Yang Chun, they realized that Yang Chun had unleashed his full strength in that attack. Sect leader's defensive martial skill can actually block Yang Chun's strike that contained his full strength? To block Yang Chun's strike that contained his full strength with a defensive martial skill. How strong is sect leader right now? Sect leader's progress is too great, isn't it? Previously, when he battled the leaders of the 4 largest first-rate forces, he only mobilized the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and 9,000 ancient horned dragons. Perhaps the sect leader held back previously. He did not unleash his full strength. That should be it. For leaders of lower middle-level first-rate forces are not qualified for sect leader to use his full strength. The group of Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples recovered from the shock as their eyes brightened. Although they were glad they managed to escape death again, they were shocked by Duan Tian's astonishing strength. At this moment, they felt like they did not know much about their sect leader, Duan Tian. Otherwise, they would not have lost faith in their sect leader. I don't know how strong sect leader is right now. The heaven and earth phenomenon at the void above sect leader is almost formed. For a time, many Lingtian sect's elders and disciples' attention were caught by the stirring heaven and earth energy at the void above Duan Lingtian. However, they were quickly disappointed because the heaven and earth phenomenon dissipated before it was formed. The five-colored light shield on Duan Lingtian disappeared as an extraordinary 3-foot-long blade stopped moving and fell steadily in his hands. It was his quasi-royal grade spirit sword. As for the five-colored light shield, it was formed by the defensive martial skill, the Nine Dragons Barrier. Earlier, he easily blocked Yang Chun's attack by using this heaven-rank advanced defensive martial skill from the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique with his quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Currently, his strength was way ahead of Yang Chun. In the past few months, he had never once stopped comprehending the sword Dao from the word sword, left behind by the sword saint even though he had slacked off in his cultivation and comprehension of the fused profundity. Due to this reason, his sword profundity improved again. The improvement this time even shocked Duan Lingtian. He was so shocked that it took him half a day to recover from it. Due to that reason, his strength had far surpassed the strength of 5 ancient black dragons and 5,000 ancient horned dragons. That was why he was not afraid of Yang Chun. As someone who possessed the rebirth martial emperor's memory, he could naturally guess the strength of an ordinary disciple under a martial emperor. In fact, he had overestimated Yang Chun. In my eyes, you're no different from your brother Yang Hong. You're both idiots, Duan Lingtian said coldly as he stared at Yang Chun with a chilling gaze. Idiot. When he heard Duan Lingtian calling him an idiot for the third time, Yang Chun's body trembled as his face was filled with shame and anger. However, he suppressed it. Although he did not know how strong Duan Lingtian was, the scene earlier proved one thing. Duan Lingtian was way stronger than him. He could not figure out how a lower-level first-rate forces leader was so strong, but he was certain the opponent was stronger than him. With his strength, the other party could kill him in just a blink of an eye. Now what? Didn't you say you're gonna kill everyone around me one by one? Still holding back. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yang Chun in disdain before he charged at him. It made Yang Chun's face turn green before it turned pale. Duan Lingtian, don't let it go to your head. There are a lot of people in this world who can deal with you. Yang Chun sneered in frustration. Perhaps there are many people in this world who can deal with me. However, that doesn't include you, Duan Lingtian mocked. As he spoke, his eyes glinted coldly as though waiting for a chance to swallow him up. Meanwhile, a cold killing intent rose from his body. Run. That was the only thought in Yang Chun's mind when he sensed the killing intent from Duan Lingtian. He moved and vanished before most people's eyes. Planning to escape? Many people were shocked by Yang Chun's sudden disappearance when a voice sounded. It was the voice of the sect leader of Ling Tian sect, Duan Lingtian. Subsequently, they discovered that Duan Lingtian had also disappeared. Moments later, Duan Lingtian appeared in the distance. After he appeared, another figure also appeared in front of him. It was Yang Chun. A martial emperor's disciple is trying to escape from sect leader? Many Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples had a funny look on their faces. Don't forget Yang Chun's merely an ordinary disciple under the martial emperor. The martial emperor might not even know him. According to sect leader's words, a martial emperor's disciple like him is just a dog of the martial emperor's direct disciple. Someone else added, Do you think you're capable of escaping from me? Duan Lingtian stared at Yang Chun with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Duan Lingtian, I admit that I'm not as good as you are. However, you should think it through. You'll have to pay a huge price for killing me. Yang Chun threatened with fear in his eyes after he took a deep breath. Pay a price. Duan Lingtian laughed. Did you think that Martial Emperor Shi will avenge you just because you hold the title Martial Emperor's disciple? I don't think he'll recognize you even if he sees you, Duan Lingtian ridiculed him. You aren't qualified for Lord Emperor Shi to come personally. Any direct disciple under Lord Emperor Shi can easily kill you. Yang Chun sneered. Meanwhile, his eyes gleamed as a light shot out when he lifted his arm. Oh no! Duan Ling Tian had been observing Yang Chun, and his face changed drastically when he discovered Yang Chun's movement. He wanted to chase after that light, but he quickly discovered the speed of the light was extremely fast when it disappeared before his eyes. There was no way for him to catch up right now. Communication jade slip. Duan Ling Tian turned pale. As someone who had the rebirth martial emperor's memory and knowledge on inscriptions, he could tell the communication jade slip Yang Chun sent was created by a martial emperor stage inscription master. It was so fast that he could not catch up. I was too careless. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and looked at Yang Chun again. The cold glint in his eyes could not be any colder.